Dreamscape presents A Death Long Overdue by Eva Gates, narrated by Elise Arsenault. Chapter 1. Reunions can be tricky things. Everyone involved approaches the gathering bursting with excitement and full of high expectations. Sometimes it turns out well. Friends reconnect. Photos of children and grandchildren are shared and exclaimed over, accomplishments praised, new friends made, and old enemies reconciled. Sometimes not. Long-buried grievances are given fresh air, friendships doubted, old jealousies and resentments remembered, and new ones discovered. Everyone goes home miserable and tells their loved ones they had a marvelous time. 10 years later, they do it all again. I don't actually know this from personal experience. I missed my high school class's 10th reunion because it was the same weekend as my second brother's wedding. I would have preferred to attend the reunion. My brothers and I are not close, but family is family, my mother says when it suits her to think so. Besides, my sister-in-law has no sisters or female cousins, so I had to be a bridesmaid. I'll never forgive her for that frilly, shocking pink dress I was forced to wear. I'm short enough that I looked like a cartoon character in it. The humidity had done its work on my curly dark hair, adding to the cartoon aspect, and the color didn't go well with the bad case of sunburn I'd suffered the weekend before. Last year, I missed my college's 10th reunion because I'd just arrived here in the Outer Banks to take up the post of assistant director of the Body Island Lighthouse Library. Everyone wrote to tell me they'd had a marvelous time. Right now, I was sincerely hoping Bertie James's 40th reunion to mark her class's first day of undergrad studies would turn out to be the success she was expecting. Our exhibit might not exactly be worthy of the Bodleian, Charlene Clayton said, referring to the great English library where she'd worked for a few years. But it's impressive enough. Speaking as a North Carolinian, Bertie replied, I'm mighty impressed. Your friends and colleagues will love it. I added under my breath, I hope. We stood back and admired the display. The history of libraries in North Carolina. Charlene and I had gathered artifacts from near and far and worked hard over the past few days to put it together. We were proudly showing it off to Bertie James, our boss and the library director. The idea for the exhibit had been Charlene's, something to show Bertie's college class when they gathered tomorrow evening for the start of their reunion weekend at the Body Island Lighthouse Library. We'd put the display together in secret, working into the night after Bertie had left for the day, our activities concealed behind old sheets strung across the entrance to the library's alcove, and keep out signs prominently displayed. When the library was open, we'd stationed Charles, one of our more formidable staff members, at the entrance to keep the curious, Bertie most of all, out. Now it was time for the big reveal. At closing time on Thursday evening, library staff, board members, invited friends of the library, and lingering patrons had gathered to see it. Charlene ripped away the sheets. Charles returned to his favorite wingback chair next to the magazine rack to wash his whiskers and have a snooze. And everyone had suitably oohed and awed. I doubt, Ronald Burkowski, our children's librarian, said, the Bodleian could have done better with the materials available. Bertie clapped her hands. You people are amazing. I'll second that, Charlene said modestly. Meow, added Charles from his chair. The exhibit was a collection of old photographs of libraries in North Carolina, as well as items librarian friends had sent us, or we'd been able to uncover in the depths of the town hall basement. Stuff was down there that probably hadn't been seen by a human being since the building was first built. We'd found a real card catalog and displayed it with the narrow drawers open to show the neat rows of little typewriter-printed cards. There was also a selection of photos showing enormous rooms full of row upon row of the neatly labeled wooden cabinets. Charlene pointed to a sign I'd hung on the back wall next to the window, showing a woman's plump red lips with her index finger pressed to them and the word silence in loud black print. I cannot begin to imagine how they kept the kids quiet when story time let out. I have a vision of them descending the stairs in a calm, neat little row, Ronald said, faces scrubbed, hair combed, socks pulled up, shirts tucked in, not saying a word under the stern eye of the children's librarian. Not. One of the photographs was of two women in floor-sweeping skirts, high-necked blouses with puffy sleeves, and hair pulled sharply back, organizing a bookshelf, and another showed a woman on horseback, with a jaunty hat and split skirt, cradling a stack of books in her free hand. We laughed over a staff picture from the 1960s of the librarians, all women, of course, with their big hair and orange and brown dresses or twin sets with pearls. Photos of patrons showed more big hair, along with flowery orange or checked pants or jeans with wide lower legs they called bell-bottoms. A stern-faced librarian, complete with horn-rimmed glasses, hair pulled back into a tight bun, and high-necked blouse, sat behind a huge manual typewriter, her fingers poised above the keys. We'd dragged a similar machine out of storage, dusted it off, and displayed it next to a still-sharp letter opener, a memento of some long-ago Nag's Head anniversary. "I've just noticed," Charlene said, "there isn't one man in any of these pictures. Librarian was a woman's career back then, and still largely is," she acknowledged Ronald with a smile and nod that he returned. "But even the patrons in these pictures are all women." "Is that Bertie's office in that picture?" Mrs. Fitzgerald, the chair of the library board, said. "It must be. The window's the same, and there's a slice of the moss showing. Look at all those filing cabinets. There's scarcely room for the director's desk. Never mind that hideous broadloom covering up the marvelous original flooring." "The floor in my office isn't that old," Bertie said. "The broadloom was pulled up along with layers of plywood and linoleum and some rotting hardwood back in the 1990s, and new wood laid down then." "I feel so old," my Aunt Ellen, one of the friends of the library, said. "I remember this stuff like it was yesterday, and now it's ancient history." A small stack of books had been placed on one side of the desk. I opened the cover of one to show everyone the withdrawal slip. A small cardboard pocket had been glued to the inside of the cover, and a handwritten record of people who checked the book out and a stamp for the day it was due back had been slipped inside. The book was The Celestine Prophecy by James Redfield, and the last due date for it was July 11th, 1995. The book itself had suffered some damage, a spilled cup of coffee by the look of it, which would be why it had been removed from circulation. All these years later, we still got requests for that book. 1995, Aunt Ellen muttered. Ancient history. "At least we've no cuneiform tablets or rolled-up parchment scrolls to show you," Charlene said, with what I thought was a tinge of regret. "The Lighthouse Library," Mrs. Fitzgerald said, "came late to computer cataloging, as I remember. Not many places were still using record cards like that one by the mid-90s. The things that matter the most," Bertie said, "haven't changed. And that's people reading good books and loving literature and wanting to improve their knowledge of science and history." "Hear, hear," Mrs. Fitzgerald said, and everyone murmured their agreement. "I remember that book," Mr. Snyder, one of our regular patrons, pointed to the Celestine prophecy. It was a huge bestseller. A bunch of made-up nonsense pretending to be a novel. Which, Charlene pointed out, is pretty much the definition of a novel. You know what I mean, he said. I do, Bertie said. The Celestine prophecy struck a chord in a lot of people at the time. I don't see any pictures of the library cat, 15-year-old Charity Peterson said. Bertie laughed and gave Charles an affectionate glance. Perish the thought, an animal in a library. Speaking of ancient history, Aunt Ellen said, look at that computer. It's huge. From the depths of the town hall basement, we'd excavated a real, although no longer working, Commodore 64. Charlene had searched the newspaper archives and found an article on the purchase of the machine, along with a picture of the then library director proudly showing it off to wide-eyed children. That's a computer? A pre-teenage boy said. I thought it was a TV or something. At that moment, his phone buzzed. He pulled it out of his pocket and checked the screen. Mom's here. He hefted his book bag and ran out of the library. A computer a child carries around in their pocket, my aunt said. Whoever would have thought? When you put it like that, Mrs. Fitzgerald said. We are old, Ellen. Turning to us, she continued, my congratulations to Charlene and Lucy for honoring Bertie and her class with such a thoughtful gesture. Bertie's class had gone to the University of North Carolina, but after graduation, several of the women settled in the eastern part of the state, and those from further afield liked the idea of a summer weekend in the Outer Banks, so they decided on Nag's Head as the perfect spot at which to gather. Bertie, normally calm, unflappable, the very picture of the yoga instructor she was, had been excited about the forthcoming reunion for weeks. She was in touch with some of the women regularly, she said, but others she hadn't seen for years. Our library isn't large. There are plenty of better places for gathering 20 women to laugh about the joys and terrors of their youth, show off pictures of families and pets, homes and holidays, and brag about their careers. But the Lighthouse Library is something very special, and Bertie was proud to offer it as a venue for the kickoff party. And Ronald, Charlene, and I were determined to show it off to its best advantage and to make Bertie proud. You've done a splendid job, Mrs. Fitzgerald said. Did you really wear your hair like that? Charity Peterson peered at a photo at the front of the display. Bertie's freshman class, the group of beaming young women, arms around each other, posing on the wide steps of an ivy-covered building. Ugh. Her mother poked her in the ribs. What? Charity said. That sweater? Purple, orange, and brown stripes? Ugh. I'd been thinking much the same thing, but I didn't say so. Which one are you, Ms. James? Charity asked. Second on the left, Bertie said, in the purple, orange, and brown sweater. Charity slipped a peek at Bertie and said nothing, clearly thinking that Bertie, today wearing a light flowing dress of pale blue, had changed. Which she had. That college picture was 40 years old, taken before I was born, never mind Charity. The 1980s and 90s, Louise Jane McConan said, were not known for the elegance of fashion. I like it, Theodore Kowalski said. Everyone looks so young and free. Oh, yes, Bertie said. Those were the days. We were young and free. You still are, Bertie, Connor McNeil, mayor of Nag's Head, said. She gave him a big smile. You've done a fabulous job with this collection of old junk, Connor said. Feel free to come around any time and clear out the basement. I studied the photo of a row of cabinets with neatly printed little labels on them. Hard to imagine having to do all that on paper. We managed, Bertie said, just fine. Some of this stuff's well before your time, isn't it, Bertie? Connor asked. Charlene and I gathered whatever we could find, I said. This exhibit isn't meant to be only about Bertie's year, but about the history of libraries in general. We thought the women would get a kick out of it. When do your friends arrive? Mrs. Fitzgerald asked. Tomorrow, Bertie said. They'll be dribbling in throughout the day and gathering here tomorrow evening for a welcome reception. Which is not, I reminded Mrs. Fitzgerald, as well as Connor, who, as the mayor of Nag's Head, was the overall boss of the library, an official library function. Charlene, Ronald, and I are working it as a favor to Bertie, and the refreshments are being paid for by the attendees themselves. The four, including Charles, and one must never forget Charles, employees of the Body Island Lighthouse Library, were a close group and extremely fond of Bertie. We'd do just about anything for her, including acting as waitstaff and cleaning crew for her college reunion. We'd been through some tough times together, and Bertie always had our backs. You don't have to keep reminding me, Lucy, Connor said. She's afraid someone will complain about inappropriate use of library resources, Louise Jane said. But you needn't worry, Lucy, honey. I'll be here to set them straight. Thank you so much, LJ, Charlene said. We can always count on you. I would hope so, Louise Jane sniffed. Connor put his arm loosely around my shoulders. The town's fully supportive of Bertie hosting her class here. We're happy to have the tourist dollars, if nothing else. Where are they all staying? Most of them are at the ocean side, Bertie said, but a few have friends or family to visit, or are coming with their families to make a vacation out of it. One or two of the women live locally. We studied the exhibit for a few moments more, and then Bertie turned to us. It might have been a trick of the light, but I thought I saw tears in her eyes. Thank you so much, Lucy, Charlene, Ronald. This weekend means the world to me. Louise Jane shifted from one foot to the other and cleared her throat. And you as well, Louise Jane, Bertie said. You've proven yourself to be a valuable member of our library community many times. Louise Jane waved her hand in the air and sniffed again, but I could tell she was pleased. I can't wait to show it to Helena, Bertie said. She's going to love it. Is she in one of these pictures? Connor pointed to a picture of the 1990s-era library staff. I don't see her, Bertie said. She wasn't one for the limelight, Aunt Ellen said. She pretty much stayed inside her office and never came out unless she had something or someone to criticize. I cast a quick glance at my Aunt Ellen, who rarely ever had a bad word to say about anyone. Helena must have rubbed her the wrong way somehow. Helena Sanchez had been the library director before Bertie. I'd never met her because, on retirement, she moved to Florida, and as far as I knew, she'd never come back before now. It was just a coincidence that she was in the Outer Banks for a visit at the same time as Bertie's reunion. But when Bertie heard about it, she invited her predecessor to come to tonight's party, mainly to see our historical exhibit and talk about the old times in libraries. Charles leaped off the shelf and landed nimbly at my feet. He rubbed himself against my legs and meowed as though to say, Enough of this standing around and talking. It's dinner time. Bertie agreed. Thank you for coming, everyone. It's time to close the library. We have a busy day tomorrow. As do we all, Theodore Kowalski said. I haven't even started the current book club selection yet, and I'm very much looking forward to it. The Moonstone, one of my absolute favorites. Are you reading it, Connor? I'm trying, Connor said, when I can find the time. It's a big book. As are most of the great works of literature. Go big or go home. Isn't that what young people today say? Asked Teddy, who was all of 33 years old. He, unlike almost every other person on planet Earth, likes to pretend he's older than he is. He thinks it gives him and his rare book-dealing business a more serious air. "The Moonstone?" Charity asked. "Is it about travels to space? I like those old-timey books about rocket ships and weird aliens." "The Moonstone of the title," Theodore said, "is a precious jewel with a mysterious past that's stolen during a house party in England. It's a mystery novel. The mystery novel, some would say." The group began to disperse. While Theodore explained the plot of our book club selection to Charity, Mrs. Fitzgerald called goodnight and walked out with Mrs. Peterson, who, as always, had some suggestions for expanding the children's programs at the library. Ronald and Charlene collected their briefcases and left. The remaining patrons gathered their books, and I went behind the desk to check them out. Bertie headed down the hall to her office to gather her things. Soon, only Connor, Louise Jane, and I remained in the library. Can I help you, Louise Jane?" I asked. She looked between Connor and me. "What?" he said. "Would you mind?" she said. "Mind what?" She jerked her head toward me. "Oh," he said. "Right, I'll be outside, Lucy, when you're ready." I eyed Louise Jane suspiciously as the door closed behind Connor. "What's up?" She threw a quick glance at the historical exhibit before turning back to face me. "You know I said I'm happy to help here tomorrow night at Bertie's reunion." "Yes," I said, "and we appreciate that. Is something wrong?" She studied my face intently. I studied hers equally intently in return. Louise Jane and I had never exactly been friends. She'd resented me since the moment I first stepped foot in the library to take up the job of assistant library director. Louise Jane had thought the job should be hers, not bothering with the minor fact of her being not at all qualified. As far as she was concerned, being a fierce lover of the library, as well as a descendant of long lines of proud bankers, as natives of the Outer Banks are called, and a storyteller of local renown, should be enough. But it wasn't, and I got the job. Louise Jane had made some feeble attempts to frighten me away from the library and back to Boston. But here I was a year later, comfortably settled into my position. She'd saved my life recently, and I was grateful. Extremely grateful. I'd thought we could be friends now. But I still wasn't entirely sure I could trust her. Historical items are all well and good, but you need to be careful when drudging them up. I sighed. Louise Jane was not just a collector of legends and a storyteller. She was a ghost hunter, although she'd never quite put it that way. "I don't think we have anything to worry about," I said. "Look at the faces in those old photographs. Everyone's smiling. If they're not smiling, it's because they're so interested in what they're being shown." "Appearances," Louise Jane said, "can be deceiving." I didn't have the time nor the interest to engage with Louise Jane tonight. Sometimes, pretending to go along with her is the only way to bring things to a conclusion. "You'll be here in case anything untoward happens, right?" Yes, I will be." I switched off the computer. "Now, if we're finished here, I have a date with the handsomest man in Nags Head, North Carolina. And I have a date with a stack of reference books." I shouldn't have asked, but I never learn. "What are you reading about?" "The haunting of this library. As you know, between my grandmother, her mother, and me, there's scarcely a story about the ghostly happenings in these parts that remains a secret. But in this case, scarcely is the important word. Great-Gran said something the other night about a librarian who came to an unnatural end, and the story was hushed up." Not that again. This building has only been a library for a couple of decades. No ghostly librarian haunts the shelves. Your Yankee pragmatism does you credit, Lucy. Sometimes. You worry about what you can find of card catalogs, old photos, and manual typewriters. Let me worry about the spirit world. If Louise Jane had been wearing a cape, she would have swirled it around her shoulders and made a suitably dramatic exit. Instead, she hoisted her leather satchel over her shoulder and stalked out of the library. That is, she would have stalked, had she not had to do a nimble little dance to avoid Charles, who'd slipped unnoticed between her feet. I shook my head. Charles washed his whiskers. Chapter 2. Friday evening, I dressed in black slacks and a crisp black blouse with a stiff white collar and twisted my hair into a knot on the top of my head. If I was pretending to be a waitress, I wanted to dress the part. I posed for Charles, stretched out on my bed. How do I look? He yawned. I studied myself in the mirror. My mother's a beautiful woman. I've occasionally been called cute. I'm cursed with a thick mane of out-of-control black curls and round cheeks, more cuteness, that turn red far too easily when I'm embarrassed. Unlike my cousin Josie, who gets her height from her father's side of the family, I get mine from the Wyatt women, meaning not much of it. I like to think I have nice eyes, although I'd never tell anyone that. They're large and round and a soft brown color with green flakes that Connor tells me dance when I laugh. I smiled at the thought and decided I'd do. Bertie said you can come down and join the party, I told Charles, but behave yourself, or I'll bring you back here. He jumped off the bed and ran to the door. I have the world's best commute. I live above the library in what I call my lighthouse airy. My apartment is tiny, but perfect for me at this stage of my life, and I don't mind living several miles outside of town. Taking the 100 steps up and down the twisting spiral iron staircase several times a day saves on gym membership. Charles and I went downstairs to help with the setup for the party. We had an hour between the library closing at 6 and guests arriving at 7. Charlene and Ronald had brought a change of clothes with them, and they were clearing space in the main room for chairs and refreshment tables. Like me, my colleagues were dressed in black pants. Ronald's shirt was black, and Charlene's blouse white. Ronald had accented his outfit with a huge yellow polka dot bow tie. I arrived as my cousin Josie O'Malley came through the doors, laden with bakery boxes. Connor was right behind her, bearing a case of wine. "I've more in the car," Josie said. I took the first load from her and went into the staff break room, while Ronald hurried to help Connor. I took platters down from the shelf and began arranging the treats. Josie owns Josie's Cozy Bakery, one of the most popular spots in Nag's Head. She often provides desserts for library functions, but tonight she'd done canapes as well. I used what little self-control I have to keep myself from diving into the miniature crab cakes, crostini with smoked trout, cucumber roll-ups, and phyllo triangles. Charles sprang onto the table. Charles has absolutely no self-control. "Not for you," I said as I put him on the floor. Josie came in with more boxes, and my mouth watered as I helped her arrange the selection of baked goods. I'd had a small salad for lunch and no time for dinner. That, I realized as I studied the treats, might have been a mistake. "You can have one if you want," Josie said. "How do you know that was what I was thinking?" She grinned at me. "That's what everyone's thinking when they see my food. Try one of those." She pointed to a small chocolate-covered square. I picked one up and studied it. It consisted of a dark, crumbly base, a thick layer of custard, and a topping of chocolate ganache. I took a tentative bite, and I almost swooned as the flavors exploded in my mouth. "Oh my goodness," I said. "This might well be the best thing I've ever eaten." "What is it?" "It's called an enamo bar. A baker friend of mine moved to Vancouver Island, and she sent me the recipe. Trust me, you might think you want another one now, but don't. They're really filling." I popped the rest of it in my mouth and chewed happily. "Mom says this is a party for Bertie's library school crowd," Josie said, referring to my Aunt Ellen. "Yep, the start of a reunion weekend. They'll be doing the usual tourist stuff tomorrow and Sunday." "Where did Bertie go to college?" "She did her undergraduate studies at the University of North Carolina. That's close enough that some of her class settled in this area, but far enough many of them didn't. So they don't see each other much. I gather it's the anniversary of the first day of class, when they all met, not their graduation. This is strictly a classmates' weekend, from what Bertie tells me. Meaning the women didn't bring husbands and families with them, or if they did, said husbands will be left to their own devices. Not hard to entertain oneself in the Outer Banks in summer." Josie studied the arrangement of canapes, cookies, squares, and tarts on the trays. "How's that look?" "Good enough to eat." She laughed. "Be sure you have a peek at the historical exhibit Charlene and I put together before you leave. The only non-schoolmate coming tonight will be Helena Sanchez, who was the library director here before Bertie. She also went to North Carolina, but before Bertie and her crowd, so Bertie invited her." "Did you ever meet Miss Sanchez?" Josie's pretty face twisted. "I've met her, but only once or twice, when I was with Mom." "Was your mom a Friends of the Library member back then?" "She was. I vaguely remember hearing her telling Dad she was going to quit. Something about not being able to get along with the director. That was several years ago, and I had plenty of other things on my mind, so my memory of that fleeting conversation might be faulty." Shortly after that, Ms. Sanchez retired, Bertie was hired, and Mom stayed on. "If you're okay here, I'm off. Jake's taking the night off work, and we're having a date night." "Have fun," I said. Josie had married Jake Greenblatt over the winter. She still had that newlywed glow about her. I hoped she always would. I walked her to the door, and we hugged goodnight. Then I turned to face into the room. Connor and Ronald had set up the bar, and Charlene was arranging plates and cocktail napkins on the table where we'd put the food. Most of our bookshelves are on rollers, and we'd pushed them back to create a larger space for people to mix and mingle. We were expecting 21 guests, which was easily doable even for our small library. We'd had far larger parties before. Somehow, the Lighthouse Library seems to be able to stretch at the seams to accommodate everyone who wants to come in. "I offered Ronald a hand when the guests arrive," Connor said. "But he says the three of you have it all under control." "We do," I said. "The food's made, so all we have to do is serve, tend bar, and keep things tidy. And then clean up, of course, so we look like a library at opening time tomorrow." He pulled me into his arms and kissed me lightly on the top of my head. Then, conscious of Ronald and Charlene trying not to watch us, he pulled away. "Good night, Lucy." "Good night," I said. He touched my arm lightly and called, "Break a leg," to Ronald, who had a background in theater before becoming a librarian. On the way out, Connor held the door for Louise Jane. Ronald and Charlene stopped what they were doing to stare. I might have stared myself. "Goodness," Charlene said. "Where did you get that?" Ronald asked. "A little something from the back of your mother's closet?" I asked. "I always believe in dressing the part." Louise Jane wore a proper maid's uniform, circa 1920s. Calf-length black dress, buttoned to the throat and down the sleeves, white apron, black stockings, thick-soled black shoes. Her hair was pulled back and tucked under a crisp white cap with lace trim. She surveyed the room. "You seem to have everything under control in here. Has the food arrived?" "It's in the break room," I said. "I'll help you bring it out, then." "We're waiting until the guests arrive. Then you and I will circulate with the dishes. Ronald's tending bar, and Charlene will keep an eye out for potential spills or dirty napkins needing to be whisked away, and talk to the guests about our historical display." One eyebrow rose. "Do you think that's wise, Lucy, honey? The room will get quite crowded. We don't want any accidents." "Which is the potential spills part of my job, LJ," Charlene said. "It's all been decided. No need to worry your pretty little head about it." "I'm only providing the benefit of my experience at this sort of thing," Louise Jane said. Ronald and I exchanged looks. Charlene and Louise Jane never did get on. Charlene is an academic and historical librarian. The history of shipping along the eastern coast of North America is her specialty, and she's so qualified she'd worked for a time at the Bodleian Library at Oxford University in England. Louise Jane, on the other hand, is an enthusiastic amateur. She probably knows as much, if not more, history of the Outer Banks than Charlene, but her knowledge came not from history books, but from family stories and local legends, which are not always completely reliable. If Louise Jane didn't know something, she simply made it up. A habit not inclined to endear her to the literal-minded Charlene. It didn't help that Louise Jane had a strong interest in what she calls the paranormal history of the Outer Banks in general, and our library in particular. Charlene thought that nothing but rubbish. "Noted," Charlene said. "Car pulling up outside," Ronald said. "It's 6:45, so probably Bertie." "Stations, everyone," Charlene said. "Let's do her proud." Louise Jane dropped into a deep curtsy, and we all, even Charlene, laughed. Charles laid claim to his favorite chair, the comfortable wingback next to the magazine rack. 3 women arrived with Bertie. They were all of an age, all smiling broadly, but the similarities ended there. These 3 were Bertie's closest friends from her college years, and they'd met for a drink before coming here to join the rest of their class for the party. She introduced us. Mary Sue Delamont was short and slight, almost a perfect caricature of a librarian, with her beak nose, thick eyeglasses under bushy eyebrows, slate gray hair tied into a stiff bun, and sensible shoes. She wore a brown pantsuit that looked as though it had been plucked directly from one of the photos Bertie had given us of them at college. Lucinda Lorca towered over her friends and was as thin as a runway model. She looked about 20 years younger than Bertie, the result, I thought, of some discreet surgery. She wore a yellow dress with a deeply plunging neckline and tight bodice, a thin belt, and flaring skirt, plenty of good jewelry, and sandals with dangerously high heels. Ruth McCrae was short and round, with pudgy red cheeks, a huge smile, and a mass of frizzy red hair heavily streaked with gray. She wore jeans and a red t-shirt under a blue denim jacket and had hiking boots on her feet. After we'd been introduced, Ruth threw up her arms and declared, "I cannot believe I've never been to this library before, even when I was working in Manteo. I'm green with envy, Bertie. I saw a boardwalk heading for the marsh as we drove up. Maybe a walk down to the water later?" "That can be arranged," I said. "It's lovely down there after dark." "Ooh, a cat!" Mary Sue exclaimed. "What a darling! What's his name?" "Charles," I said, "after Mr. Dickens." "Is he a Himalayan?" "Yes." Without another word, she charged across the room and scooped Charles up. Charles never minded being scooped. as long as he wasn't eating. "Can I get you ladies a drink?" Ronald asked. "I have wine, beer, iced tea, and peach juice." They asked for wine, and Bertie said she'd have juice because she was driving. The guests followed Ronald to the makeshift bar on what was normally our circulation desk. Cars and taxis began pulling up a few minutes later, and librarians of all shapes and sizes poured into our library. They squealed and hugged and exclaimed how they hadn't changed a bit, and phones were whipped out to show family photographs. Ronald was kept busy behind the bar, and Charlene showed the guests our historical display. The women laughed uproariously over the pictures of themselves and their school, and reminisced while looking at the photos of rows of card cabinets and the books containing stamped withdrawal notices. "They say when the wind blows from the south, he wanders the upper floors looking for playmates." Louise Jane was talking to one woman in a low voice. The woman's eyes were wide, and she leaned close to hear better. "Ronald," Louise Jane continued, "knows to keep a close eye on the children, and the gate to the upper levels is always locked when we're open, or who knows what might happen." "Louise Jane," I said, "do you have a minute?" She peered down her nose at me. "I'm kind of busy here, Lucy. Sheila's interested in the other life forms that live in the lighthouse." Sheila nodded enthusiastically. "Ghost hunting's a passion of mine." Oh dear. The last thing I wanted was Louise Jane leading a tour group through the upper levels in search of Frances, called the Lady, who Louise Jane insists was a young bride locked inside the building by her cruel, much older lighthouse keeper husband. To be specific, the Lady, according to Louise Jane, had been locked in my room, from which she escaped by throwing herself from the fourth-floor window. That I had not once in the year I've lived here seen the slightest trace of the Lady, or the little son of another lighthouse keeper who supposedly fell to his death when playing on the upper levels, where he'd been forbidden to go, didn't matter to Louise Jane. "I believe," I said, "you were hired to help us tonight." "If by hired you mean paid for my time, I wasn't. And I am helping. I'm entertaining the guests." "And very well, too," Sheila said. "But if you insist." Louise Jane emitted a martyred sigh. "Ruth's telling everyone we're going for a walk to the marsh later," Sheila said. "Do you have stories about happenings in the marsh?" "What an excellent idea," Louise Jane said. "I can tell you some stories on the walk. If you'll excuse me, duty calls." She followed me into the break room, where the platters of food were waiting. "Is it time to serve?" Bertie wanted to wait for Ms. Sanchez, but she hasn't shown up yet, and it's almost 8, so she said go ahead. I hope Ms. Sanchez comes. Bertie's wanting to show her some of the things Charlene and I dug up from the storage rooms at the town hall. We hefted the platters of canapes and carried them into the main room. The assembled women descended like a pack of wolves. By 8:30, the desserts had been decimated, and the canapes thoroughly picked over. Only the usual celery stalks, sliced red peppers, and carrot sticks remained. I was clearing dirty glasses, getting no help at all from Louise Jane, who was regaling a group of women with details of her family's history on the Outer Banks. "A taxi's pulling up outside," Ronald said to me, and I went to get the door as a woman walked up the path with firm, rapid steps. When she stepped into the light thrown by the lamp above the door, I could see that this must be the expected Helena Sanchez, previous director of the Body Island Lighthouse Library. She was of average height, but very thin, with small, dark eyes and a face that was all sharp angles, deep shadows, and jutting bones. The skin on her face formed deep crevices, and her iron-gray hair was tied in a thick bun at the back of her head. She wore plain brown trousers, a red blouse with a white bow tied tightly at her neck, and no jewelry that I could see. A calf-length brown woolen cloak, far too hot for the warm night, was thrown over her shoulders. "Good evening," I said. "I'm Lucy Richardson, assistant director here, and you're very welcome." She studied me, top to toe. Then she nodded and held out her hand. I took it in mine, surprised at its strength. "I'm Helena Sanchez. I believe I'm expected." "And so you are," Bertie said behind me. "Please come in." I stepped out of the way, and the new arrival walked into the library. "It's a pleasure to have you here," Bertie said. "I'm sure it is," Miss Sanchez replied. "You must have missed the Lighthouse Library," I said. "Not particularly." She glanced around the room. A few of the women smiled at the newcomer, but most of them were occupied with their friends. Charles leaped onto the bookshelf behind us. Ms. Sanchez stared at him. "A cat," she sniffed, "roaming free in a library. Wouldn't have been allowed in my day. Standards are slipping, Albertina. You need to guard against that." "Charles is a valued member of our library family," Bertie said. "The children in particular get a great deal of pleasure out of him, and he's an excellent therapy cat for some of the lonely elderly who come here in search of company. Can't abide cats myself. Thoroughly nasty creatures." Charles hissed. Ms. Sanchez hissed back. Charles jumped off the shelf and disappeared in the sea of legs. Ruth McCrae broke out of the pack and approached us, glass of wine in hand. "Helena, it's been a long time." Ms. Sanchez blinked at her. "Ruth McCrae? We worked in Manteo together before you left to work at the Lighthouse Library." "Oh, yes. I remember you. You've put on weight." Ruth's eyes widened in surprise. "Well, it has been a few years. I think that's allowed. I hope you're enjoying your retirement. I can't wait until it's my turn." "I keep myself busy." Ms. Sanchez pointedly didn't ask Ruth anything about what she'd been doing all these years. "Okay. Well, nice to see you." Ruth wandered away, shaking her head. Ms. Sanchez glanced around the room. "I recognize some of these women. Is that Lucinda Smith, talking to the man in the yellow tie? What on earth has happened to her face?" "She's Lucinda Lorca again," Bertie said. "After her divorce, she went back to her maiden name. Looks like she's fishing for a new husband," Ms. Sanchez said, as Lucinda laughed at something Ronald said. I threw Bertie a look. She returned it with a shrug. One of the other women broke away from the pack and greeted Ms. Sanchez with a smile and outstretched hand. "Nice to see you, Helena." "Margaret Hurley." Ms. Sanchez did not return the smile. "You must know some of these women," Margaret said. "Let me take you around." "I'd rather have a drink." Ms. Sanchez headed for the bar. Margaret hesitated and then followed. "She's rather blunt," I said when Margaret and Helena Sanchez had melted into the crowd. "So it would seem," Bertie said. "I didn't know her well. I didn't work here when she was in charge. I was hired from outside. She interviewed me, but that was the extent of our contact. When I arrived to start work, no one said anything, but I got the feeling the staff were not entirely unhappy to see her go. I'm going to show her the display. Excuse me, Lucy." Bertie stepped away, but before she could reach Helena, another woman came up to her. "Great party, Bertie. I absolutely love your library. It was so nice of you to think of having our opening reception here." "It's my pleasure," Bertie said. "I happen to have some pictures of my grandchildren in here somewhere. Would you like to see them? My son Kevin's a pediatrician. Did you know that?" "I don't believe I did." Bertie politely bent over the woman's phone to see the pictures. I chuckled and looked around for something I should be doing. 3 women were at the circulation desk, chatting to Ronald, who seemed to be having a great time. Helena Sanchez pushed her way through them and managed to give Lucinda Lorca an elbow in the ribs. Lucinda stepped out of the way. Whatever she'd been about to say died on her lips. Her eyes widened and her face tightened. She stared at the newcomer. Ms. Sanchez gave her a glance, dismissed her, and said to Roland, "I'll have a glass of white wine. If you have anything decent, that is. I can't stand Chardonnay." "We have a nice New Zealand Sauvignon Blanc," he said. "That will do." Lucinda gripped her glass and melted into the crowd. Birdie finally finished admiring grandchild photos and caught up with Helena Sanchez. She said something to her predecessor and gestured toward the alcove. They headed for it, followed by a few others, including Sheila, Ruth, and Lucinda. I spotted a dirty plate and crumpled napkin on a side table close to the alcove and hurried to pick it up. Ronald was pouring drinks and laughing at something a woman said. Charlene stood next to the historical display, ready to show it to Birdie's guests, and Louise Jane hovered at her elbow, prepared to leap in with interpretations of her own. I picked up the plate and had started to head down the hallway to the break room when Mary Sue Delamont passed me, returning from the ladies' room. I heard a sharp intake of breath and glanced at her. She was frozen in place with a look on her face that I can only describe as one of horror, as she stared at the woman gathered around the display. No, she wasn't staring at the women. She was focused on Helena Sanchez, who'd pulled a pair of drugstore reading glasses out of her bag and propped them on her nose. "Are you okay?" I asked Mary Sue. She stared at the sound of my voice, and the expression faded. She gave me a weak smile. "Perfectly okay, thank you. I saw someone I didn't expect, that's all. That woman wearing the ugly brown cloak wasn't in our class. Why is she here?" "That's Helena Sanchez, the previous library director, the one before Birdie. She's visiting Nag's Head, and Birdie thought she'd enjoy the historical display we put together. Do you know her?" No, I don't. Never seen her before. Excuse me." She headed for the bar. Chapter 3. "As well as a few pictures of your class at college," Charlene said, "and old photos we were sent from near and far. Lucy and I—" "With my advice," Louise Jane interrupted. "Plus, Louise Jane McConan thought you'd get a kick out of these library artifacts. Most of the items were found in the basement of the town hall, where it would seem everything ends up that no one has any use for, but doesn't want to throw out. It's a 20th century historian's gold mine down there." "So that's what happened to Mayor Cardamon," a woman said, to much laughter. I had no idea who Mayor Cardamon was, which perhaps was the point. "Those things sure bring back memories," another woman said. "Do you remember," Sheila said to Lucinda, "the time Jackie White knocked over the entire row of card catalogs all by herself?" "Oh gosh, yes. She fainted. We were worried that she was deathly ill." Lucinda's laugh was loud, her accent as southern as shrimp and grits and sugar pie. "Turned out she was so completely hungover, she couldn't see straight," Ruth said. "Old Lady O'Brien threatened to expel her." "Whatever happened to Jackie White, Birdie?" Sheila asked. "I didn't see her name on the list. I don't remember if she graduated." "She didn't," Birdie said. "She decided libraries weren't for her. She went to law school and is now a state senator. She sent her regrets, and important votes being held tonight." Lucinda let out a bark of laughter. "I could have guessed that. Jackie was perfectly suited to either jail or politics." "Helena," Birdie said, "are you all right?" The group stopped talking to peer at the older woman. I put down the plates I'd gathered and took a step toward her. Ms. Sanchez had gone frighteningly pale. She held an old volume in her shaking hand. The Celestine Prophecy. The book was open to the flyleaf. A paper pocket had been glued inside the cover to hold the record of withdrawals. With a shaking hand, Ms. Sanchez pulled out the withdrawal slip. Names were written on one side in a variety of hands, and due dates stamped next to them. Where did you get this? I'm not sure, Charlene said. Lucy? I found it in the storage rooms in the basement of Town Hall, in a box of books that have been withdrawn from circulation but not destroyed. I grabbed a few books at random to show how libraries used to keep track of who had books out, when they were due, and when they were returned. That particular book looks to have had an encounter with a cup of coffee. I guess that's why it was taken out of circulation. Is something wrong? Bertie asked. Ms. Sanchez's entire body shuddered. She let out a long breath and almost visibly gathered her strength around her. Her shoulders straightened, and she lifted her head to look directly at Bertie. Wrong? No, not at all. A flood of memories, that's all. How quickly time passes. She glanced once more at the withdrawal slip, and then returned it to its pocket. She closed the book and placed it on the table. The other women looked between her face and the book. That was most interesting, Ms. Sanchez said. Thank you, young lady. It's getting warm in here, don't you think? Beads of sweat had popped out on her forehead. She finished her wine in one swallow. I could use another. She thrust the empty glass at me. What would you like? I asked. A white wine. It's going well, I think, Ronald said as he poured the drink for me. Seems to be. Something quite odd happened just now. What? Lucinda flashed her empty glass in Ronald's face. Tell you later, I said. You're the children's librarian, I heard Lucinda say. Isn't that lovely? I always said we need more men working in the library system. Does your wife work here also? No, Ronald said. She's an artist. She works out of a studio in our house. Oh. Lucinda tried not to sound too disappointed. Ronald handed her a glass, and she walked away. By the time I returned with Ms. Sanchez's drink, Charlene was explaining how we'd gathered the old library things and the archive photos. Ms. Sanchez was pretending to listen, but her attention kept returning to the Celestine Prophecy. I'd never read the book, but my mom had. A great many people had. Mom talked for months about how powerful and life-changing it was. It didn't, as far as I could see, change my mom's life one little bit, but I knew other people had been strongly affected by it. More than a few had quit their jobs and abandoned their families to follow the protagonist's supposed spiritual journey. Perhaps it had had a similar effect on Helena Sanchez. Here you go, I said. She started. Do you have to sneak up on people like that? I'm sorry, I said, although I'd been doing anything but sneaking. She snatched the glass out of my hand and took a long drink. I need to sit down for a few minutes. I see that horrid cat is in the best chair. Get rid of it, will you? I wasn't about to get rid of Charles, but I would lift him out of the chair. I did so, and Ms. Sanchez dropped down with another disapproving sniff as Charles ran off to hide behind a potted plant. Isn't she a charmer? Charlene whispered to me when the guests had moved on. I wonder what she found so interesting in that book. You noticed that too, did you? A blast from the past, probably. An unpleasant memory stirred. Gradually, the guests began to disperse. Women called taxis or headed for their cars after thanking us for a lovely evening, exchanging hotel details and phone numbers, and confirming arrangements for tomorrow. Some were going to their hotel bar for another drink, and some were heading back to their beds after a long traveling day. They'd meet again as a group in the morning for a visit to the Wright Brothers Memorial in Kitty Hawk, then spend the afternoon at the beach with a picnic lunch catered by Josie's Cozy Bakery, followed by a dinner at Jake's Seafood Bar. More beach time on Sunday, and then a farewell lunch at the Oceanside Hotel, where many of them were staying. As the evening wound down, Mary Sue had pointedly ignored Miss Sanchez and kept herself well away from the older woman. The people she'd been talking to said their good nights, and she was left standing alone. Miss Sanchez approached her. "Mary Sue Delamont, I thought I recognized you lurking at the edges of the room." My ears pricked up. Mary Sue told me she didn't know Miss Sanchez. Mary Sue's face darkened. "Hardly lurking, Helena. I have a perfect right to be here. I was as much a part of this class as any of the others." "Your qualifications were never in doubt. It was your behavior that got you sacked." Mary Sue glared at the older woman. A vein pulsed in her throat, and she gripped her empty glass so hard I feared it might break. I stepped up to her and held out my tray. "Can I take your glass?" She turned to me. "Thank you. You and your colleagues have been perfect hosts." "It's our pleasure having you here," I said. Miss Sanchez walked away, not trying to hide her smirk. Eventually, only the three women who'd come with Bertie, Sheila, who was still talking to Louise Jane about ghostly presences, Miss Sanchez, and the library staff were left. "It's still early," Ruth said. "Who's up for that walk to the marsh?" "Is it safe?" Lucinda asked Ronald. "Perfectly safe. We'll bring flashlights." He glanced at her feet. "If you stay on the boardwalk, you'll be fine in those shoes." "As long as no one wanders off by themselves," Louise Jane said, "and gets eaten. Or worse." Lucinda's hands flew to her chest, and she gasped. "What does that mean?" "She's kidding." Ronald gave Louise Jane a warning look. "I'm kidding about being eaten," Louise Jane said. "No crocodiles live in these parts, and the mosquitoes aren't bigger, not by much anyway, than any place else. Although, some say, when the wind blows from the north—" "Whatever," I said. "You'll enjoy a walk. It's lovely out there." "What happens when the wind blows from the north?" Sheila asked. "I don't think we need to hear that fable right now, Louise Jane," Bertie said. "Don't you have to help with the cleaning up?" "Charlene and Lucy can manage," Louise Jane said. I'd been about to decline the walk in order to get started on cleaning up. No way was I going to do it all by myself while Louise Jane entertained guests. "I'll come too. We can do the dishes later, Louise Jane. You remember Charlene has to leave by 9:45, don't you?" Charlene's mother was disabled and needed care. Charlene had arranged for a friend to come to their house to have dinner and watch a movie with Mrs. Clayton until 10. "Sorry," Charlene said. "I can come in early tomorrow." "Don't worry about it," I said. "Louise Jane, Ronald, and I can manage. Can't we, Louise Jane?" Louise Jane grumbled, but wisely said nothing. I carried a load of used glasses into the break room and found my keys in a drawer. A tiny flashlight was attached to the chain in case the light over the door was off when I got home one night. Back in the main room, the handful of remaining guests were gathering to depart. Phones were out, and the flashlight apps being switched on. Ronald carried a solid mag light we kept in the circulation desk in case of power failure. Bertie explained that the 1,000-watt light high above us in the great first-order Fresnel lens flashed in a regular pattern of 2.5 seconds on, 2.5 seconds off, 2.5 seconds on, and 22.5 seconds off. When it was off, it could be very dark outside if the night was cloudy. We were quite a distance from the lights of Nag's Head to the north. To the east was the open ocean, and nothing lay to the south but Cape Hatteras National Seashore and a few scattered small communities. "This is exciting," Mary Sue said to Sheila. "I hope we see a ghost," Sheila said. "I don't," Lucinda said. "Are you coming, Helena?" Bertie asked. "I've promised you a ride back to town, but you can wait inside if you like." "A brisk evening walk, I always say, makes for a good night's sleep," Miss Sanchez replied. "Off we go then," Bertie said. "We'll only be a few minutes, Lucy, so no need to lock up after us." "Can Charles come?" Mary Sue cradled the big cat in her arms. "He'd love to," I said, "but better not. The birders won't thank us if they hear he's been running through the marsh." She tapped him on the nose. "Naughty boy." She put him on the floor. He gave me a filthy look and stalked off, tail high, no doubt in search of an overlooked crab cake. Bertie led the way outside, and the women followed. Ronald, Charlene, and I brought up the rear. Charlene called good night and headed for her car. I closed the door behind us. Once we'd stepped out of the light cast by the lamp over the door, we were plunged into near-total darkness. The cloud cover was heavy tonight, and not a trace of moon or stars could be seen. Even when the light high above us came on, it didn't throw much illumination down to the ground. It had been designed to be visible 30 miles out to sea, not to show the way to a group of librarians at its feet. "Is there a word for a collection of librarians?" I whispered to Ronald. "Not that I know of, but there might be. There is for just about everything else." "A leaf of librarians?" "A shelf of librarians?" "I like that one," I said. The group began to spread out almost immediately. Some walked faster than others. Some stopped to admire their surroundings or take pictures. Lucinda tried to get a selfie with the lighthouse in the background. Louise Jane, who'd taken off her white apron and white lace cap, hung back with Sheila, while Bertie walked ahead with Ms. Sanchez, who set a brisk pace. Ronald hurried to catch up with Bertie and shine the mag light on the ground in front of them to guide their way. It was a lovely evening, warm and still and quiet. The light from my little keychain barely showed the tips of my toes, but I didn't mind. I enjoyed the peace. Something rustled in the marsh grasses, and one of the women squealed. "It's only a rabbit," Ruth said. "It's more afraid of you than you are of it." "I doubt that," Lucinda mumbled. "Bertie," Ruth called, "you must get a lot of people coming into the library wanting information about the marsh wildlife. I hope you have a good collection of natural history books." "We do." Bertie dropped back to chat with her friend, and Miss Sanchez charged on ahead alone into the dark, her brown cloak swirling around her. Ronald hesitated, unsure of which person or group to walk with. "I'm trying to learn," I said to Ruth, "but the names of birds have never exactly been my forte. I can tell a robin from a duck, and that's about it." I wasn't lying about that. We kept a guide to birds of North Carolina at the circulation desk, and if people came in and asked about a specific bird they'd seen, I'd learned not to try their patience by attempting to locate the reference myself. I just handed them the book. Everyone walked at a different pace. As we crossed the lawn, the group spread out, and voices drifted on the light night wind. Lucinda had dropped into step next to Ronald and tried to take his arm, saying her shoes were unsteady. He'd mumbled something about needing to light the way for Mary Sue, and Lucinda soon fell back. "I've had enough. I'll wait for y'all in the library," she called after us. The first of our group reached the boardwalk, and I heard the planks settle under their feet. East of the lighthouse, a wooden boardwalk runs from the parking lot down to the marsh, through tall, wet grasses and patches of swamp, ending at a pier jutting into the green water. During the day, it's a popular spot for birders. Beyond the marsh, Highway 12 winds along the edge of the open Atlantic Ocean. The calmer waters of Roanoke Sound are behind us, to the west. Points of light from Ronald's powerful mag light, my little beam, and the light from iPhones spread out along the boardwalk as we reached it. "Turn off your flashlights, everyone," Louise Jane's voice came from somewhere ahead of me, "so we can get the best effect." One by one, the lights went out. A dim yellow glow lit up the sky to the north. Otherwise, all was completely dark. If not for the clouds, the display of stars would be magnificent. "Imagine," Louise Jane's voice settled into storyteller mode. "It's the year 1611, and you've arrived on this coast after 3 horrible months at sea. There's no lighthouse, no town. Over there, perhaps, burns a small cooking fire. Maybe a kerosene lamp or a single candle is lit behind the paper window of one of the small houses, but not for long, as fuel is not for wasting." It was a warm night, and I was surrounded by friends, but I felt the hairs on my arms rise and a shudder run down my spine. Most of us were dressed in some manner of dark clothes, including Louise Jane, Ronald, and I, who were all in black, and the figures blended seamlessly into the darkness of the night. In the modern world, we're rarely, if ever, enveloped by complete darkness. Even I, living so far out of town, have the benefit of the lighthouse light shining through the night and all the electricity I need at a flick of my fingers. "You're part of one of the first groups of Europeans to arrive on these shores," Louise Jane continued. "But not the first people. Is someone watching?" I wrapped my arms around myself and reminded myself I was surrounded by friends. "It's 1715. Caribbean pirates have been known to sail up the coast in search of plunder. Blackbeard himself has a base in Ocracoke. With no lighthouse to warn of the treacherous currents in the graveyard of the Atlantic, sailing is dangerous. Is that a light from a ship? A single flash as it feels its way in the dark? No ship would be out at sea, this close to shore in the dead of night, if it wasn't up to no good." Someone sucked in a breath. I couldn't tell who it was. I couldn't see anyone. I could hear nothing but soft breathing, the creak of the boards as people shifted their weight, the rustle of the breeze in the long grasses, the gentle movement of water lapping the pier at the end of the boardwalk, and Louise Jane's steady voice. "It's 1861, and armies are on the move. A few lamps burn in tents or from the front of supply wagons, but we're a long way from the nearest town, and the night is treacherous. Where you have armies, you have camp followers and deserters, and very nervous soldiers." A loud splash came from ahead, and to my right, in the vicinity of the pier at the end of the boardwalk. A light broke the night and shattered the spell of Louise Jane's words. "Wasn't that interesting?" "Thank you, Louise Jane." Bertie shone her flashlight across the ground. "Shall we carry on?" "That's enough for me," Mary Sue said. Almost scared the living daylights out of me. "Are there records of Civil War-era soldiers haunting this area?" Sheila asked. "Oh, yes," Louise Jane said. "Sergeant O'Leary lives in the lighthouse." "He does not," I said. She ignored me, as she usually does. "He died before the lighthouse was built, but he was hastily buried in an unmarked grave, and the building was put up over him. Building the lighthouse itself was a highly dangerous job. Several workmen are believed to still be hanging around outside." "They are not," I said. As usual, no one paid any attention to my feeble protests. Why bother with the truth when Louise Jane's stories were so much more interesting? I led the way down the boardwalk to the water. I was first to reach the small pier marking the end of the trail. Here, people can tie up their boats and get out to have a look around. Bertie and Ronald walked behind me. I turned to see a couple of lights bobbing along the boardwalk, followed by dark, indistinguishable shapes. At least one person had ventured into the edges of the marsh itself, but I couldn't tell who it was. "We seem to have lost a few people," I said to Bertie. "Louise Jane and her tall tales," Bertie said. "I thought she was pretty good," Ronald said. "If I didn't know her and her stories as well as I do," I said, "it would have scared the life out of me, too." "Everyone," Bertie called. "It's time to turn back. We don't want to lose anyone." "I can't see a blasted thing," Mary Sue called out. "Don't you have a light?" Ronald asked. "No, I was with Sheila, but I've lost her." "Over here," Louise Jane called. "Come toward my light." Ronald held the mag light up and waved it over his head. "And we can all walk back together." No one could get lost, no matter how dark it was, with the lighthouse looming overhead. But we didn't want any twisted ankles or anyone stumbling into the dark waters. "Lucinda went back by herself," I said. "Where's Helena?" Bertie said. "Helena!" No answer. Louise Jane stepped onto the pier. "Sheila was with me, and then she wasn't." "I'm here," Sheila said. "Gosh, that was interesting. You should do ghost tours. You'd make a fortune." Louise Jane preened. "Ow!" Mary Sue's voice came out of the dark. "Are you okay?" Bertie called. I stubbed my toe. Mary Sue hobbled into the circle of light. "No harm done, I think." We were all here except for Lucinda and Helena. Helena had said nothing about turning around, but she didn't seem the type to worry about other people worrying about her. "Helena!" Bertie yelled. "Are you out there?" Silence. "She probably gave up on the walk and is waiting for us at the library," Ronald said. "Is everyone ready to go back?" "I need to come out here tomorrow," Ruth said, "and have a proper look around in the daylight. It should be at its best as the sun's rising. Anyone want to join me?" "Not me," Sheila said. "I'm looking forward to a huge pot of coffee and a long, luxurious breakfast in the hotel restaurant." "Must be nice," Mary Sue said. "My husband will be wanting a full-cooked breakfast as he does every Saturday and Sunday morning." I had overheard snatches of conversation earlier and knew that Mary Sue lived in Nag's Head. She was no longer a librarian, but worked as a realtor. "You must get an incredible number of birds out here in the morning," Ruth said. "It's a popular spot for birders," I said. "Particularly in the fall, when migrating birds stop here for a rest on their way south." Ruth leaned over the railing and peered into the dark water. "I thought you said there aren't any crocs around here." Mary Sue squealed, leapt back, and crashed into Louise Jane. Louise Jane grabbed her arm to keep them both from falling, and Mary Sue mumbled apologies. "There aren't," Bertie said. "You must be looking at a log." "I don't think that's any log." I leaned over the railing next to Ruth and peered into the darkness. Something was floating in the water, bumping gently against the pylons holding up the wooden dock. And it was a lot bigger than a duck or a Canada goose. "Ronald," I said, "shine that light down there, would you?" He did so. The mag light caught a flash of white skin and brown cloth and tendrils of gray hair caressing the surface of the water. "Oh my gosh!" Ruth yelled. "Someone's in there!" Ronald clambered over the railing and jumped into the water. I was right behind him. The rest of the women rushed to the edge. Mary Sue screamed and kept on screaming. I'd jumped without thinking, but thankfully the water only came up to my waist. Ronald still had a firm grip on the mag light, and he held it high so we could see. I fought my way the few feet to whatever lay in the water as weeds and long grasses tugged at my legs and thick mud filled my shoes, trying to pull me down. I reached it first, and Ronald helped me turn it over. The dark, vacant eyes of Helena Sanchez stared up at us. Chapter 4. Ronald began mouth-to-mouth resuscitation while Bertie called 911. Still standing in the warm, gentle waters of the marsh, I cradled Ms. Sanchez's head. I felt something warmer and thicker than water on my fingers and lifted my hand. Blood glistened in the light from the women's phones and flashlights. 5 sets of wide, frightened eyes peered over the railing down at me. "They're coming," Bertie called, "but they'll be a few minutes. Is she—" Ronald glanced at me and gave his head a quick shake. "Bertie," I called, "why don't you take the other women to the library? We'll wait here for the medics." "Excellent idea," Bertie said. "Come along, ladies. Let's get out of these people's way." "What's happened?" Mary Sue said. "Is she okay? Why isn't she moving?" "How did she get in the water?" Sheila asked. "Did she fall down the ladder?" "I'll stay here," Louise Jane said, "and help." "I need you," Bertie said in a voice that tolerated no argument. "Someone has to meet the ambulance and lead them here." "Bertie," I yelled. Her face popped over the railing. "Yes?" "You might want to tell them to send Sam Watson and his crew." I deliberately avoided use of the word police. "You think?" "I do." "Understood. Come along, everyone. Keep together. I don't want anyone wandering off." She spoke as if to a kindergarten class on an excursion to the zoo. "Is she going to be okay?" Sheila asked. No one answered. Gradually, the babble of voices died away, and the glow of their lights faded. My phone was still lying on the pier, where I'd dropped it before I jumped, the beam of light shining into the sky. Ronald's curly gray hair was soaked, and his no longer cheerful bow tie askew. "Am I wasting my time, Lucy?" he said between breaths. "I think so." "You think this is a police matter?" "I do. There's a cut on the back of the neck. Hard to tell in the water, but the bleeding seems to be slowing. I don't think she tripped over a loose board and fell in. I suppose that might have happened, and she hit her head on the way over, but that seems unlikely." "Yeah," he said. "It does." I wish I didn't know things like that, but I do. Something crawled across my foot, and I screamed. Then it was gone, and I began to breathe again. "Just a clump of weeds," I said, as much to myself as to a startled Ronald. Sirens sounded in the distance, getting closer. Powerful lights appeared on the boardwalk, and voices called out. "We're coming!" Louise Jane yelled. And then people were in the water next to us, and hands took the floating body of Helena Sanchez from us. "I'm coming to no conclusions yet," Detective Sam Watson said, "but I'm also not ruling anything out." "The wound in the back of the neck does look suspicious, though, don't you think?" I said. "Lucy, please allow me to be the judge of what looks suspicious and what doesn't." "Sorry," I mumbled. But I wasn't sorry in the least. Why shouldn't I speculate? I'd been there. I'd seen Helena Sanchez's long gray hair released from its bun and floating among the weeds. Sam Watson hadn't arrived until the medics had lifted her out of the water, laid her on the pier, checked her over, and then covered her with a blanket. After that, Ronald and I, along with Louise Jane, returned to the library to give the others the news. We'd passed Watson running down the boardwalk. He told us to make sure no one left the area before he could talk to them. I was in the break room, making hot tea and coffee, when Watson came in. I'd run upstairs, torn off my wet clothes, and thrown on yoga pants and a loose t-shirt. Ronald didn't have anything dry to change into, but Bertie had tucked the wrap she keeps in her office around his shoulders. She and the others were in the main room. Our guests were huddled into themselves in shock. When we walked into the library, they jumped to their feet, their faces full of questions. I gave Bertie a quick shake of my head, and she told her friends Helena Sanchez had died. I added that the police wanted to speak to them before they left, and after changing out of my wet clothes, I went into the break room to put the kettle and coffee pot on. Watson found me arranging mugs and jugs of cream and sugar on a tray. "Coffee, Detective?" I asked. "No, thanks. I spoke briefly to Bertie and she told me the woman's name, but she suggested I talk to you while she stayed with her friends. What was going on here tonight? Who are those women? I don't recognize them. Was the dead woman part of their group?" "They're here for a reunion of Bertie's college class. Tonight was the first night of a planned weekend." He waved his hand at the pile of used dishes, cutlery, and glassware on the countertops and stacked in the sink. "Judging by all this, you had more guests than just them. How many people were here tonight in total, do you think?" 19 students from the class, plus Bertie, which makes 20. Plus Helena Sanchez, I swallowed. Dead woman. The 3 of us who worked here, and Louise Jane. "Always Louise Jane," he said. "Where else would I be?" Louise Jane marched into the break room. "I'll be happy to give you the benefit of my observations, Detective. I was paying close attention all evening to the conversation and the body language of those present. What do you need to know? Ask me anything." She faced him, feet apart, hands on hips, eyes intense. "When did the others leave?" Watson asked. "I'm not entirely sure," she admitted. "I didn't have my eye on the clock the entire time. Lucy?" Most of the guests left between 9:30 and 9:45. I remember the time because Charlene had to get home to her mom by 10, and she walked out of the library with us, on our way to the boardwalk. "Why did you go there?" he asked. "I suggested it," Louise Jane said. "The women are interested in the history of this area. They are librarians, after all." "That's not right," I said. "It was Ruth's idea. She seems to be a nature lover, and she mentioned going for a walk as soon as she arrived." "I meant," Louise Jane said quickly, "that they begged me for stories, so I agreed a walk would give us the proper atmosphere." "Which one's Ruth?" Watson asked. "The short one with frizzy red hair." I poured coffee into a carafe and added hot water to the teapot. A handful of canapé and desserts were left, so I took them out of the fridge and arranged them on a platter. "The dead woman, this Helena Sanchez, she went with you?" "Yes," I said. Louise Jane helped herself to a pecan square. "Did you stay together?" I scrunched up my face. "I'm afraid not. We spread out almost immediately. Some walked faster than others, some lingered. Lucinda, that's the tall one." "The one who's had plastic surgery done," Louise Jane interrupted. "You might want to watch out for her, Sam. Apparently, she's in search of her next husband." "I'll bear that in mind," he said dryly. "Other than that, what about her?" "She didn't come all the way to the end of the boardwalk with the rest of us. She turned back. Her shoes weren't suitable." "Did you see her go back? Into the library?" "No," I said. Louise Jane shook her head. "Other than this Lucinda... last name?" "Lorca. Lucinda Lorca." "Other than her, did you lose track of any of them for a period of time?" "All of them," I admitted. "I lost track of every one of them. I can't say for sure where anyone was between leaving the library and arriving at the pier." "Does that include Bertie and Ronald and each other?" "Afraid so," I said. "I was talking to Sheila," Louise Jane said. "She's particularly interested in the paranormal history of—" "Were you with her all the time?" he asked. No. I guess not." Louise Jane popped the last bit of the square into her mouth. "Sorry." "I don't think we can help you, Detective," I said. I'd never met any of those women, including Ms. Sanchez, before 7 o'clock tonight. I thought about Mary Sue's obvious antagonism toward the dead woman, but said nothing. There was a history there, but it was up to Mary Sue to tell the detective. Me neither, Louise Jane said. Even Bertie hasn't seen most of them for years. I'll talk to them now. Watson left the kitchen. I picked up the tray, loaded with mugs, teapot, coffee carafe, containers of cream and sugar, and napkins. Louise Jane grabbed a crab cake and followed Watson. I sighed, put down the tray, balanced the plate of food on the edge, and staggered out under the load. Mary Sue rose to her feet to help me when I came into the main room. She took the coffee jug and teapot, and I put the tray on the circulation desk. Please, I said, help yourselves. Ruth and Lucinda gave me weak smiles. Sheila kept her head down, twisted her hands in her lap, and said nothing. Mary Sue stared out the window, although all she'd be able to see was darkness. Bertie and Ronald stood together in the alcove, Ronald dripping dirty water on the floor. Charles had resumed his place in the wing-back chair. Officer Holly Rankin stood against the door, watching and listening, saying nothing. My friend, Butch Greenblatt, had been the first officer to arrive, and he was down at the water, overseeing the forensic examination of the pier and adjacent area. I studied each of the women, their feet in particular, trying not to be too obvious about it. Whoever had killed Helena, and it still had to be determined if someone had, and, if so, whether it was one of the women gathered here, had reached the pier before the rest of us. That scream, abruptly broken off, I'd heard as Louise Jane spun her tail, must have been Helena. It had come from the direction of the pier. Most of the women's shoes were damp, and some had long grasses or a bit of mud stuck to the soles, but none of them looked as though they'd been in the water, meaning the killer, if it was one of these women, hadn't climbed over the railing of the boardwalk and run off. She'd either slipped around us on the boardwalk, unnoticed in the dark, or remained where she was and fell in with the rest of the group as we reached the pier. She must have nerves of steel. Watson allowed Bertie and her friends to serve themselves refreshments, and then he cleared his throat and said, "If I can please have your names, where you live, and what brings you here tonight." Bertie's guests glanced at each other. "I might as well go first," Sheila said. "I'm Sheila Jameson, and I live in Virginia Beach, where I'm a librarian at the public library. I'm here for the college reunion and staying at the Oceanside Hotel." Mary Sue Delamont. "I'm a real estate agent in Nag's Head. I'm part of the reunion. Because I live locally, I'm not staying at a hotel, but at my own house." She gave the police the address, and Holly Rankin wrote it down. "My name is Lucinda Lorca. I live in Los Angeles, California. Like Mary Sue, I don't work as a librarian anymore, but I wanted to catch up with my old friends. I'm also staying at the Oceanside Hotel. Most of the out-of-towners are." Ruth McCrae, Baltimore. "I'm a librarian at Johns Hopkins University. Like the others, I'm staying at the Oceanside." "Thank you," Watson said. "Can you tell—" "Louise Jane McConan, Nag's Head. "Thank you, Louise Jane. I know who you are." "Just stating it for the record." "Noted. Bertie, you go first. What can you tell me about Helena Sanchez?" "She was the director here immediately before me. She moved to Mount Dora, Florida, I believe, when she retired. That was 10 years ago, and until tonight, I haven't seen her since. I'd heard she was visiting the area, and I thought she'd enjoy seeing the display Lucy and Charlene put together, so I invited her to join us tonight." "You say she was visiting. Visiting who?" "Whom?" I said. "Pardon me, Lucy?" "Visiting whom, not who." I ducked my head. Sorry. Bertie gave me a fond smile. Then she turned back to Sam Watson. "I don't know, except that it was somewhere in Nag's Head. I don't know anything about her private life. I've had no contact with her since she left the library 10 years ago, and I didn't know her before that." How did you know she was in Nag's Head? She ran into Ellen O'Malley in town, and they exchanged phone numbers. Ellen told me. I guess I thought Helena would enjoy seeing the library again. I was wrong about that. What do you mean? She didn't seem to be having a good time, that's all. Maybe she had something on her mind. I can't say what that might have been, if anything. Lucinda and Sheila glanced at each other and said nothing. Mary Sue fiddled with her coffee mug, and Ruth studied her fingernails. How did she get here? Watson asked. She came in a cab. I said I'd give her a lift after the party, which is why she came on the marsh walk with us. She was waiting for her ride. Did any of you know her prior to this party? Watson asked. Ruth tore her attention away from her nails. I worked with her in Manteo for about a year. That would have been 20 or so years ago, before I moved to Baltimore. Helena moved between libraries quite a lot in her early years. She was never much of a people person. You can say that again, Mary Sue said. Although she did stay here at the Lighthouse Library for the last 15 years of her career. Watson looked at her. She flushed and cleared her throat. I don't mean to speak ill of the dead, but Helena Sanchez was a horrid person. I worked here when she was director. I didn't know that, Bertie said. Not for long, and it wasn't a pleasant time in my life. Because of that experience, I gave up being a librarian and got my realtor's license. I was surprised to see her here tonight. But other than that, I didn't really care. It happened a long time ago, and I haven't given Helena Sanchez a single thought since. She gave Sam Watson a big smile. I studied Mary Sue's face. The smile disappeared when she caught me looking, and she flushed and dipped her head. She was lying. She'd been very upset to see Helena. Upset enough to initially tell me she didn't know the other woman. I didn't find her difficult, Ruth said. She was perfectly fine to work with. A bit of a perfectionist sometimes, but I've known people to be worse. She was never what I'd call friendly, and we didn't socialize outside of work, but she wasn't nasty to anyone either. I guess you were just lucky then, Mary Sue snapped. I never worked with her, Lucinda said, but the librarian world's a small one, and I met her at conferences and training days and such. I moved to California a long time ago and haven't seen her since. I'd never met her before tonight, Sheila said. I'll need the names of everyone who was here tonight, Watson said, addressing Bertie. I'll email you a copy of the guest list. It has everyone's email addresses also. You don't seriously think someone killed Helena, do you? Ruth said. She fell into the water. She obviously got to the pier before the rest of us. It was dark and she didn't have a light of her own. She must have tripped. Tragic, but an accident. I haven't come to any conclusions, he said. It's routine, Lucinda said, for the police to investigate any unexpected death. Isn't that right, Detective? Right, he said. I'd like to speak to each of you privately, one at a time. Bertie, can I use your office? You know the way, she said. Which, much to our regret, he did. I'll start with you, Watson said to Ronald, whose lips were turning blue as he shivered under the wrap. Then you can go home and get yourself warmed up. Thank you. Just this once, I won't be a gentleman and say ladies first. Ronald got to his feet and headed for the hallway, followed by Watson. Officer Rankin stayed in the main room with us, probably to keep us from talking and getting our stories straight. Not that we had a story to get straight. Once more, Louise Jane said, strange happenings are afoot at the Lighthouse Library. I'm available to offer any help you need, Lucy. Why would I need your help? She jerked her head toward the listening officer. This has nothing to do with me, I said. I'm not getting involved. Are you a private detective? Sheila asked. That's exciting. I thought you worked here. I do work here, and I am not a private detective. Lucy has sometimes helped the police with their inquiries, Louise Jane said. 4 sets of eyebrows rose. I don't think that expression means what you think it means, Louise Jane, I said. What does it mean? Helping the police with their inquiries doesn't mean you are helping the police with their inquiries. It means you're being questioned prior to being arrested. It does? Yes, it does. Don't you read British police procedurals? Why would I do that? In my limited free time, I prefer to read North Carolina history or historical fiction. I hope this doesn't spoil our weekend, Lucinda said. It shouldn't, Mary Sue said. Most of us didn't know the woman, and if we did, we didn't like her. That's rather unkind, isn't it? Ruth said. I'm being honest, that's all. Mary Sue checked her watch. I hope this doesn't take too long. I'm tired. Ronald was soon back. He said good night and left. Watson asked Mary Sue to join him in Bertie's office. While we're waiting our turn to talk to Detective Watson, I said to Louise Jane, we can finish the cleaning up. You go ahead, she said. Bertie started to stand. I'll give you a hand, Lucy. I meant we as in Louise Jane and me, not you. This is your party. I need to be doing something productive. So do I, Ruth said. Come on, everyone. Many hands make light work. And they did. Before long, we had the library spick and span and ready to open tomorrow. If we did open tomorrow. Do you think Watson's going to order us to keep the library closed until further notice? I asked Bertie as I rinsed out the coffee maker. I see no reason. The death happened outside. They were stringing police tape around the boardwalk when we left. That should be enough then. I hope. Watson finished questioning Mary Sue, Ruth, Lucinda, and Sheila, and called for a police car to take them back to their homes or the hotel. Can I ride in the back? Ruth said as they prepared to leave. I've always wanted to ride in the back of a cruiser. See you tomorrow, Bertie, Mary Sue called. Are you coming to the Wright brothers with us? I was planning to, but I'll have to see what happens here. I hope they get the boardwalk open before I have to leave, Ruth said. I asked Detective Watson about that, but he wouldn't say. Is Detective Watson married? Lucinda asked me. Afraid so, I said. I know his wife well. They're very happy together. Too bad, she said. I glanced across the room to where Watson was talking to Officer Rankin. The tips of his ears might have turned pink. We can talk in here, he said when the woman had left. Tell me what happened tonight after you started on this walk. First, I said, there's something you should know. Mary Sue wasn't at all blasé about seeing Helena. She was, in fact, extremely upset. I might even say horrified. At first, she lied to me, told me she didn't know her. Then, obviously, it came out that she did, and not at all fondly. Lucy's right, Bertie said. She cornered me and demanded to know why Helena was here. I explained my reasoning, and she said I should have sent out a full guest list. If she'd known she'd bump into Helena, she wouldn't have come. She was furious. I apologized and said if she wanted to leave early, I'd call her a cab. She said she was here now and wouldn't be driven away as though she were the one who'd done something wrong. Which implies, Watson said, that she believes Helena Sanchez did something wrong. I thought she was hiding something. I'll have another chat with her tomorrow. Thank you. You don't know what might have caused this animosity between them? No, Bertie said. I can take a guess, I said. I've heard that Helena wasn't very popular with the Friends of the Library when she was director here. Aunt Ellen was on the verge of quitting when Helena retired. Mary Sue worked under her and then left the profession altogether. I'll ask around, Bertie said. I'll get the full story from Aunt Ellen, I said. The ever-reliable Nag's Head grapevine, Watson said with a chuckle. And the even better librarian grapevine, Bertie said. I can't help you there, Detective, Louise Jane said. Activities a mere 20 years ago are not something I concern myself with. Watson then asked us to take him step by step through what happened on the boardwalk. I struggled to remember, but I had to admit I couldn't account for the whereabouts of anyone all the time. Bertie and Louise Jane said the same. Lucinda turned back, Bertie said, but no one went with her. She would have been alone for several minutes until we came back here after finding Helena. She was in the library when we came in. It was very dark, I said, and many of us were wearing black clothes, so we were hard to see. I indicated Louise Jane and myself. We and Ronald were the waitstaff for tonight, and we tried to dress accordingly. Bertie's attire wasn't much lighter. She wore a calf-length navy blue dress with long sleeves. Points of light were moving through the marsh, but they weren't bright enough to show who was carrying them, except for Ronald, who had the big mag light, and the lights were out entirely for several minutes. You turned your flashlights off? Why? I glanced at Louise Jane. I was creating a mood, Detective, she said, to illustrate what it must have been like for our ancestors when they first arrived on these shores. Although that's not entirely possible, is it? Not with airplanes flying overhead and the lights from town bouncing off the clouds and... You're saying when the lights were out, you couldn't see anyone at all? Not even Louise Jane, I said, who was talking. Hey, I've just cleared you of suspicion, Louise Jane. Your voice stayed in one place. I'm quite sure I was never under suspicion, Lucy. No one, Watson said, who was here tonight is entirely above suspicion. Louise Jane harumphed. Other than Mary Sue, who reacted badly to seeing Helena, did you notice anything else about her relations with the guests? Bertie, Louise Jane, and I exchanged glances. Nothing stands out, Bertie said. She could be extremely blunt, I said. She told Ruth she'd put on weight. Ruth didn't like that, but she pretended to laugh it off. If every woman killed a person who commented on her weight, Bertie said, there wouldn't be many people left, in jail or out of it. I wouldn't know about that, scrawny Louise Jane said smugly. I have to say, I continued, Helena Sanchez didn't exactly try to be friendly. She was blunt, as Bertie said, and rude, and didn't much care who she offended. I remembered her shoving people out of her way to get to the bar. Thank you for this, Watson said. You can go home now. We won't need to close the library, Bertie, but we will keep the boardwalk sectioned off for a while yet. I have people trying to track down where Helena Sanchez was staying so we can notify her next of kin, and I'll have officers calling the guests who were here tonight. The ones who left before you went for this walk. Have you considered that maybe this didn't have anything to do with Helena coming here tonight? I asked. Perhaps someone was following her, saw their chance, and took it. Anyone could have been out in the marsh tonight, beyond the beam of our lights, silently following us, watching us. I shivered at the thought. Lucy, Louise Jane said, for once, you've come up with an excellent idea. I wouldn't say that's all that rare, I said. I said I couldn't help you, Detective, Louise Jane said. But perhaps I can after all. As we all know, the marsh can be a hive of supernatural activity on the darkest of nights. We all know that, do we? Watson said. Those of us who've gone to the trouble to expand the scope of our thought beyond worldly thinking, at any rate. We've suggested that Helena might have fallen into the water, tripped in the dark, perhaps. But what if she was frightened into jumping? What if she saw something that terrified her so much she jumped off the pier, thinking that was her only escape? Louise Jane sprang to her feet. I'll try to contact the spirits tonight. Perhaps they can tell me something. The entire boardwalk and area is off limits, Louise Jane, Watson said. Surely not for me. Particularly for you, he said. We'll have no seances being conducted in the middle of my investigation, thank you. She sat down with a thud and a pout. That, I knew, wasn't the end of that. The minute the tape was taken down and the cops left, Louise Jane would be creeping around out there trying to get someone, anyone, to talk to her. I could only hope I'd be able to avoid being roped in. At that, I usually failed. Watson stood up. Thanks for your help. I know where I can find y'all if I need anything more. I hope it'll turn out to be an accident after all, Bertie said. Poor Helena. Will you let me know, Sam, when you locate her next of kin? I'd like to offer my condolences and help with arrangements in any way I can. Of course, he said. Bertie and Louise Jane left, but not until Louise Jane reminded Detective Watson that there are more things on heaven and earth. I know the saying, Louise Jane, he said. Hamlet, Act 1, Scene 5. When the Nag's Head PD takes instruction from Shakespeare, I'll give you a call. I'll be waiting, she said. In the meantime, Bertie, have you thought about offering guided tours in the marsh at night? We could find some way of incorporating my stories into library programs. My fee will be entirely reasonable and... Her voice faded away. Louise Jane never did take offense when people didn't take her stories of the supernatural seriously. She just drove straight over them in a bulldozer. I walked Watson to the door. I wasn't aware you're a Shakespearean scholar, Detective. Many people would get that reference, but not many know the exact scene from which it comes. Can I tell you something in the strictest of confidence, Lucy? My lips are sealed. In school, I wanted to major in theater. I planned to be a classical stage actor. Goodness, I never would have thought. Nor did anyone else, including, eventually, me. I soon discovered that my talent didn't match my ambition, and I switched courses. I could see Sam Watson, tall and lean, square of face and lantern of jaw, piercing gray eyes, nose like a hawk's beak, bestriding the stage, delivering the bard's immortal lines in his deep North Carolina accent. Watson and I stood together, looking out into the marsh. The scene had completely changed from a few short hours ago. The peace and quiet vanished as bright lights were brought into the marsh and onto the pier, and men and women ran back and forth calling to each other. Cars filled the parking area next to the boardwalk, engines running, blue and red lights flashing. If, I thought, there really is something out there, it would not be happy at the disturbance. Good night, Lucy, Watson said to me. You have my number if you think of anything. I do, I said. A figure broke out of the dark and jogged toward us. Butch Greenblatt, imposing in his dark uniform, jangling utility belt, and sheer size, appeared in the circle of light. Hey, Lucy. Can't say I'm surprised to see you here. Just another fun night at the Lighthouse Library, I said.
What's up?
Watson asked.
Found something.
Butch glanced at me.
Might as well tell Lucy too,
Watson said.
She'll find out anyway. Coroner's been and the body's been taken away. He had a quick look at it and found what looks like a puncture wound at the base of the neck. Is that so?
Watson said.
Small, neat, round hole. They'll know more after the autopsy, but it's unlikely, he said, to have been caused by any sort of fall. Meaning,
I said, Helena Sanchez was murdered. Chapter 5. What on earth has happened now? Charlene asked the moment she set foot in the library the following day. There's a police car parked by the boardwalk and crime scene tape around that part of the marsh. I told her about last night's ill-fated expedition. That's terrible. Bertie was so looking forward to hosting her college reunion here. The police think it's murder? That's the assumption they're going with. At least it was when Watson left last night. I haven't heard anything new since. We're opening as usual today? Again, I haven't heard anything to the contrary. You're early this morning. It was 8:30. The library opened at 9. I'd slept surprisingly well, untroubled by dreams of long gray hair trapped in weeds or ghostly figures lingering just beyond reach of my light. But I'd woken early and had not been able to get back to sleep. Rather than lie in bed thinking about Helena Sanchez and what had happened to her, I got up. Charles and I came down early to get the coffee on, and our day started. Charles had begun his day by settling down for a nap in the wing-back chair. Charlene fiddled with her iPhone and settled her earbuds around her neck, where they'd remain for most of the day, unless she actually had to talk to someone. She did a great deal of her job online, as she helped high school and college students and historical authors from all over the world research events from Outer Banks history. In case you didn't get fully cleaned up after the party, I thought you might need a hand. She glanced around the room. But everything looks good. Some of Bertie's guests helped out. They didn't have anything else to do while waiting to be questioned by Sam Watson. What do you think happened, Lucy? Me? I have no idea, and I'm not going to speculate. This has nothing to do with the Lighthouse Library community, so it's no business of mine. You could say Helena Sanchez, as a former library director, was a member of our community. No, I said firmly. I'm staying well out of it. To change the subject, I'd say our little exhibit was a big hit with the visitors. The women loved it, I said. It's amazing to think how fast everything has changed in our world. And how well we've adapted. Some people think libraries are a thing of the past, but nothing could be further from the truth. We're needed now more than ever to help people sift through the mountains of information and misinformation constantly falling on their heads. And help those who don't have access to any of that information on their own or the ability to get it. As we chatted, we wandered to the display. We hadn't asked people not to touch. These weren't rare or valuable artifacts, just things that appealed to Charlene and me. Some of the books on the table had been picked up and put back in the wrong place. Charles roused himself from his nap and came to join us. He stood on top of the Celestine Prophecy. Charlene put him on the floor. Silly cat. He's been playing with this stuff. I wouldn't have thought he could do much damage to a bunch of old books. Where's the letter opener? The letter opener? Charlene bent over and peered under the table. I don't see it. Something closed over my heart. I stopped breathing. The letter opener. It's not here. It's pretty heavy, but Charles might have been batting it around. I tried to calm my breathing as I helped Charlene search. "We have to find it," I said. We crawled across the floor and checked under chairs, bookshelves, the magazine rack, the circulation desk, the returns cart. Charles thought this was great fun and roused himself to help us. Ruth swept the floor before we rolled the bookshelves into place. If she'd found something as big as that letter opener, she'd have picked it up. I opened the desk drawers and frantically shuffled through the usual office rubbish stuffed into everyone's drawer. Colorful Post-it pads, pens, a stapler, paper clips, elastic bands, a tattered paperback copy of The Moonstone by Wilkie Collins, this month's book club selection. The book was one of my favorites, and although I've read it many times, I'd put it aside to leaf through and refresh my memory before the meeting of the club. "It's not here," I said at last. Charlene pushed herself off the floor. "Do you think someone took it? It's not at all valuable, even sentimentally. Hundreds of those things must still be around." "Valuable? No. There's something I didn't tell you about Helena's death. First, I have to call Sam Watson." Bertie, Charlene, and I watched the detective. He stood in the alcove, studying the display of library artifacts. Butch Greenblatt was next to him. "You're sure it was here, Lucy?" Watson asked. "Positive." "As am I," Charlene said. "When did you last see it?" "I can't say for certain," I said. "We checked the display one last time around 6:45, just before Bertie and her friends arrived. I didn't notice it in particular, but if it hadn't been there, I probably would have realized that." I sighed. Although I have to admit, I didn't even know it was missing until this morning when Charlene pointed it out. "I saw it," Bertie said, "at some point during the course of the evening, but I can't remember exactly when." "Charlene?" Watson asked. "I'm thinking. It was there, I'm sure of it, when Helena Sanchez arrived. I showed her the exhibit, and she genuinely seemed interested. She told me a few stories about how they'd done things back in the old days." "I hate having most of my career referred to as the old days," Bertie said. "Try being in law enforcement," Watson said as Butch chuckled. The detective turned to face us. "If you do find it, let me know right away. The autopsy's scheduled for noon, so I'll know more about the cause of death then." "You could try asking someone at town hall to find you one of those," I suggested, "to compare with the missing one. Some might still be around." "I'll do that," he said. "You don't have to go far," Butch said. "Ed Jones has one in his pencil holder. I've seen it myself, and not long ago." I mentally slapped myself. I can't believe I forgot. "What did you forget?" Bertie asked me. When Charlene was showing Helena the display, she was interested. But something happened that seemed to genuinely bother her, and she walked away abruptly. Do you remember, Charlene? Now that you mention it, I do. I thought one of the women must have said something to upset her. That wasn't it. She picked up that book. I pointed to the Celestine Prophecy, lying on top of a stack of books. As one, we leaned over and studied it. "It's prophesizing something," Butch said. "Do you think that means something?" "It's fiction," Charlene said, "but a lot of people thought it was real. It was an enormous bestseller in the mid-1990s. "Can I open it, Detective?" I asked. "Yes, but put something on your hands first. I know your prints will be all over it, but if this book is significant, I don't want to mess it up any more than it already is." "Be right back." Charlene ran for the stairs. We studied the book. The jacket was black with gold and white print. The title of the book filled the center of the book with the author's name in smaller print below. The cover design was plain and stark, no picture, just a marketing blurb about the book across the top, and an endorsement at the bottom. A small tear marked one corner of the jacket, and the worn paper indicated that the book had been well used over the years. The remains of spilled coffee discolored and warped some of the pages. "As you can see," I said, "the book was damaged. Probably a coffee spill, which is why it would have been removed from circulation. How or why it ended up in the basement of Town Hall is anyone's guess."
"I'm convinced," Watson said, "that one day we're going to find an intact skeleton down there."
Charlene was soon back with a pair of white gloves, ones she used for handling rare and fragile papers. She handed them to me, and I slipped them on. I opened the book. Everyone leaned closer. It was a common edition, nothing special that I could see. It hadn't been signed by the author. I flipped carefully through the book. Pages were dog-eared, paper yellowing, passages underlined. "This book's seen a lot of use," I said.
"By people who used a pen or pencil to highlight passages," Bertie growled. "I'd like to get my hands on them. That was done deliberately. We can assume the coffee spill was accidental." "Is there anything noteworthy, do you think, about the parts that are marked?" Butch asked.
"That would need a close study," I said, "but offhand doesn't look so."
"Might this book have any particular value?" Watson asked. "Monetary, I mean."
"I suppose it could be a special edition, although it doesn't look like it. I can ask Theodore to check," I said.
"Thanks."
We pulled it out of the basement for no reason other than it came quickly to hand. We displayed it open to the flyleaf so we could see the withdrawal record with its signatures and date stamps. As one, they all stared at the book. Even Charles, perched on top of a high shelf, moved closer for a better look. Charlene sucked in a breath. That's it. Helena wasn't interested in the book itself. She pulled out the withdrawal record and looked— the only word I can think of is horrified. "You're right," I said. "Now I remember." I slowly turned to the cover. We all leaned in. I'm sure I was holding my breath. The little paper envelope glued to the inside of the cover was empty. I breathed. "It's gone."
"What's gone?"
Butch said. "The card," Charlene said. "In the days before computers, libraries used paper to keep a record of who'd taken out books and when they were due."
"I remember, I think," Watson said.
"Can I show you another?" Charlene said.
"If you can without leaving prints."
"My prints are all over everything," Charlene said. "So are Lucy's, Bertie's, probably everyone who was in the library yesterday. This isn't a hands-off display. We made it for people to enjoy."
"Nevertheless, let Lucy and her gloves do it."
I opened the next book on the stack, A History of the Civil War in North Carolina, and pulled out the card. It was almost full, dates stamped on the right column and handwritten signatures in various colors of ink on the left. The final date was November 15th, 1996, and it had been signed out by one Jane Jones.
"When someone took out a book, they wrote their name here, or the librarian did it for them," Bertie explained. "And the librarian stamped the date the book was due back. This card was then filed away as a record until the book was returned. A slip was put into the book with the due date on it as a reminder to the borrower." "Why would someone take the card out of that first one?"
Butch asked. "That's the question, isn't it?" I said.
"You're sure there was a withdrawal slip in this book?"
Watson said. "Absolutely," Charlene said. "That was the only reason it was part of our display." "Ms. Sanchez had a strong, visceral reaction to seeing it," I said. "No, wait. That's not right. She reacted to seeing what was written on it. The card itself was exactly the same as any other."
"Where's this card now?" Butch asked.
Charlene, Bertie, and I glanced at one another. We shook our heads.
The letter opener's missing as well as the withdrawal record card from that particular book, Watson said. Anything else?
I scrunched up my forehead and studied the display. I couldn't exactly remember everything that had been in it. A few items had come from other library systems, but mainly Charlene and I had simply helped ourselves to books and other abandoned things in the town hall basement. We hadn't had to sign anything out. Nothing was of any value. It would all have been thrown out long ago if anyone had bothered to get around to it. I don't think so, Charlene said at last. Me neither, I said.
Butch, Watson said, take that book into evidence. I'm not waiting for the results of the autopsy. I'm going to get divers into the marsh to look for that letter opener.
Good morning. I was so startled I squealed and jumped into the air.
Goodness, Bertie said. You scared me there, Ellen.
Sorry.
Is everything okay?
My Aunt Ellen stood in the doorway, holding her loaded book bag, looking from one of us to the other. Are you open? It's after 9.
Are we open?
Bertie asked Watson.
You'll be late today, he said. I want all this stuff taken into town. Butch, call for a forensic van.
Bertie groaned.
You might as well come in, Ellen, Watson said. As long as you're here. Everyone else, can you stand back, please?
I don't know what you're going to find, Charlene said. Everyone at the party last night had a chance to handle those things. Fingerprints will be useless.
I won't know what I hope to find until I find it, now will I? He replied.
I stopped in to return my books and to ask how your reunion went, Bertie. Aunt Ellen glanced at Watson. Not all that well, at a guess.
Helena Sanchez died, Bertie said.
Oh, Aunt Ellen said. I'm sorry to hear that. Butch stepped outside to use his radio to call for someone to come out and take away our things.
You can open the library once the forensic team has removed the historical display, Watson said. I see no need for us to go through anything else here. I have to get back to town. If you think of anything, we'll let you know, Bertie said.
He smiled at her.
I'm sorry this happened to you again.
It didn't happen to us, she said. It happened to Helena Sanchez. Aunt Ellen, I said, you knew Helena when she was the director here. You might want to tell Detective Watson about her.
I'm all ears,
Watson said. I'll help if I can. But I can't say I knew her well, Aunt Ellen said. I've been a member of the Friends of the Library for a long time, under various library directors. But to be honest, Helena Sanchez was by far the worst.
In what way?
Watson asked. Dictatorial, opinionated, rude, completely dismissive of anyone else's opinion. The Friends of the Library are, as you know, all volunteers. We help out here when we can because we believe in the importance of libraries in general, and this library in particular. Helena Sanchez treated us as though we were servant staff. I'd been a library volunteer when my children were little and enjoyed it, but I didn't have a lot of time when they got older, and I started helping out at Amos's law office. I came back a few years later, and it seemed as though everything here had changed. I was on the verge of quitting the group when Helena announced she was leaving. I don't really remember why. It wasn't anything in particular, a straw that broke the camel's back sort of thing. But I decided I couldn't work with her anymore. My aunt shrugged. She left. I stayed. When Bertie took over, we all breathed a sigh of relief.
Was her leaving sudden?
Watson asked. It was announced suddenly to us. I don't know how long she'd been planning to go.
When was this?
Watson asked. I started in the summer of 2010, Bertie said.
Helena's leaving was sudden. I was hired with much haste, and she didn't hang around to help me get into the job, but she was of retirement age, and there was never any indication she'd been asked to leave. Here one day, gone the next, Aunt Ellen said. Not quite that fast, Bertie said, but close. She not only left the library, but left town as well, almost the day after her job ended. I've been told it was you who told her about the party here last night, Watson said to Aunt Ellen. How did that come about? I was surprised to see her in town, Aunt Ellen said. If I could have, I would have avoided her, and she probably wasn't all that keen to talk to me. But we recognized each other at the same time, so we stopped to chat. The only thing we have in common is the library, so I mentioned Bertie was doing an excellent job as director. She told me she'd enjoyed talking to Bertie and gave me her phone number so I could give it to Bertie. We then went our separate ways. I didn't tell her about the party. That, unfortunately, was me, Bertie said. Ellen gave me the number and I called her to invite her. Give me a minute, Watson said. I want to check my phone. Cell phone coverage inside the thick stone walls of the library is, to say the least, unreliable. I walked the detective to the door, and the minute he stepped into the open air, his phone beeped. He answered it with a gruff, Watson, listened for a brief moment, and then said, I'll handle it, and hung up. A woman called the hospital just now, looking for her sister who didn't come home last night. You think? The description sounds very much like Helena Sanchez. I'm heading there now. Butch, I need you to stay here and guard the historical display until our people arrive. A guard is probably not necessary and far too late, but I have to do what I can to preserve the chain of evidence. That means I need a ride. Lucy, you're with me. I am? You are. Let's go. There's a chance the woman who's looking for her sister might be elderly, and the news I have for her isn't good. Your presence might calm her. I'll get my purse. I ran back inside. I have to go, I called to Bertie. I'm needed to assist the police with their inquiries. Doesn't that mean, Charlene began. Just this once, I said. It means what it says. Chapter 6. Tina Ledbetter lived on a quiet street of small houses on sandy lots set back from the bustling tourist thoroughfare that is the Croatan Highway. The garden consisted of nothing but sand, scruffy bushes, struggling grasses, and determined weeds. The house was small, a single story above an open space that was intended to be a parking area, but was stuffed full of assorted junk, some of which didn't seem to ever be used, judging by the amount of rust and dust I saw when I peeked into it on our way to the rickety wooden steps leading from the driveway to the front door. A dented and battered old red Honda Civic, held together as much by rust as metal, was parked in the weed-choked driveway. I left my teal Yaris on the street, and Watson and I walked up the crumbling path together and climbed the steps. He knocked firmly on the door, and it was opened almost immediately by a woman. My jaw fell, and I stared at her. Helena Sanchez? Watson flashed his badge. Good morning. I'm Detective Sam Watson of the Nags Head Police. Are you Mrs. Tina Ledbetter? I am. The woman's dark eyes studied me. I closed my mouth and gave her a feeble smile. Not Miss Sanchez, but a darn good imitation. The skin was less lined, the lips not quite so thin, the hair slightly darker. But the face was so very much like her, and she was almost the exact size as the dead woman. A sister, for sure. Probably a twin.
Even the eyeglasses were the same as Helena Sanchez had worn.
"May we come in?"
Watson said. She stepped back. "You're here about Helena?" I followed Watson into the house. The front door opened onto a small foyer containing nothing but a pair of sneakers, standing side by side on a rubber mat, and a yellow raincoat hanging on a hook. I could see into the living room beyond. The furniture was cheap, faded, and dated, but the place was spotlessly clean.
"Perhaps you should take a seat,"
Watson said. Mrs. Ledbetter didn't move. "No need. You've come to tell me my sister is dead. I'm aware of that." The woman's face showed no emotion.
"Do you mind my asking how you know?"
"I don't mind at all. I dreamed last night of dark water and tangled gray hair drifting in the weeds." I sucked in a breath, and the woman looked at me for the first time. "You were there," she said. It was not a question.
What's your relationship with Helena Sanchez?"
Watson asked. "She's my identical twin sister. She's here for a short visit. I don't know why. We haven't seen each other for years, and I was surprised when I got her email asking me, telling me she planned to stay with me while she was in town." "How'd she die?"
"She was found in the marsh near the lighthouse."
Mrs. Ledbetter nodded.
"You seem to have some knowledge of that fact."
"As I said, I saw it. I dreamt it. Do you have a twin, Detective?"
"No, I don't."
"Then you can't understand. There was a bond between my sister and me that nothing could break, even though we might have wanted it to. When she departed this life, I knew it. If I had gone first, she would have seen it and known. Thank you for coming to give me the news." She opened the door. "You called the hospital looking for her?" I asked. Watson had told me not to say anything, to let him do the talking, but I couldn't help myself. The words burst out all on their own. Although he probably wouldn't see it that way, he said nothing. "I didn't know if she'd been found," Mrs. Ledbetter said.
"What do you mean when you say you might not have wanted these bonds between you?"
Watson asked. "I assume you want the truth, so I'll give it to you. We couldn't stand each other, Detective. Over the course of her entire life, I don't think Helena ever gave a thought to anyone else. What Helena wanted is what Helena wanted, and what Helena wanted is what Helena usually got. For some reason, she convinced our parents that she was the golden twin, and I was the devil incarnate."
"Yet you invited her to stay with you on this visit, or didn't refuse her at any rate?"
Mrs. Ledbetter stared at Sam Watson over the top of her glasses with such intensity he actually looked away. "She was my sister," she said at last. "Of course she stayed with me."
"Why did she come back to Nag's Head? Was she hoping to repair her relationship with you?"
"Repair it?" Mrs. Ledbetter snorted. "Our father died when we were in high school, and our mother moved to Raleigh about 20 years ago. Mother died last month."
"My condolences,"
Watson said. I muttered something sympathetic. "On Father's death, Mother had her will written by a Nag's Head lawyer. Helena was in town this week to make sure she got her share, in case there's any dispute over the contents of that will."
"Is there likely to be?"
Watson asked. "Dispute? Not a dispute, no. Helena's share, in her eyes, would be nothing less than the entire amount. Our mother was a weak and foolish woman. She did whatever Helena told her to do. We were never close."
"When did you last see your mother?"
Watson said. 20 years ago. The day she left for Raleigh. I was in town doing my shopping and saw her drive past. I don't know if she saw me or not, but she did not acknowledge me. Not close was an understatement. "Did you, have a warning of your mother's death?" I asked. She shook her head. "Why would I? I found out about it from the lawyer. I did my duty and went to the funeral. It was a sad affair. Rained steadily all day. Her church put on a dreary lunch of overly sweet tea and dried-up sandwiches." "Was Helena there?" "Oh, yes, standing under an umbrella. She wasn't aging well, I thought." Mrs. Ledbetter let out a bark of laughter. "She's stopped aging now, hasn't she?" We exchanged air kisses and lied about how we'd missed each other. We also lied when we told the church ladies the tea was excellent. "You had no plans to dispute your mother's will?" Mrs. Ledbetter grinned at Detective Watson. Her teeth were small and closely crowded together. "No. Looks like now I'll get it all, won't I? Serves them right." "What were you doing yesterday evening?" he asked. "Not out killing my sister or anyone else, if that's what you're asking. But if my word's not enough for you and you insist on the details, I'd been at a movie and got home around 7 o'clock. Helena was here. She was going, she said, to a party, of all things. I didn't know she had any friends. She called a taxi and it came for her around 8:15. I watched television until midnight and went to bed. She had not come home, nor had she called to say where she was." "Were you concerned that she hadn't come home by then?" "Of course not. What do I care what she got herself up to? I slept soundly and woke shortly before 7. I remembered my dream vividly and knew my sister was dead." Chapter 7.
"There's a family Christmas dinner I don't ever want to be invited to,"
Watson said. I drove us back to the police station. Watson wanted to check in with a forensic team and make a few phone calls. He also wanted to pick up a car so he wouldn't need me to drive him around anymore. Drat. "What do you think, Sam?" I dared to ask. I used his first name, hoping he'd think we were friends or something, and he could talk freely to me.
"I scarcely know what to think, Lucy. At least she didn't try to pretend she and her sister got on well. I'll call the mother's lawyer and ask to see the will, although I can't imagine why she'd lie to me about that. I'll find out if Helena had a will of her own. Tina Ledbetter might not be in line to inherit everything, not if Helena, who got her mother's inheritance first, had other ideas."
"Do you suppose there's much of value to inherit?"
"I've no idea. Sometimes it doesn't matter. People can kill over who gets Grandma's favorite teapot. If one sibling was favored over the others, the principle of the thing can be all that matters. As for her knowing her twin had died because she dreamt it," he shook his head. "She heard the news somewhere. It may be that someone at the hospital or in the coroner's office has loose lips."
"Tina wasn't at the library last night," I said. "She didn't come inside, anyway. That means she didn't take the withdrawal slip, or the letter opener."
"We don't know the letter opener was used in the killing, Lucy, so don't speculate. We also don't know if the withdrawal slip is of any importance. It might have fallen on the floor and someone tossed it in the trash."
"No librarian," I said firmly, "would ever throw away a piece of library property, no matter how old." I pulled to a stop at the front of the police station, and Watson got out. He shut the car door and then hesitated. He turned back and tapped on the window. I lowered it.
"Do something for me, Lucy," he said. "Ask Louise Jane what she knows about the sisters. Tina Ledbetter, in particular. I want to know if Tina was messing with me because it amused her to do so, or if she genuinely believes she has some psychic abilities. If she moves in that sort of circles, Louise Jane is likely to know."
"Happy to be of help," I said. Watson ran up the steps of the police station. Before driving away, I eyed the front of Town Hall, on the other side of the laneway. I thought of dropping in to see Connor. Maybe I could convince him to take a break and join me for a cup of coffee at Josie's Cozy Bakery. I gave him a call, but it went to voicemail. Perhaps he was in a meeting. I waved in the general direction of the mayor's office and drove away. I might be helping the police solve a murder, but merely thinking of Connor McNeil took me to a happy place. I hoped thoughts of me did the same for him. By the time I arrived at the library, more police cars were in the parking lot, and more yellow tape cordoned off the path to the water's edge. A police boat was anchored off the pier, and I could see signs of divers in the water. A handful of people milled about at the top of the boardwalk, trying to get a look at what was going on, while Officer Rankin, the very picture of boredom, told them to keep back. Inside the library, the police had removed the display of historical artifacts, as well as our trash, and allowed us to open. Saturdays are normally the busiest day of the week, and today was no exception. Parents were arriving with their primary school children for today's North Carolina history story time. Locals were loading up on books to enjoy at the beach, and tourists were checking out the lighthouse as well as the library itself. Unfortunately, we didn't have a display of library artifacts to show them. The police had taken everything away, and the alcove was empty. On the second floor, Ronald was getting ready to receive his little patrons, along with Charles, who loved nothing more than story time. Above him, Charlene was in her office, surrounded by reference books. On the ground floor, my Aunt Ellen, in the role of library volunteer, staffed the circulation desk, while Bertie shelved books off the returns cart. Bertie didn't normally work on Saturdays, but in light of what happened here last night, she'd come in case of any new developments. "Learn anything?" she asked me. I glanced at the patrons, pretending not to be listening. Bertie jerked her head and led the way down the hall to her office. I trotted along behind. "Did you know Helena has a twin sister living in Nag's Head?" I asked her when we were behind closed doors. "No, I didn't. I don't know anything about her private life." I told her quickly what Tina Ledbetter had had to say. "Quite the family situation," Bertie said. "Let's hope Helena's death was a family affair. Watson clears this up quickly, and you and your friends can get on with your reunion. Is the group expedition to the Wright brothers still on?" "It is. I'll be leaving shortly to join them. I don't know that the trip's entirely appropriate in light of Helena's death, but to be fair, Helena wasn't part of our reunion. I heard from Ruth earlier. The police sent a couple of officers around to the Oceanside this morning to take statements from the party guests who'd left last night before our walk. They, the women, that is, were quite excited about being questioned. Most of them said they hadn't even spoken to Helena, but they had noticed her. The police are searching the water under the pier. Looks like they've brought in divers. They're looking for the letter opener, I assume. Ronald will have his hands full trying to keep the children interested in his story when they could be watching police divers at work. I assume there's been no sign of the missing withdrawal slip?" "No," Bertie said. "I think that's more important than Detective Watson seems to realize. Why would someone steal an old library card? Assuming it was stolen and didn't get thrown in the trash, or someone used it to wipe their fingers and then put it into their bag." "Did you search the party trash?" My boss grinned at me. "Charlene did that as soon as you left, under the careful supervision of Butch. It's been taken away for further inspection." If we'd had a pack of pre-teenage boys here last night, I'd agree it might be possible they threw it out or used it as a napkin. But librarians? That's pretty much unthinkable. Bertie rummaged in the bottom drawer of her desk and got her purse. "I'm off. Call me if there are any developments, please, Lucy." I accompanied her to the main room and waved her out the door. "I remember Helena Sanchez. a patron was saying to Aunt Ellen. Meanest woman on God's green earth. She dropped a stack of books on the desk, and I caught a glimpse of swords, leather jerkins, horses, and dragons. She came in every Saturday morning to return one bulging bag of books for another. I wondered where she found the time to read them all. I wouldn't go that far, a second woman said. She was never what you'd call friendly, but she did her job efficiently and was always polite to me. She carried one book, the Michelle Obama memoir, for which we still had a long wait list. Did you know her well? I asked. Only from the library, the second woman said. We never socialized. I don't think she socialized with anyone, her friend said. She kept to herself, which was just as well. No one liked her. You're being unfair, Joni. I've been visiting the library longer than you have, so I knew her better. They say she had some health problems that caused her pain, so in her years here she wasn't always in the best of moods. I'm sorry she died, Joni said, but I believe in being honest. Whatever Helena's problem was, she didn't make any attempt to be nice to anyone, and I didn't see any need to be nice to her in return. Bye. See you next week. I watched them go, thinking that a lot of people hadn't liked Helena Sanchez. I hadn't liked her much in the short exposure to her I'd had, but did people dislike her enough to kill her? She'd been gone from Nag's Head for 10 years. Wasn't that long enough for old resentments to die? Unless someone feared her presence here would stir up trouble long forgotten. Do you mind watching the desk for a few more minutes? I asked Aunt Ellen. I've a couple of phone calls to make. I never mind, she said with a laugh. This desk is Nag's Head Gossip Central. That's what Bertie calls it. I went outside to make my calls. To give myself some privacy, I wandered away from the front steps of the library. I enjoyed the feel of the hot sun on my bare arms, although, as always, I worried about what the sea air was doing to my hair. At the end of a particularly humid day, my mop resembles a circus clown's wig. Connor always says he loves my out-of-control curls. I was thinking about Connor a lot this morning, I realized. Then again, lately I was thinking about Connor a lot all the time. I pushed that thought aside and made my first phone call. TK Rare Books, how may I be of assistance? The voice was that of a distinguished Englishman in his 50s or 60s, tempered by years of cigars enjoyed in gentlemen's clubs and good whiskey served in crystal tumblers with just a splash of water by hovering waiters. Hi, Theodore. It's Lucy here. Hey, Lucy. What's up? This voice belonged to the same man, but it was that of a Nag's Head native in his 30s who'd never smoked a cigar or enjoyed a glass of good single malt in his life. Theodore Kowalski thought the accent, plus the Harris tweed jackets and spectacles of plain glass, gave him gravitas in the world of rare books. I'm wondering if you know anything about the Celestine prophecy. Apart from what everyone knows, that is. I saw a copy of it in your historical display. Is that the one you're asking about? It is. It was published in 1993 by Warner Books, and ours appears to be a first edition, but a later printing, if that means anything. Warner Books is now Grand Central Publishing. Hundreds of thousands of copies of the Celestine Prophecy were produced, and it's still in print. Unless the copy you have is signed by the author or contains some sort of error that caused that particular print run to be pulled, I can't imagine it's of any value. Do you think it's of some significance? That's the question. Did you hear about the death at the library last night? I did. I was on Twitter this morning and saw news of it there. Most unfortunate. I didn't see mention of the deceased's name or anything about a missing book. The book's not missing. The police have it. We don't know if it means anything at all. It might not, but the dead woman saw it shortly before she died, and she had a strong reaction. That's all. So we're curious.
I can check into it, he said, but that won't necessarily mean anything. Perhaps the book was of some personal importance to this lady.
Perhaps. When we're talking books, potentially rare and valuable books, you're my go-to person, Theodore.
I appreciate the thought, Lucy. Let me see what I can find out for you.
I smiled at the pleasure in his voice. Some people thought Teddy, with his false English airs and his moldy old books that barely provided him a living, a fool. But I knew him to be a loyal friend of the library, a true lover of literature, and a kind man. We hung up, and my next call was to Louise Jane.
More police activity, she said. I was hoping they'd be gone by now so I could get in there and solve this murder for them, but instead, they've brought in more people.
How do you know what's going on here?
Because I can see them. I can see you. You're wearing a yellow dress.
I whirred around. I couldn't see Louise Jane anywhere. I threw my head back and looked up, way up, to the walkway that runs outside at the top of the lighthouse tower. The gate to the upper levels is always closed and locked when the library's open, particularly when children's programs are in progress. But we open it for visitors who want to go up and see the view, which is truly spectacular. Whether she had keys or not, Louise Jane always seems to be able to get herself wherever she wants to be.
No, she said into the phone. I'm not up there. I'm on the side of the highway, currently standing on the roof of my car.
You must have good binoculars.
Did you doubt it?
I guess not. I hope you have a good roof on your car as well.
Why are you calling? She asked, blunt as always.
Do you know a woman named Tina Ledbetter?
Why are you asking about her?
Suspicion filled Louise Jane's voice. So you do know her?
I know of her.
Again, why are you asking? Her name came up in relation to the death of Helena Sanchez. A long pause came down the line. Pulling teeth came to mind. Louise Jane, this is important.
Tina Ledbetter thinks of herself as some sort of psychic powerhouse, as if, the old fraud, her family's originally from Raleigh.
Spoken as though having family from Raleigh was equivalent to being an old fraud. How long has she lived in Nag's Head?
I can't say for sure. Since she was a child, I think, which isn't long enough to be a true banker, as you know, Lucy.
I ignored that comment.
She approached my grandmother a number of years ago with some crazy idea about setting up some sort of group to combine energies to contact the spirits. My grandmother saw through her right away and sent her packing.
Again, why are you asking? She was Helena Sanchez's identical twin sister.
Was she now? Interesting. Even more interesting that they both lived in Nag's Head at one time, and I didn't know that.
I gather they didn't exactly get on.
She told you she foretold Helena's death, I suppose?
Not foretold exactly.
What exactly, Lucy? Sometimes talking to you is like pulling teeth.
I didn't have to explain myself to Louise Jane. Somehow, despite that, I always found myself doing precisely that. She says her sister's death came to her in a dream.
I thought so. The old fraud. Check Twitter. That'll be where she heard it. Oh, something's happening. The divers are waving. Gotta go. Bye.
I put my phone away and trotted over to the police tape. Good morning, I said to Officer Rankin. You can't go past, she said. I know that. I'm out for a walk, getting some fresh air. Something seems to be happening down there. She turned and looked. Louise Jane was right. The divers had surfaced, and the men in the boat were leaning over the gunwales, talking to them. A wetsuit-clad arm reached up and passed something over. From here, I couldn't tell what it was. If I didn't have a few remaining scraps of pride, I'd call Louise Jane and ask if she could pick it up with her binoculars. Instead, I walked back to the library. I'd have to wait to hear from Sam Watson, if he wanted to tell me what they'd found. Might have been nothing more exciting than an old boot. Before going inside, I called up Twitter and searched for Nag's Head and the Lighthouse Library. At MCOR OBX Realtor had put up a series of posts about the reunion last night. Pictures of groups of laughing women posing outside the library and circulating inside. I saw myself in the background of one, offering the guests a platter of crab cakes. If my mom saw me acting as a cocktail waitress, she'd have a fit. My mother's very sensitive about the proper placement of our family on the social ladder. The last post said, "Fun day ends in tragedy. Unknown woman found dead in the water. R.I.P." I thought it tasteless in the extreme to post about a sudden tragic death. I checked the profile of MCOR OBX Realtor. The picture was of Mary Sue Delamont, and the link provided led to Antonio Francesco Realty. Mary Sue's final post had gone up at 1:15 a.m. Had Tina seen it? When her sister didn't come home that night, and when the police knocked on her door the next morning, it would be easy enough to guess they were here to tell her Helena was the one who died. If it had been just a guess, why would Tina pretend to have foreseen the death? Sam Watson wouldn't care if Tina had a reputation as a psychic, but pretending to know the circumstances of someone's mysterious death would pretty much be guaranteed to ensure police attention. Games people play. I thought of Louise Jane standing on the roof of her van with her binoculars, and went inside. Chapter 8. The Moonstone is generally considered to be the first detective novel. I thought that was Edgar Allan Poe. Poe wrote short stories, not novels, and he didn't write about professional detectives. The Moonstone was genuinely groundbreaking. It contains almost all the tropes we know today as common in a mystery novel. The family with secrets, the incompetent local police, the big city detective, the limited circle of suspects. I handed a copy of the book to Aunt Ellen. "You don't have much time to read it. Book club meets on Monday." "I guess we know what I'll be doing all day tomorrow, then," my aunt said. I smiled at her. Aunt Ellen and I were close. She and my mom had grown up together on the Outer Banks, in the same house, in the same family, but their life paths had diverged widely. Mom met my dad when she was in high school, and he was a law student on vacation, and she never looked back. My father's family is not only one of the most socially prominent in Boston, with roots reaching back to pre-revolutionary days, but my grandfather founded one of the city's most illustrious corporate law firms. Dad joined Richardson Lewiston the day he finished law school, and Mom threw herself wholeheartedly into the life of a Boston society matron, whereas Aunt Ellen persuaded her Louisianan fiancé to move to Nag's Head to set up his own law practice. When we were young, my brothers and I spent much of our summers in the Outer Banks, never with Dad, and often not even with Mom, who preferred the social whirl of the big city. My brothers stopped coming as soon as they were old enough, but I cherished my carefree summers in the big, comfortable home of Aunt Ellen and Uncle Amos and my 3 cousins. A year ago, I quit my job at Harvard, fled my life in Boston, and my mother's expectations, and came to my favorite place on earth, and the loving arms of Aunt Ellen. Fortune had been kind enough to smile on me, and at that time, the Lighthouse Library was searching for an assistant director. So here I am, and so very happy to be so. The summer I was 14, I met Connor McNeil. He'd been 15, and we'd had the sweetest, most innocent of holiday romances. Summer had ended, and I'd gone back to life and school in Boston. I hadn't seen Connor again until I began work at the library, and we found that the feelings we'd had for each other so long ago still existed. "If you're okay to take over here, Lucy," Aunt Ellen said, pulling me out of my memories, "I'll be off. I need to get a start on my reading." She studied the thick volume I'd placed in her hands. "I hope this book isn't too dry. Some of the classics can be." It's wordy, yes, and not what I'd call fast-paced, but it's a good read. The moonstone of the title is a fabulous yet infamous jewel all sorts of mysterious people are hunting. You'll enjoy it. See you on Monday, then. She gave me a peck on the cheek and left the library. I settled behind the circulation desk. With the children's program going on upstairs, the main library was full of parents waiting for their kids, chatting between the shelves, or searching for books for themselves. "Terrible about Helena Sanchez," Glenda Covington said to me, "although it's fitting in some way, I think, that she died near here, where she'd spent so much time. She truly loved the Lighthouse Library." "Did she?" I asked. That wasn't the impression I had of her. I thought she'd come last night out of some sense of obligation, not a desire to have a stroll down memory lane. And according to her sister, she was only in town to make sure she got her hands on her inheritance. Oh, yes, I know some people didn't get on with her, but I always had a soft spot for Helena. We all have disappointments in our lives, don't we? Some of us handle it better than others. Glenda waved goodbye. The children's story time ended, and excited kids clattered down the twisting iron stairs. Parents gathered them up, helped them check out their books, said goodbye to their friends, and left. I heard several children ask if they could go to the pier to see the police boat. Only a scattering of patrons remained, but we'd be full again in another hour, when it was time for the pre-teens book club. Louise Jane came in as we were going through the end-of-day routine. She was dressed in multi-pocketed nylon pants, a beige jacket, and sturdy hiking boots. A pair of powerful binoculars hung around her neck. "What have you been up to?" Charlene asked. "You look like you're heading off on an expedition in search of the source of the Nile."
"Someone has to keep an eye on things out there while y'all are so busy in here," Louise Jane replied. "Sitting on the top of a metal car in the hot sun all day isn't fun, you know. Never mind the filthy exhaust some cars spit out." She coughed. "They ought to be taken off the road."
"What's happening out there?" I asked. We'd been so busy for the rest of the day, I hadn't had time to take a peek out the window.
"They've gone after having dredged up a bunch of junk from the bottom of the marsh. I couldn't tell if anything important was among it. They also carried off the contents of the trash containers that lined the boardwalk. Searching through that muck is a job I would not want."
"Have you heard anything more from Sam Watson, Lucy?" "Me? Why would you expect him to contact me?"
"You've been of help to him on past cases. You and I have been of help, I should say."
"Oh, right," Charlene said. "Like the time he thought you'd broken into the library at night, engaged in a fight to the death with a man, and then ran off with the treasure map and code page."
"That was never a serious consideration,"
Louise Jane sniffed. Charlene winked at me. "I'm off home now. Do you have any plans for tomorrow, Lucy?" "Connor and I are going to the beach. It's supposed to be a hot day. Would you and your mom like to join us?"
"Sounds good," Louise Jane said. "Are you planning a picnic?"
"Thank you, but Mom and I will not join you," Charlene said. "And neither will Louise Jane."
"Why not?"
Louise Jane asked.
"I've no better plans for the day."
"Because Lucy only asked out of politeness. She doesn't want us tagging along on a date." "Oh," Louise Jane said. I said nothing. Charlene was right. I had only invited them to be polite. Ronald clattered down the stairs, briefcase in hand. "Night all. See you on Monday." He and Charlene left together. I looked at Louise Jane. Louise Jane looked at me.
Good night, I said. I'm locking up now. So, she said, things with Connor are progressing well, are they? Whatever well means, I said as heat rushed into my cheeks. We enjoy spending time in each other's company. If you're thinking of spending any more time in each other's company, remember, I'm only renting my place from Uncle Gordon. I can move out at any time. What? Oh, you want to move into my apartment. Sorry, I'm not leaving. Whatever you say, Lucy, honey. She gave me her patented smile, the one that put me in mind of a shark circling a particularly oblivious minnow. Then she said, I have to be off. I'm going to the Oceanside for drinks. You're going to the Oceanside Hotel for drinks? Didn't I just say that, Lucy? She wouldn't have dangled that bit of information in front of me if she didn't want me to beg for more details. I shouldn't have asked. Somehow, as usual, I found myself giving her what she wanted. Well, yes, you did. I mean, who are you having drinks with? Sheila called me earlier and mentioned that some of the reunion group will be gathering in the hotel bar before dinner. She thought they'd be interested in hearing things I know about the history of the hotel, the stories the hotel management doesn't want the guests to hear. Oh, right, those stories. I knew all about the maid who supposedly haunted the second floor of the hotel after killing herself because her lover had convinced her to steal from the guest rooms to raise money for his mother's desperately needed medical care. And then he'd abandoned her. The maid, not the mother, who'd never existed. As well as that one, Louise Jane had plenty of other stories about supposed hauntings at the hotel. Staff had been told to keep an eye out for her and put a stop to her scaring the life out of their guests. I had no interest in hearing those stories again. But I was interested, very interested, in chatting to the women who'd been here last night. Maybe one of them had noticed something she hadn't thought to tell the police. The death of Helena Sanchez didn't have anything to do with the library community, and this time, thank heavens, there was no reason for me to become involved. Nevertheless, it wouldn't hurt for me to listen to what they had to say. Sometimes, I've found, I can learn more from casual conversation among friends than the police can in an interview room. Sounds good, I said to Louise Jane. I've no plans for tonight. I'll join you. She eyed me suspiciously, as well she might. Louise Jane knew I didn't believe her tales of ghostly happenings and restless, wandering spirits, which is why, I suspect, she continues to tell them to me. I smiled at her. You can give me a lift. That way I can enjoy a drink and take a cab back. They'd taken a big table in the lobby bar of the Oceanside Hotel and pulled additional chairs from all over the room. Bertie was there, along with Sheila, Lucinda, Ruth, Mary Sue, and several others whose names I hadn't caught. Sheila saw us first and sprang to her feet to wave us over. Bertie glanced between Louise Jane and me, clearly surprised to see us together. Louise Jane pulled up a chair, but before I sat down, I leaned close to Bertie and whispered in her ear. Okay if we join you? Sheila invited Louise Jane to tell stories, and I thought I might check things out. I've heard nothing more from the police today. Happy to have you, she said. The table was piled high with drinks and bar snacks, and the women chatted and laughed. The Oceanside Hotel is one of the nicest and most expensive in this part of the Outer Banks. My mom always stays here when she comes to visit. She says she doesn't want to impose on her sister. What Mom really means is that she knows my Aunt Ellen won't wait on her. After a few years of slipping standards, the hotel owners had recently spent a lot of money to get everything back into shape. One wall of the bar was all glass, giving a view over the well-maintained gardens, the umbrellas, and lounge chairs surrounding the swimming pool, and the dunes and beach grasses lining the ocean front.
Inside, it was all bright shades of blue and yellow, with colorful, whimsical art, comfortable furniture, giant leafed plants in large pots, a gleaming mahogany bar, and rows of bottles against a mirrored background. The room was full of the laughter and conversation of vacationing couples or families and locals relaxing after their work week. I took a seat, and a waiter immediately appeared at my side, asking what I wanted to drink. I ordered a glass of white wine. The woman next to me nodded politely and shoved a platter of deep-fried calamari toward me. I thanked her, helped myself to a piece, and dipped it into the spicy sauce provided. I popped it into my mouth and chewed happily.
I could tell you stories about this place that would have your hair standing on end. Stories they don't want me to be telling, if you know what I mean.
Louise Jane looked around her as though suspecting the hotel manager was standing behind a potted palm, ready to leap out and eject her from the premises if she said a word out of turn. "Oh, do tell." Sheila clapped her hands. "I always say the untold stories are the most fascinating. Don't you agree?" A couple of women concurred, in tones ranging from eager to reluctant. Others turned to their neighbor and began private conversations.
"If you insist,"
Louise Jane said.
"This hotel is quite old, although it's been renovated recently. Even the best renovations only serve to throw a thin veneer over the surface. To those who've been, shall we say, living here for a long time, all remains as it had been. The staircase by the car park, for example, is where—"
"I've no time for ghost stories," the woman beside me said. "You're Lucy, aren't you? From the library? Bertie speaks very highly of you. I'm Margaret Hurley, retired librarian." She looked the part, I thought, with her pale lipstick, neatly cut gray hair, thick glasses hanging from a chain around her neck, pink silk blouse tied in a bow at her throat. "Pleased to meet you," I said. "I enjoyed myself very much last night. I left before what happened. Did you know Miss Sanchez? I knew her vaguely from when she worked at the Lighthouse Library. I said no more than a few words to her at the party, but I can still be sorry for her death." She turned to the woman on her other side. "You knew Helena better, didn't you, Lucinda?" "Briefly, but not well," Lucinda Lorca said. She, on the other hand, didn't look at all like the stereotypical image of a librarian, with her long, sleek blonde hair curling around her chin, diamond earrings, and matching tennis bracket, high-collared shirt with the top 3 buttons undone, and tight white capris. The skin around her mouth and eyes was frantically too tight, and I suspected she'd had some plastic surgery done. "I was a librarian in the Outer Banks, and I might have run into her at conferences and the like now and again, but we never worked together. We certainly weren't friends. Until last night, I hadn't seen Helena for a long time. Not long after my marriage to Ed Smith ended, I quit and moved to California." "When was that?" I asked. 1993. She laughed lightly. "So long ago. Best thing I ever did, moved to California." She patted her hair. "I'm in television now." "That must be exciting," Margaret said. "It is. I love every minute of my job. I'm not an actor, although I think I would have made a good one. I work strictly behind the scenes. I'm an assistant to one of Hollywood's most successful showrunners." She went on to mention the TV programs her boss was responsible for, including my mom's favorite legal drama. The waiter arrived with my glass of wine and a beer for Louise Jane. Several of the women ordered another drink. "If you want to talk to someone who knew Helena much better than me," Lucinda said, "you should try Mary Sue." "Mary Sue?" Mary Sue had been studying the contents of her glass and not taking part in any of the conversations swirling around her. Her head jerked at the sound of her name. "Yes?"
You knew Helena, Lucinda said. Didn't you work together at the Lighthouse Library? Mary Sue's face tightened. As you well know, we talked about that last night. I don't need to be reminded again. But I do, dear. Lucinda smiled at her. I'd seen that expression before, when I'd been roped into watching TV with Mom, when the really nasty woman got her supposed enemy in a corner at a cocktail party. I don't think I ever heard the full story of why you gave up your career. Mary Sue drained her glass. She said nothing. You're in real estate, I believe, Lucinda said. That must be so interesting. It's a living, Mary Sue muttered. Margaret glanced between Lucinda and Mary Sue. You must see some wonderful homes around here, she said. Sometimes, Mary Sue said. I loved every minute of my library career, Margaret said. I can't imagine having done anything else. I wasn't ready to retire, but George, that's my husband, he's a few years older than me, when he retired, he wanted to travel. I have to admit, we've been to some marvelous places. Last year, we were in Vietnam, and this year, we're planning a Mediterranean cruise, and she forced me out. Mary Sue snapped. She fired me because I needed to take time off when Roger took sick. It was the absolute lowest time of my life. I had one child still in college, a husband without a job, and then him getting so sick and not nearly enough health insurance to take care of him. And Helena Sanchez fired me because she said I wasn't able to do my job anymore. Not only that, but she blackballed me all over eastern North Carolina. No other libraries would hire me. You think I want to spend my time showing shoddily made, overpriced beach houses to stuck-up rich people from New York City? What other options did I have after Helena Sanchez ripped my dreams as well as my livelihood away from me? All conversation at the big table died. Even Louise Jane was left with her mouth hanging open. Everyone stared at Mary Sue. Tears filled her eyes. She rubbed at them and twisted in her chair. Where is that waiter? She snapped her fingers together, and he hurried across the room to our table. Can I get you ladies anything else? Mary Sue tapped the rim of her glass. Louise Jane asked for another beer, and Sheila ordered a plate of bruschetta and more calamari. Aren't we going out for dinner? Bertie asked. Eventually, Sheila said. You say you've seen the maid yourself, Louise Jane. Do you get a sense of how she's feeling? If it was me, Ruth said, I'd be feeling trapped. 20 years wandering around a hotel corridor? No, thank you. It's interesting how small the library world is, isn't it? Lucinda said. Did you ever work with Helena, Ruth? I did. We were at Manteo Library together, but not for long. She left there when she got the director job at the Lighthouse. After that, we continued to run into each other at conferences and the like. She had a good reputation at one time, although in her later years people didn't speak as favorably of her. Bertie? She was an excellent librarian, Bertie said. When I took over at the Lighthouse Library, I found everything in admirable shape. Notably, Bertie didn't say anything about Aunt Ellen and the volunteers being on the verge of quitting because of Helena's leadership. I remember now, Lucinda said. Gossip had it that she was bitterly estranged from her sister and her parents. Does anyone know what that was about? Her sister, Louise Jane said, is a nutcase. I wouldn't put stock in anything she has to say. You told me you don't know her, I said. I hear things, Lucy. I listen and I pay attention. Unlike some people, I don't take things at face value. Please, Bertie said. We're not here to gossip about Helena. Bertie might as well have tried to turn back the tide now lapping against the sand outside the windows as stop this conversation once it had started. The police paid a call on me this morning, Margaret said. Such a handsome young man.
When, Ruth said, did they get to be so young?
Around the time my daughter did, a woman said. Have any of you ladies seen the mayor of this town? Lucinda said. My goodness, but they didn't make politicians that handsome in my day.
I felt myself blushing, and blushed even more when I caught Bertie smiling at me. It was exciting being questioned by the police, Margaret said. Unfortunately, I had to tell him I couldn't be of help. I spoke to Helena last night, but not for long, and we said not much more than hello. When I left the party, she was still alive. What are the police saying happened to her, Bertie?
Nothing they're sharing with me,
Bertie said.
Tell me about this cruise you mentioned, Margaret. Where are you going? I'd love to do a Mediterranean cruise someday. It's top of my list for when I retire.
You should ask Lucy to show you her apartment, Louise Jane said. Frances, known as the Lady, lives there. Her story is a fascinating one. Such a tragedy.
That would be great, Sheila said. How about tonight, Lucy? What? I said. Can I visit tonight? I'd love to try to contact one of the lighthouse spirits. There are no lighthouse spirits, I said, and definitely none who are living in my apartment. I have a cat. He wouldn't allow them in.
Sheila, Lucinda said, do you have any memories to share of Helena?
Me? Didn't know her. Never heard of her before yesterday. Will you stop talking about Helena Sanchez? Mary Sue snapped. Her glass was already empty. She ruined my life. I'll never forgive her. I'm glad she's dead, and I'm not afraid to say so. Isn't this fun? Ruth said in an attempt to change the subject. So nice we could all get together. What are your plans for tomorrow? I asked. Some beach and pool time after breakfast, Bertie said. A group lunch here, and then everyone's on their way. I'll have to miss the lunch, Lucinda said. I have an early flight. I'm staying on for a few days, another woman said. My parents live in Duck, so I'm going up to visit them. We have a reservation at Jake's Seafood Bar at 7, Bertie said. We should finish our drinks and settle up the bill. If I can't see your apartment tonight, Sheila said to me, how about tomorrow? I didn't answer her. Something, or rather, someone, had caught my eye. Tina Ledbetter had slipped into the room when I wasn't looking and had taken a stool at the end of the bar. Despite the low lights, she wore enormous sunglasses and her hair was hidden under a big straw hat. An untouched glass of beer rested on the counter in front of her, and she was staring at our table. She caught me watching and didn't look away. Chapter 9. Connor picked me up at 11 on Sunday. I was already wearing my bathing suit under a loose beach wrap and had flip-flops on my feet. My beach bag was packed with a book, a big towel, sunscreen, and a refillable bottle of water. Connor had promised to provide our picnic. I was waiting downstairs when he drove up. It was going to be a perfect beach day. The sun was a bright yellow ball in a sky of the deepest blue, and the temperature was scheduled to hit the high 80s with little wind. The top was down on Connor's BMW, and I got eagerly into the passenger seat. I leaned over for a kiss, and he kindly provided me with one. A very long, very delicious one. I'd been afraid that, despite Charlene warning her off, Louise Jane would show up, bathing suit on, beach bag in hand, ready to go with us. But I saw no sign of her. Not yet, anyway. Let's go, I said when Connor and I separated.
You sound like you're in a hurry.
I am in a hurry to get sand between my toes and salty water on my bathing suit, as well as in a hurry to get out of here before someone shows up wanting my help with something. He threw the car into gear.
Any news about the police investigation?
Not a peep. I'm going to assume that's a good thing. The autopsy was scheduled for yesterday afternoon. Maybe they concluded it wasn't murder after all, but an accident. That would be nice.
Is Birdie enjoying her reunion?
I think she is. Aside from the death, of course. Louise Jane and I had drinks with some of the women last night at their hotel. It's nice to talk to older librarians. They have some great stories.
You had drinks with Louise Jane?
Believe it or not, yes. We're getting on better these days, I think. The waiter had brought the bill for my glass of wine, and I'd fumbled through my bag searching for my credit card. When I finally found it, paid for my drink, and looked again, Tina Ledbetter's stool had been empty. None of Birdie's group had noticed her. They weren't paying attention to their surroundings, of course, but the sunglasses and the big hat had gone a long way toward hiding Tina's resemblance to Helena. I wondered what had brought her to the hotel and what her interest was in that group of librarians. Maybe nothing. Perhaps she regularly came to the oceanside for a drink. It wasn't far from her house. The women paid their bills, gathered purses and wraps, and got to their feet. I managed to get out of the hotel without having to invite Sheila to my apartment to meet the lady, who, of course, doesn't exist. Traffic was heavy on the highway this morning. The perfect weather had Sunday crowds streaming out of Nag's Head to explore the beaches further south and the small, charming towns of Rodanth and Buxton. See the Cape Hatteras Lighthouse, or hop on the ferry to Ocracoke. Plenty of cars were in the parking lot at Coquina Beach, but the beach is long enough for everyone to enjoy without feeling at all crowded. Connor got the picnic basket out of the trunk, and I carried the blanket and umbrella over the dunes. We found a perfect spot and set ourselves up. He put up the umbrella, and I laid out my towel. I took off my beach wrap and handed him the sunscreen. He rubbed it over my back and shoulders with deep, penetrating strokes that went on long after the heavy cream had been absorbed. I then did the same for him. Well protected from the sun, shivering with pleasure, happy in each other's company, we gripped hands and ran laughing and splashing into the surf. We swam and played in the water, and then we collapsed onto our towels in the shade of the umbrella and read in companionable silence. Connor is in my book club, and he was also reading The Moonstone.
The local cops aren't all that efficient in this book, are they? He said at one point.
One of the standard tropes of traditional mystery fiction, I said.
Don't let Sam Watson hear you say that.
I chuckled. Which is why they had to call in Sergeant Cuff, the hotshot from Scotland Yard.
You about ready for lunch?
I closed my book and sat up. I am. Together, we unpacked the basket. He'd stopped at Josie's Cozy Bakery for sandwiches, cold drinks, and desserts.
You have your choice of roast beef, ham and cheese, hummus, and roasted red peppers. Or tuna salad,
Connor said. You bought 4 of those enormous sandwiches for 2 people?
You make it sound as though there's something wrong with that. I'll have leftovers for dinner.
Tuna, please. He handed me my sandwich, and I unwrapped it and dug in. As we ate, we watched the activity on the beach. Waves along this stretch of the coast can be high and the riptide dangerous. But today, the sea was calm, so some people swam close to shore, while others played in the surf. Small children filled plastic pails with sand and dumped them out again, while older ones kicked balls around. Families enjoyed picnics, and further down the beach, fishermen sat in folding chairs next to their long, arching poles, beverage of choice in hand. Colorful kites bobbed and swooped in the distance. A perfect day. I peeked into the picnic basket, hoping he'd bought one of Josie's famous coconut cupcakes, my favorite. Other than her pecan squares, which are also my favorite. Of course, I also love the dream cake she makes from an old family recipe. Connor cleared his throat.
Lucy.
The tone in his voice had me stop thinking about baked treats. I looked up. His face was flushed, and his eyes bright. I wondered if he was suddenly coming down with a fever. What? Are you okay? He cleared his throat again.
It is a perfect day, Lucy. There can be many more perfect days.
Yes, I agreed. The weather's supposed to stay good all week.
I mean, beyond this week. Lucy, what I'm saying is...
From the depths of my beach bag, my phone rang. Instinctively, I reached for it.
Leave it,
Connor said.
Let them leave a message.
I'll just take a peek and see who it is. Oh, it's Detective Watson. I looked at Connor. I should get this. It might be important. He sighed.
Yes, I guess you should.
Good afternoon, Detective, I said.
Sorry to bother you, Lucy, but we found something I need you to have a look at, and Bertie's not answering her phone.
She's having a farewell lunch with her college crowd. What is it?
You'll see when you get here. How long will it take?
I'm at Coquina Beach with Connor. 10 minutes.
See you then.
He hung up. He needs me to come to the police station right now, I said. They've found something important. Connor began gathering up the picnic debris.
Did he say what it was?
No.
I guess we should go then.
What were you talking about when he called? Did you want to make some sort of plans?
Some sort, he said. It'll keep.
I felt somewhat odd walking into the Nag's Head police station in my bathing suit, beach wrap, big straw hat, and flip-flops. Connor didn't look all that mayoral in shorts with a rip in the right pocket, sandals, t-shirt, and Boston Red Sox cap, my Christmas present to him. But it was the Outer Banks on a hot Sunday in July, so no one had a right to expect anything more formal. Sam Watson was waiting for us by the front doors when we arrived.
You didn't invite me to see this, Sam, Connor said. Whatever it is. Do you want me to wait out here? No need, it won't take long.
Watson led the way through the station to an interview room. The office was quiet on a Sunday afternoon. Butch Greenblatt was the only other person at work, pounding at a computer keyboard, his fingers almost too big for the keys, and he lifted a hand in a wave as we passed. The air conditioning was turned up far too high, reminding me I was seriously underdressed. The interview room was sparsely furnished, but not intimidating, and not too dreadfully uncomfortable, apart from the temperature. Sam nodded toward a chair, and I sat, trying not to shiver too obviously. Connor stood behind me. A plain beige paper folder lay on the table. It wasn't thick, so it couldn't contain much more than a few sheets of paper. Watson opened it, took out a sheet of plastic that he laid in front of me, and then he closed the folder. I leaned in for a closer look, and I felt Connor do the same over my shoulder. It's a library withdrawal slip, I said.
We found this in a trash can near the boardwalk at the lighthouse. Does this look like the slip you told me was missing from the library?
I studied it carefully. The card was about 4 inches square, yellowing with age. The title of the book and name of the author were typewritten across the top. A line of names in different hands and inks ran down the left-hand column, and dates were stamped on the right. It does. I'm pretty sure it's the same one, the Celestine Prophecy. I suppose it could be a slip from another book with the same title, but that stretches coincidence to the breaking point, don't you think?
I do,
Watson said. Connor muttered his agreement. The paper had been torn into many pieces. Some of them were smudged with traces of I didn't want to know what. Someone had carefully reassembled the card as though it were a jigsaw puzzle.
We put it back together as best we were able and checked it for fingerprints, Watson said. We came up with a lot of prints, some older than others. One partial's a match to Helena Sanchez.
I thought back to Bertie's party Friday night. The women gathered in the alcove exclaiming over the historical display. I'm almost certain Helena touched it, She started to take it out of the pocket and seemed to see something that upset her.
Find any other identifiable prints, Sam?
Connor asked.
Charlene Clayton's.
Natural enough, I said. Charlene and I put the exhibit together. I don't think I touched this particular item, though.
Some smudges, some partials that will be too small to identify without a good match. Lucy, you said no librarian would throw something like this in the garbage. Do you still maintain that?
Absolutely. No one is more protective of a written legacy than librarians, not even the police. You'll destroy this if you don't need it anymore. We would need a very good reason to do that.
Not all the women in Bertie's class are still working librarians,
Watson said. No, but they were trained to be. I'm not saying none of the women at the party threw this away. All I'm saying is no one did it mindlessly. Someone didn't want it found.
Yet you have found it,
Connor said. What does it mean?
Lucy?
Watson asked. And that was a very good question. Why would someone think they needed to get rid of this common withdrawal slip? I studied it carefully. The title of the book was typed in capital letters, the signatures handwritten in various types of ink, the dates stamped. I didn't recognize any of the names, and the dates themselves, ranging over 6 months from the beginning of 1995, were of no significance I could see. I've absolutely no idea. Sorry, Sam.
That's okay. I'm going to show you one more thing. This is a photograph of something our divers found in the water under the pier.
He took another page out of the folder. I recognized it immediately. That's the souvenir letter opener that was part of the exhibit.
All one of the same, Connor said. Those things were handed out by the bucketful in 1986 to celebrate the 25th anniversary of the incorporation of the town of Nag's Head. There are plenty of them floating around. Pardon the pun. This one hasn't been in the water long, Watson said. No more than a couple days, at a guess. Probably less. There are no prints on it, not even any partials, meaning it was probably wiped down before being thrown in the marsh.
Is there any, trace of it being used? I asked.
It's in the lab now, and they're checking it over. The blade, as you can see, is completely smooth. No serrations to trap residue in. But we might be able to pull something off. The town seal is stamped in the handle.
You said Helena's prints were on the withdrawal slip. Do identical twins have identical prints? He grinned at me.
We'll make an investigator out of you yet, Lucy.
Perish the thought, I said with a shudder that wasn't entirely because I was half-dressed and the air conditioning was blowing directly on me.
The answer to your question is no, Watson said. There may be similarities between them, more than between two random people, but one twin's prints are not identical to the other's. In this case, however, we only have partials, which may be important, or it may not. Why do you ask that, Lucy? Connor said. Helena Sanchez has an identical twin sister, Watson said. Interesting, Connor said. Isn't it?
Watson picked up the folder and slipped the pages inside. He crossed the room and opened the door.
Thanks for coming down so promptly, Lucy. Connor, I hope I haven't spoiled your day.
Connor shifted from one foot to the other. No problem, I said. We were about to leave the beach anyway. What happens now?
I'm concentrating on the women who went on the walk on the boardwalk after the party on Friday. Present company accepted, of course. Unless you knew Helena Sanchez and haven't told me.
I never met her before Friday evening, I said firmly. I didn't know the woman, and I had no reason to kill her, but being involved in a police investigation, no matter how innocent one might be, is always stressful. Watson hadn't included Bertie in his statement, and I wasn't pleased about that. Surely he couldn't be thinking Bertie might have been responsible for the death of Helena Sanchez?
My officers spoke to the women who didn't go on the walk, and every one of them can be accounted for. They shared cabs or lifts into town. A few went for a drink in the bar once they got back to the hotel. Some are sharing rooms. It would have been difficult, although nothing is impossible, for one of them to return to the library unnoticed in time to kill Ms. Sanchez. The 4 women who went on the walk with you have been asked to remain in Nag's Head for the time being.
How did they react to being told that? I asked.
Not always well, he said dryly. I sent an officer to the Oceanside Hotel first thing this morning to inform that group they are not to leave Nag's Head until further notice. The autopsy results conclude that Helena Sanchez was killed by a sharp, thin object driven into the back of her neck. An object much like a letter opener. She was dead by the time she hit the water.
Meaning she was murdered by someone who was in our library that evening, I said.
So it would appear, he replied.
Chapter 10. Sam Watson's phone rang. He pulled it out of his jacket pocket and checked the display. He held up one finger, telling us to wait a minute.
Watson, what you got?
He listened for a moment and said,
On my way.
He put the phone away and spoke to Connor and me.
As for what happens now, that call was to tell me Bertie and her friends have finished their lunch and are waiting for me. I'm taking a copy of this withdrawal slip to the hotel to show it to them. It means nothing to you. It must mean something to whoever stole it and then threw it away, hoping we wouldn't search the trash. I wonder why that person didn't take it with them, Connor said.
Watson shrugged.
Who knows why anyone does anything? Maybe they were uncomfortable having it on their person. I need to know what this piece of paper means, if it means anything. Despite what you keep telling me, Lucy, it's possible someone wiped their fingers on it and tossed it in the garbage at the first opportunity.
You're going to the hotel now, I said. How about I come with you? I was there, remember? Seeing them with the withdrawal slip might remind me of something.
Bertie was there also, Watson reminded me.
Yes, but she was enjoying catching up with old friends. I was working. There's a difference. Watson glanced at Connor. Connor held out his hands.
She's got a point, Sam. You're not exactly dressed for participating in a police inquiry, Watson said.
I tugged my beach wrap tighter around me, grateful that it was large and loose and all-covering. It's an Outer Banks resort hotel in July. I'll be dressed like half the people in the place. Besides, I'm not pretending to be a police officer. I didn't add this time.
Okay, Watson said. You might as well come. I see no need at this point to question the women privately or individually about the withdrawal slip. Discussing what happened among themselves might help jog memories.
Thanks, I said.
Connor, Watson said, you up to joining us? I think not. I wasn't there that night. I don't know any of the people involved. Lucy'll be with you, not prowling around in the dock by herself. Besides, I have reading to do for tomorrow night.
I waved to Butch as we walked through the police station, and he gave me a big grin and a thumbs up. How's Cece liking this month's book? I asked Watson, referring to his wife, who was part of my classic novel book club.
She likes it a lot. She wants me to read it after she's done. There's nothing, she says, like a stolen jewel with a mysterious, deadly past to make a story intriguing.
We parted at the bottom of the steps. Connor gave me a light kiss and headed for the BMW. I got into Watson's car with him, and we drove the short distance to the ocean side. We found 14 of the women, plus Bertie, waiting for us in a meeting room under the stern eye of Officer Holly Rankin. 3 of the reunion attendees, we were told, had left late Saturday night, after dinner, and 2 early this morning. Watson confirmed he had their contact information and said he'd give them a call later. Most of the women had taken seats around the table. A couple stood against the wall. Lucinda paced back and forth. Sheila stared out the window. The hotel had provided a pot of coffee and pitchers of juice and ice water, but no one had served themselves. Bertie raised one eyebrow when she caught sight of me following Watson into the room, but she didn't say anything. Again, I felt ridiculously underdressed. Watson was in ironed gray slacks and a blue buttoned shirt under a brown leather jacket, and Rankin wore her dark, heavy uniform. The women attending the reunion were nicely dressed for lunch with friends, and then traveling in brightly colored dresses or white capris with patterned t-shirts. They all wore proper shoes, and most had earrings in ears and necklaces around necks. I slapped my way across the room in my flip-flops to stand behind Bertie. I jerked at the belt of my beach wrap to tie it tighter around my waist. At least the air conditioning in this room was at a level above bone-chilling. The detective put the folder on the table in the center of the room.
Thank you all for agreeing to speak with me.
I wasn't aware we had a choice, Sheila said.
You don't, he replied. Not if you want me to find the person who killed your friend.
So it was a murder then. Sheila turned away from the window. Watson didn't reply. The word had been put out there, and that was enough. The women shifted uncomfortably in their seats and murmured to their neighbors.
I know nothing about that, Lucinda said.
I keep telling you over and over, I hadn't seen Helena for years. I don't know why I can't go home. I have work tomorrow morning.
I'm sure your employers will understand, Watson said.
I, for one, am more than happy to help, said a woman I didn't know.
Which might be because you're not under suspicion, Mary Sue said, and you're free to leave.
The woman smirked at her.
At least you can sleep in your own bed, Mary Sue, Lucinda snapped.
I'm being kept here against my will.
There are worse places, Ruth said, like a cell in the police station.
Lucinda glared at her.
I expect to be fully reimbursed by the Nags Head PD for the cost of changing my flight and any extra nights in the hotel, Ruth said.
That goes for me too,
Lucinda said. Watson did not reply.
If you wouldn't mind taking your seats, we can get this over with quickly.
And then some of us can be on our way, a woman said.
I'm going to hand around photocopies of a piece of paper. You'll notice that the original of the page has been torn and reassembled. Y'all will recognize it for what it is. What I want to know is if this one in particular has any meaning to you, no matter how small.
He took photocopied pages out of the folder and passed them around.
It's an old-time withdrawal slip, Sheila said. Before computers, we used these to keep track of who had books out and when they were due to be returned.
The women murmured their agreement.
The Celestine Prophecy,
Margaret Hurley said.
I never read it, but it was a huge bestseller. Some people said it changed their lives. We couldn't keep it on the shelf.
What about the people's names? Watson asked. Do any of you recognize any of them?
The women studied the slip. I watched their faces. I realized Bertie was doing the same.
This was in one of the books at the library on Friday night, Sheila said. Helena looked at it. I'm sure she did.
Yes, she did, Ruth said.
Jeff Applewhite,
Lucinda said in a low voice that was barely a whisper. Mary Sue narrowed her eyes and held the page closer to her face. She sucked in a breath. Oh my gosh, Lucinda's right. I didn't see it at first. I leaned over Margaret's shoulder. She stabbed her finger onto the name of the page. Jeff Applewhite had taken out the book, and it was due to be returned on May 25th, 1995. Some of the women looked complexly blank, but a few exchanged glances and muttered to themselves. Clearly, the name had significance to some of them.
"Who's Jeff Applewhite?"
Watson asked. "Were you working here in 1995, Detective?" Margaret asked.
"No, I was with the NYPD."
"Do a record search at your station," she said. "You'll be sure to find it. I remember the case well." "As do I," Mary Sue said. "It was a 9-day wonder around the time I left the library." I threw a questioning look to Bertie. She shrugged, indicating that she knew no more than me.
"What are you talking about?"
Watson asked. Several women began speaking at once, their voices rising in excitement.
"One at a time, please,"
Watson said. "Jeff Applewhite disappeared in spring of 1995, Margaret said. "I don't remember the exact date, but I remember the story very well indeed. He himself was no one of any particular importance, and people come and go all the time around here. The only reason any of us remember the circumstances is that he was last seen in the vicinity of an extremely expensive diamond necklace. Neither the necklace nor Mr. Applewhite were ever seen again." Chapter 11. At that, the women began to talk all over each other. Some nodded sagely and repeated the story. Some asked breathless questions. "He disappeared from my library?" Bertie asked. "Not from the library, no," Margaret said, "but it looks like he might have checked out a book before he left."
"Why would anyone who stole valuable jewels be interested in a fiction book?" someone asked.
"Are you sure the necklace was stolen?" Ruth said. "I heard the owner wouldn't cooperate with the police." "Because she was embarrassed, most likely," Sheila said. "What was her name again?" Sam Watson, I thought, looked stunned, but he recovered quickly and lifted one hand. Gradually, the excited chatter died down. Watson ran his penetrating gray eyes over the watching faces.
"Were any of you personally acquainted with this Jeff Applewhite?"
The women shook their heads.
"Were any of you personally involved in events surrounding the disappearance of this necklace?"
More head shaking. "Not exactly the circles in which I mixed," sniffed Mary Sue.
"In that case," he said, "I'd prefer to read up on the case myself, rather than be influenced by fading memories and secondhand gossip. In the meantime, I'll remind you we're here about the death of Helena Sanchez. I have another picture to show you. Please tell me if you recognize this."
He took the photograph of the letter opener out of the folder and passed it around. Almost everyone said they'd seen it on Friday night as part of our historical exhibit. "Is that the murder weapon?" a woman asked, with what I thought an unseemly delighted shudder. "He's not going to tell us that," Ruth said, "but we're free to speculate." "I thought you said she drowned," another woman said. "Didn't she?" "She had to get into the water somehow," Mary Sue said. "She wasn't enjoying a moonlight swim." "I can't believe no one saw anything," a woman said. "How could you have lost track of her? We're hardly in the middle of nowhere." "It was as dark out there that night as though we were in the middle of nowhere," Lucinda replied. "And I resent your implication." "Not implying anything, just making a comment."
"As for this letter opener," Watson said, "did anyone see it not on the display table in the alcove?"
Women glanced at each other. Heads shook again. "Hard to prove a negative, Detective," Margaret said. He rephrased the question.
"Did anyone who'd seen it earlier happen to notice when it was no longer on the display table?"
More shaking of heads. A small, gray-haired woman slowly raised her hand.
"Yes, ma'am,"
Watson said.
Do you have something to add?
I have to be leaving for the airport soon. I don't want to miss my flight.
It's a long drive to Raleigh, said another. I don't like to be on the roads after dark. I think we're finished here.
Watson gathered up the papers and put them back in the folder.
Thank you for your time. If anyone remembers anything at all, about events of Friday night or Helena Sanchez, please get in touch with me. I have your contact details if I need further information. Those of you who need to be on your way are free to leave now. If you've been asked to remain in Nag's Head pending further developments, I trust you'll do so.
Some women bounded out of their chairs and bolted for the door. Some lingered unsure. A few hugged and exchanged kisses and promises to keep in touch.
I want it on record that I object to being treated like a common criminal, Lucinda Lorca said. Television is a highly competitive business. If I have to stay here much longer, I might not have a job to go back to.
Duly noted, Watson said.
Mary Sue, do you have room for me at your house? Lucinda asked.
What? Mary Sue said.
I don't want to stay in this hotel a moment longer. It'll be much nicer to move into a friend's home. I'm sure it'll only be for a day or two.
I don't...
Great. That's arranged then. I'll get my stuff packed and meet you in the lobby in a jiffy.
Lucinda ran past Holly Rankin and out the door. Mary Sue looked at Bertie.
You can say no, Bertie said.
Too late now, Mary Sue said.
I don't suppose you have room for me too, do you? Sheila asked.
This is an expensive hotel. No, sorry. Our house isn't very big, and my son... Mary Sue's voice trailed off.
Why don't you and I get a room together, Sheila? Ruth said. If we share, it'll help with the cost a bit.
I'd like that, Sheila replied. Thanks.
Mrs. Hurley, Watson said. I have one question about this Jeff Applewhite and the stolen jewels. What was the name of the owner?
Rachel Blackstone, Margaret said. Bertie's jaw dropped. Rachel Blackstone, I said. You don't mean... She does, Mary Sue said. The same Rachel Blackstone who still lives in Nag's Head and chairs all those fundraising committees for the hospital and other charities.
Do you know this woman?
Watson asked Bertie and me.
We do. Very well, Bertie said.
She's a regular at the library, I said. She's a close friend to my Aunt Ellen.
Did either of you know about this theft?
No, I said.
Me neither,
Bertie said.
It happened before my time here. I find it interesting that no one talks about it anymore.
Out of respect for Rachel, most likely, Margaret said. It was a long time ago.
I'm going back to the station, and I'm going to read up on the records of the case. The fact that the name of a man who disappeared after allegedly stealing a valuable piece of jewelry is on the withdrawal slip that appears to have some nebulous connection to a current case is probably meaningless. Plenty of other people took out that book and wrote their names on the slip. But stranger things have happened. Officer Rankin, let's go.
Rankin moved herself away from the wall. I picked one of the photocopies off the table. May I keep this, Detective?
Sure, he said.
Mary Sue followed Watson to the door. How long are you going to keep them here? I don't want that woman in my house any longer than necessary.
I can't say, Mrs. Delamont, but I'll remind you that you also are not to leave town without my permission.
I haven't done anything, she protested.
Glad to hear it.
Watson paused in the doorway and then turned around.
Sorry, Lucy. I forgot. You came with me. Do you need Officer Rankin to drive you back to the lighthouse?
I'll take her, Bertie said. He gave us a nod and left. Rankin followed him out. We'd better get that room arranged, Ruth, Sheila said. I hope the hotel's not fully booked. Otherwise, we'll be at your place, Mary Sue, son or not. Mary Sue tried not to groan. "It would be just like our college days," Ruth said. "We can watch scary movies and stuff ourselves with potato chips and pizza and throw sleeping bags on the floor." "I doubt my 60-year-old bones would care for that," Sheila said as they left the meeting room.
"I haven't thought about that business of Rachel's necklace for a long time," Margaret said. "Imagine it popping up now. I wonder if it did have something to do with Helena. I don't suppose we'll ever know. It was nice seeing you, Bertie. It's been too long. I'd like to keep in touch."
"As would I," Bertie said with a smile. Soon, only Bertie and I remained in the meeting room. A housekeeper slipped in and began clearing away the untouched drinks. "Are you thinking what I'm thinking?" Bertie said to me. "Oh, yeah." I dropped into the chair next to her and took out my phone. It might well be a coincidence that this Jeff Applewhite took out that book from what's now our library around the time he disappeared with a purloined necklace. But I saw the look on Helena's face when she saw that withdrawal slip. She read something there that meant something extremely important to her. And that something was not a happy memory. We began tapping on our phones. In 1995, the internet was in its infancy. There wasn't a lot of detail available about the case, but Bertie and I were able to find some information, mainly because the necklace, that apparently had been stolen, was of considerable significance, and people who cared about rare gems had followed the case closely at the time and speculated ever since. The night of April 30th, 1995, Rachel Blackstone threw a party at her family's beach house in Nags Head. The party had gotten out of control, and neighbors called the police. It was not, apparently, the first time that happened. Rachel was known to be what was euphemistically described as a wealthy, fun-loving young woman. "Doesn't sound like the Rachel I know," Bertie said. "No, it doesn't. It might not be the same person." "It has to be her. Same name, right age, home in Nags Head. Rachel's a woman of considerable means, family money." We read on. The police had left after asking a few partygoers to move their cars, and the party continued, much to the annoyance of the neighbors. "This is interesting," I said. "Rachel didn't report the theft. Her mother did. And then not until several days had passed. Perhaps Rachel didn't realize it was missing. Police searched for a man by the name of Jeffrey Applewhite, who'd attended the party. He's described as having recently moved to Nags Head. And there the story seems to end. Applewhite was never found, and the necklace is still missing, to the dismay of gemologists everywhere." "Do you really think this has something to do with the death of Helena?" "I can't see how, Lucy. I didn't know Helena at all well, but she stayed in Nags Head for a long time after this happened. She didn't abscond with a lover and a diamond necklace and live off the proceeds of its sale." "I'm wondering about her sister," I said. "Her twin sister. Maybe Tina Ledbetter had something to do with it? Although I've been to her house, not exactly the mansion of a master criminal." Bertie put her phone away. "You must be freezing in that outfit. I'll take you home. Why are you dressed like that anyway?" Connor and I were at the beach when Watson called saying he needed me to come down to the station and look at the withdrawal slip. Grains of sand were trapped in the seat of my bathing suit, and my body felt sticky from the drying salt. I didn't dare think about what my hair must look like. Bertie frowned. "Really? Sam Watson needs to stop working all the time and expecting us to be at his beck and call." "I don't mind. It's important." "Personal time is also important," my boss said. We left the meeting room and walked into the hotel lobby. Some of the reunion guests were checking out, and others stood at the front doors next to their suitcases, waiting for taxis. It took a long time for us to leave. Bertie stopped to talk to everyone, and they all exchanged hugs and promises to keep in touch. "Did you enjoy the weekend?" I asked, when we'd finally been able to make our escape and get into Bertie's car.
Very much. Aside from what happened with Helena, of course. I can't believe how much I laughed last night at dinner as we repeated the old stories. I was very close to some of those women at an important time in my life. Some of them I couldn't stand back then, and one or two I found I still can't stand.
I don't believe that, I said. You like everyone, Bertie. She turned to me with a smile.
I pretend to like everyone, Lucy. There's a difference. Although I've found over the years that if you try to get along, almost everyone turns out to be good at heart.
Mary Sue wasn't happy at Lucinda's coming to stay with her.
No, Mary Sue's very bitter. She doesn't hide it at all well. I don't think she even tries.
We drove through Whalebone Junction, and Bertie sped up as the traffic thinned as we sped out of town. I looked out the window at the narrow line of houses lining the seafront on my left. The houses soon faded away, and we drove past miles of sand dunes and scruffy beach grass. The Body Island Lighthouse appeared in the distance to our right, its black and white bands serving as a landmark to ships at sea, the paint as individual as the pattern of the light at night. Something about a lighthouse, any lighthouse, always brings a lump to my throat. On one of my first dates with Connor, he recited the words written on the walls of the Currituck Light, to illuminate the dark space. He'd told me how people built lighthouses to protect people they might never meet. A flash of light in the pre-electric world would guide ships on their way and keep them safe from the perils of the sea. I think, now that I look back on it, it might have been that night, at that dinner, that I fell in love with Connor McNeil.
I suspect Lucinda, Bertie said, pulling me out of my pleasant thoughts and back to the unpleasant matter at hand, has some deep insecurities, which make her inclined to brag and show off. Not a good situation in the company of an angry woman like Mary Sue.
Do you think Rachel would mind talking about what happened all those years ago? I asked as Bertie turned into the long lane and passed between the lines of tall red pines.
I don't know. I'd never heard that story before today, so it's obviously not a point of conversation for her. Doesn't mean it's a sore point. Maybe she thinks it's old news and no one cares.
Could we pay her a visit? I can get changed quickly.
I'm having dinner with Eddie tonight. He'll have left Elizabeth City already, so I can hardly call and tell him it's off.
Eddie was Edward McClanahan, a professor of ancient languages at Blacklock College. He and Bertie had been an item in their grad student years. They'd reconnected a few months ago when Bertie and I went to the college in search of important information, on two of his colleagues.
Why don't you speak to Ellen first? She might know if it's a sensitive subject for Rachel.
Good idea. The car pulled up in front of the lighthouse, and I grabbed my beach bag and got out.
I forgot to ask, Bertie said. Did you and Connor have a nice afternoon? Before you were so rudely interrupted?
We did. Thanks for the lift. See you tomorrow. I shut the car door and ran up the path. Chapter 12. Charles greeted me in his normally effusive manner. I always hope it's me he's happy to see, and not just that he's hoping to soon hear the pop of the tab being released on the cat food can. He ran ahead of me, balancing nimbly on the staircase railing. I ran after him, not nearly so nimbly, and led us into the lighthouse airy. I threw my bag on the bed, and before doing anything else, I called Aunt Ellen from the landline in my apartment. Charles paced across the kitchen and wound himself around my legs, reminding me that I had more important tasks to attend to. I wagged my finger at him. It was still too early for dinner. Although, for Charles, it was never too early for dinner.
"Good afternoon, Lucy," Aunt Ellen said.
Hi. I know this might sound strange, but I do have a reason for asking.
Go ahead.
Rachel Blackstone. Her name came up today in connection with a missing necklace.
Oh, yes, that.
So it was hers? I heard that a valuable piece of jewelry had been stolen from her many years ago.
That's true, and valuable is the word. It was a family heirloom containing a legendary diamond and worth a considerable amount of money. It was never recovered, and Rachel feels guilty to this day about it.
You mean she had something to do with its disappearing?
No, not at all. Guilty that she didn't take better care, I mean.
Do you think she'd be willing to talk to me about it?
I don't see why not. She feels guilty, as I said, but it's not a sensitive subject for her.
In the background, I heard my Uncle Amos yelling at Aunt Ellen.
Amos says it's been too long and you're to come to dinner tonight. He's grilling fish, and there's always room for one more. Josie will be here.
Sounds mighty tempting, I said, meaning it. No one on planet Earth does grilled fish better than Uncle Amos. I grew up eating it in those long, lazy summers I spent on the Outer Banks.
I have an idea, Aunt Ellen said. I'll invite Rachel, too. I know she's in town. We have a meeting of the museum board tomorrow.
That would be great. If she's not comfortable talking about what happened, I'll drop the subject.
Josie's expected around 6. Come when you're ready. If Rachel's not free, I'll tell her you want to pay a call on her another time.
We hung up, and I checked the time. It was 5 o'clock now. I fed Charles, who was attempting to make me believe he was about to expire from sheer starvation any minute now, and then jumped into the shower. I stood under the hot water for a long time, grateful to be washing all that sand and salt out of my hair and off my skin. I pulled on a light summer dress of red cotton splashed with yellow and blue. Expecting that we'd sit outside to eat, knowing the evening breeze off the ocean can be cool, I added a light black sweater to the outfit. Charles waved me out the door, and I was on my way by 5:45. When Aunt Ellen and Uncle Amos's 3 children grew up and moved away, they sold the big, rambling home I'd visited so often and bought their dream place on the beach not far from Jeanette's Pier in Nag's Head. It's a beautiful house, painted a cheerful yellow, made up of several stories in the standard Outer Banks beach style, perched on the edge of the dunes with a view of the open ocean. It's smaller than the house they used to have, but more than adequate for their needs now and for visitors they continue to get regularly. Like most beach houses, theirs stands on stilts, with a garage and storage rooms on the ground level and the living areas on the upper floors. I climbed the steps, and Aunt Ellen opened the door to me with a smile. She wrapped me in an enthusiastic hug. "Sorry I didn't bring anything," I said, "but you did give me rather short notice."
"You never need to bring anything except yourself, honey, and you know that."
"I do," I said.
"I spoke to Rachel and she accepted my invitation to dinner with enthusiasm. She was pleased to hear you and Josie will be joining us."
Aunt Ellen led the way upstairs. The main living area is open plan, the walls painted white and the rooms full of cheerful, comfortable blue and yellow furniture. Paintings of Outer Banks scenes by local artists add to the riot of color. Josie and Uncle Amos were waiting for us on the deck that runs off the thoroughly modern steel and glass kitchen. Josie jumped to her feet to greet me with a hug, and Uncle Amos said,
"Get you a drink?"
"A tea would be nice. I'm driving, so I'll have a small glass of wine with dinner." The table was set with 5 places. "Did you tell Rachel why I want to talk to her?" I asked.
"No," Aunt Ellen said. "I'm happy to have her as a guest in my home. You can ask, but if she doesn't want to talk about it, I trust you'll respect that."
"I will." I accepted a frosty, ice-filled glass from Uncle Amos and sat down. "Why do you want to talk to her?" Josie asked.
"There's the door now,"
Uncle Amos said, and Aunt Ellen excused herself. I sipped my tea, delicious and sweet, without being cloying in the true Southern manner, and gazed over the balcony railing to the beach below and the sea beyond. It was still daylight, but the shadows thrown by the houses lining the dunes were long. No one was swimming, but people strolled through the surf, sending sandpipers scurrying on their long, thin legs. Gulls swooped overhead, and out to sea the fishing charters returned to harbor after a day on the water. I sighed happily. I turned to see Josie grinning at me. "What?" I said. "You were in your happy place. I could see it on your face." "Guilty as charged," I said. "How's things at work?" "Good. All good." If the bakery were falling down around her, my cousin would say everything was falling perfectly. "I'm sorry I haven't been in for a while. We've been busy at the library. It's that time of year."
"That time of year for us all," Uncle Amos said. "Even for me, although Steph's taken on more of the workload these days."
Stephanie Stanton was one of my closest friends, girlfriend of Butch Greenblatt, and Uncle Amos's law partner. As my uncle edged slowly, perhaps more slowly than Aunt Ellen would like, toward retirement, Steph began shouldering more of their cases. Uncle Amos rose to his feet as Aunt Ellen and Rachel Blackstone came onto the deck. My aunt carried an enormous bouquet of fresh, short-stemmed red roses, accented by white daisies and leaves of green hosta.
"Look what Rachel brought me," she said with delight. "And at such short notice, too."
"They're gorgeous," Josie said, giving Rachel a hug. "Grown by my own hand," Rachel said.
"You know Lucy, don't you?" Aunt Ellen said. "From the library?"
"Of course," Rachel said with a light laugh. "Everyone knows Lucy." "Everyone loves Lucy," Josie said. That might make a good name for a TV show." "Never heard that one before," I said, and we all laughed. Oh yes, I'd been reminded of the old Lucille Ball TV show I Love Lucy many times, particularly when I'd been dating a man named Ricky. Thank heavens, I always thought, I don't have red hair. Uncle Amos offered drinks. Rachel accepted, and she and I sat down. Aunt Ellen took her flowers into the kitchen, and Josie went to give her a hand. Rachel accepted a glass of wine and complimented Uncle Amos on the view. She was a striking-looking woman, but without the veneer of being over-pampered. My own mom came to mind. Some wealthy women have. She was probably in her mid-50s, taller than even Josie, and whippet thin, with slick black and gray hair that curled under her chin, and wide hazel eyes brimming with good humor. She'd dressed for a casual dinner with friends, in white jeans, a navy blue t-shirt, and a white linen jacket. Her only jewelry was discreet gold hoop earrings. Josie and Aunt Ellen were soon back, carrying platters of cheese, a sliced baguette, and a bowl of mixed nuts. Uncle Amos fired up the grill. "I haven't seen you since your wedding, Josie," Rachel said. "My congratulations." "Thank you." "I'd ask how married life is working out, but I don't have to. You still have that glow. Happiness simply pours from you." Josie smiled and blushed. She'd been married over the winter to Jake Greenblatt, Butch's brother. Jake owned Jake's Seafood Bar, one of the most popular restaurants in Nags Head, where he was also the head chef. With his work hours, he didn't often get to family dinners. Aunt Ellen sat down and accepted a glass of wine from Uncle Amos. My uncle went into the kitchen and was soon back, carrying a tray on which lay an enormous red snapper, which he'd earlier prepped and stuffed. I picked up my glass of tea and twisted it in my hands. I spoke hesitantly, unsure of the reception my question would get. I hope you don't mind, Rachel. I have something I'd like to ask you. If you don't want to talk about it, that's okay. That sounds serious, she said. Go ahead. Did you hear about the woman who died outside the library on Friday night? I did. It was on the news. Her name was Helena Sanchez. She was the library director until about 10 years ago. Did you know her? I don't believe I did. She would have been there before my time. It's only since Bertie took over that I got involved in the library. I knew of her when she lived in Nag's Head, but I don't recall having any contact. I knew her sister, though, Tina. You did? Tina and I were friends at one time, in our wild youth. Tina Sanchez, she was then. She has since married and divorced, I've heard. I haven't seen Tina in ages. I don't know if she's still living in this area. She is. Rachel put down her glass. She studied my face intently. Perhaps she saw something there she could trust, because she gave the slightest of nods and began to speak. When I say wild youth, Lucy, I mean it. That was not a good time in my life. Why are you asking about Helena? The police are calling her death a murder. Rachel nodded. So I've heard. Something strange happened a short while before she died, and your name came up. She looked surprised. It did? How odd. In what context, may I ask? I glanced at Aunt Ellen. She gave me a slight nod, telling me to continue. Uncle Amos stood next to the gas grill, beer in one hand, metal tongs in the other, supervising the cooking of his fish, but still listening closely to our conversation. Jeffrey Applewhite. Goodness, that is a blast from the past. Rachel glanced at my uncle. Is there news about the necklace? Not that I know of, he said. She picked up her glass, took a sip, and said, Go on, Lucy. I couldn't help but notice that her hand shook ever so slightly. We thought it would amuse Bertie's guests to be reminded of the way things used to work in a library. Charlene and I dragged a lot of old library equipment and artifacts out of storage. Among them was a book titled The Celestine Prophecy. Does that mean anything to you? I remember it. I don't believe I ever read it, but many of the people in my circle of acquaintances had. They raved constantly about it, about the meaning and the quest for enlightenment. More than a few talked about heading off to South America in the footsteps of the author. What was his name again? James Redfield. That's right. As far as I know, not one of them ever did end up either in Peru or enlightened. Enlightenment was something a certain type of person sought, Lucy. In the circles in which I mixed in those days, sought meant talk about and have another drink. Not actually doing anything to achieve it. She scrunched up her face and thought. If you are asking if there's something specific I know about that book, I can't think of anything. Attached to the flyleaf of the book was a withdrawal record, the sort libraries everywhere used before computers. I was with Helena when she saw that slip. She reacted strongly to it, very strongly. I didn't know why then, and I haven't been able to find out why since. When the police later showed a copy of the slip to Bertie's class, several of them recognized a name on it. I took my copy of the slip out of my bag. Would you mind having a look? Rachel held out her hand. Not at all. I gave it to her, and she studied it for a long time. She passed it to Aunt Ellen, who then gave it to Josie. I don't recognize any of those names except for Jeff Applewhite, Rachel said. I most definitely remember Jeff Applewhite. It's dated May 25th, 1995. Do you know the significance of that date, Lucy? It was mentioned that something happened around that time. Rachel leaned back in her chair. She cradled her glass in her hands. Her nails were freshly painted a soft pink. I appreciate you realizing this might be sensitive to me, Lucy. But don't worry about it. I'm happy to talk about it. Jeff Applewhite and what subsequently happened was a turning point in my life. The major turning point, I might say. Some people need therapy. Some need intervention. Some need time in rehab. Some even get jail time. I was lucky none of those things were needed in my case. They might have been, without Jeff and what he did. Uncle Amos flipped the fish. Josie sipped her drink, and Aunt Ellen smiled encouragingly at her friend. I was a wild one in my youth, Rachel said. I dropped out of school. I drank to excess. I drank beyond excess. I did drugs, plenty of drugs. I was on a very bad path. My family has money, lots of money, which was made by my grandfather who'd started his life as the son of a shoemaker and a seamstress. My own father, unfortunately for us all, didn't inherit the work ethic of his father and grandparents. My father pretended to work in the family firm, and my mother pretended to be a pillar of East Coast society. But what they mostly wanted out of life was to spend money. I'm their only child. The only thing I can say in my defense is that they pretty much left me to raise myself, watched over by a series of nannies and housekeepers, some of whom were kind, some of whom were not. My parents are still alive, by the way. These days they spend most of their summers on Long Island and winters in Arizona. My father's no longer involved in the day-to-day running of the family business, which is the main reason it continues to do well. I'm not telling you I'm a poor little rich girl, Lucy. I'm well aware all my life choices were my own. Anyway, to continue the story, in the spring of 1995, my parents were in New York. Dad was still pretending to manage the company, and Mom was playing socialite. I was in Nag's Head at the house I still live in today. The housekeeper was a woman by the name of Juliet Ramirez. Aunt Ellen nodded. Juliet no longer works for me, but we're still close. It was her, most of all, who made me see the dangers of the path I was on. Anyway, to continue the story, my grandfather bought his wife, my grandmother, a necklace. It featured a large white diamond in the center, which was surrounded by smaller diamonds, sapphires, and rubies. The main diamond was 100 carats. That's a lot, Josie said with considerable understatement. It is. The necklace was, truth be told, a truly hideous piece. Suitable perhaps for the Queen of England to wear at her coronation, but not anyone else. My grandfather, whom I loved very much, by the way, was a plain, practical, down-to-earth, level-headed man who made a fortune by the time he was 30. He loved his wife, my grandmother, with a passion, or so people tell me. Sadly, I never knew her. He gave her the necklace as a grand, extravagant gesture on the birth of their first child, my father. My father turned out to be their only child, as she died a few months later in a car accident. They'd been invited to a state dinner at the White House, which took place the month after she died. She'd planned to wear the necklace to that for the first time. Grandfather was completely devastated at her death and threw himself totally into his businesses, thus making even more money. My father was raised by servants, so I guess I can't blame him too much for abandoning me in my childhood. It was all he knew. Uncle Amos held the wine bottle over Rachel's glass. "Thank you," she said, and he poured. Grandfather died when I was in high school. I went off the rails not long after that, and my life entered a downward spiral. Anyway, in the spring of '95, I was at the beach house. The necklace was usually kept in a safe in the Manhattan apartment, but my parents had been to some big, fancy charity affair in Raleigh, and Mom had worn it.
The necklace, by the way, originated in India, and the diamond itself was famous enough to have a name. The Rajapani diamond. It had been the property of some minor princeling who'd fallen on hard times and had to sell all his wife's jewelry. My parents stopped off in Nag's Head for a couple of days after the Raleigh event, and for some reason they left the necklace in the house when they returned to New York. I had a party once they were gone. I had a lot of parties in those days. I had a lot of friends, many of whose names I couldn't have told you the next day. People realized I had a lot of money and not much sense, and they moved into the house for weeks at a time or asked me for loans they had no intention of ever repaying. I provided the booze and the drugs. They flattered me and made me think I was popular. Rachel sipped her drink and stared into space. What a fool. Aunt Ellen reached across the table and touched her hand. Rachel gave her a big smile. Of all the things in life I'm grateful for, the fact that I've learned what friendship truly is perhaps the most important. Jeff Applewhite was one of those so-called friends that spring. He came, he partied, he left. He was not a boyfriend of mine or even anyone special. He hung with the crowd who hung around me. I learned later he was from Iowa, had arrived in Nag's Head the previous summer, and got a job with a construction firm. The night of April 30th, the usual crowd of hangers-on were at my house. Someone lit a bonfire on the beach. It got out of control, and the neighbors complained. I remember that. They were always complaining. I never paid any attention. My parents' lawyers would smooth it all over when it got too serious to ignore. At some point in the night, I thought it would be amusing to wear the necklace. I put it on and pranced around the house in it. So funny. She shook her head. Was Tina Sanchez at the party? I asked. She might have been, Lucy. I don't remember her being there, but I honestly don't know. The point is, people wandered in and out all the time. They drank my booze, ate my food, borrowed my things, and never returned them. I woke up the following morning on the floor of my bedroom, which wasn't an uncommon occurrence. I didn't realize I didn't have the necklace on anymore. I didn't know it was missing until my parents came back a few days later and wanted it. I couldn't find it. They called the police. It was never seen again, Aunt Ellen said. Not by me, at any rate. The police talked to everyone they could locate who'd been in my house that night. People told them I'd been wearing it early in the evening, but no one had seen me take it off. A necklace of that value, with stones of that quality, isn't something you sell on the street corner. The police were confident it would turn up. It never did. And Jeff Applewhite? I asked. He went to work the morning following the theft and on the day after, but by the time the police got involved and went to his workplace, he was gone. They said he simply hadn't shown up the morning of May 3rd and hadn't been heard from since. He hadn't even come in to collect wages owed. He was working for a company called Reynolds Renovations, which isn't around anymore. Roy Reynolds died a few years later, Uncle Amos said, and his children didn't want the business. I remember them, Aunt Ellen said. Didn't they do the family room extension we put on the old house? They were sorely missed when they closed because their work was excellent and their prices good. I think they did some work on the interior of the library years ago, modernizing it and such. Sorry, Rachel. Please go on. Rachel sipped her drink. Most of Jeff's stuff was still in his apartment, but no one was able to say if anything was missing or when they'd seen him last. The police searched for him. They never found him. They eventually located his truck, or at least the truck registered to him, parked near the bus station in Elizabeth City. They concluded that Jeff stole the necklace and left town with it. What happened then? She held out her hands. No one knows. And you? I asked. What did you do?
She smiled at me. My parents yelled and screamed and called me irresponsible. I yelled and screamed and blamed it all on them. But I was smart enough, and still not totally lost, to realize what I'd done. Juliet, who'd known my beloved grandfather and out of loyalty to him patiently stayed with me over my difficult years, helped me realize I'd lost his most important possession because of nothing but sheer stupidity. He would have been devastated and so dreadfully disappointed in me. I'd like to say I immediately devoted myself to doing good works, but that took a while. I can say I never threw another wild party again. I never again saw most of the people who'd been there that night. I stopped taking drugs completely, although, she lifted her glass of wine, I do like a drink now and again. And fish, Uncle Amos said. I hope you like fish, because dinner's ready. Josie sprang to her feet. You sit, Mom. I'll bring everything out. My father fought the insurance company for a long time, Rachel said. The company refused to pay on the grounds that I'd been negligent in handling the necklace, which I had. My parents found themselves out of a heck of a lot of money. They've never forgiven me for that. A few years later, I hired a private investigator to search for Jeff Applewhite. He had no more luck than the police. He located Jeff's family back in Iowa, but they said he didn't keep in touch much once he moved to North Carolina, and they never heard from him again after April 1995. Remember, this was before the days of texts, cheap phone calls, and everyone having email. People had to make an effort to keep in touch. Josie laughed as she put a giant wooden bowl of salad on the table. Sounds like the Dark Ages. Also known as our youth, right, Ellen? Rachel smiled at my aunt, and I thought how very lucky Rachel had been. She could so easily have continued down that dark path. Jeff's family and friends in Iowa said they had no idea what could have happened to him. My investigator believed them. His mother, in particular, was upset, just talking about her missing son. She insisted Jeff would not have cut off contact completely, but my investigator said that didn't mean much. If he was on the run, he'd have known not to call his family. Nags Head people told him they thought Jeff had a girlfriend, but no one knew her name or anything about her. His friendships, it seemed, were as nebulous as mine. Could it have been Helena Sanchez? Or her sister Tina? I asked. It could have been anyone, Rachel said. No woman reported him as missing to the police or came looking for him. Not officially, anyway. The police believed she left town with him. No one reported a woman missing around the time, so she was probably just adrift or two. It's likely the necklace was broken up, the smaller jewels pried out of it and sold separately, the big diamond cut up into smaller ones. It really was an ugly thing. The story got a lot of press, nationally as well as locally. If a woman had suddenly started sporting rare and precious jewels, people would have talked. Josie came back, carrying a tray loaded with plates and cutlery, a bowl of potato salad, and a pineapple and mango salsa to accompany the fish. Uncle Amos carefully lifted the fish off the grill and laid it on a platter. It smelled marvelous. Thank you for telling me your story, I said as I held out my plate to be filled. Not a problem, Lucy, Rachel said. I'm ashamed and embarrassed at losing my grandmother's necklace, but I've come to believe my grandfather might have considered it a price worth paying to get me off that track of self-destruction. One more quick question, I said. What would you estimate is the value of the necklace today? $25 million, Rachel said. This fish smells and looks delicious, Amos. Thank you. Now, Ellen, I want to hear this idea of yours for a fundraiser for the museum. Chapter 13. I climbed into bed with my iPad and Charles, full of fish and salads and some of Josie's marvelous pastries that she'd brought for our dessert. I searched for more information about the Rajapani diamond and the Blackstone family treasure. I found a picture of the necklace and studied it. I agreed with Rachel. It was incredibly ugly, designed to show off excessive wealth rather than good taste. I chastised myself for the unkind thought. Rachel said her grandfather had loved her grandmother very much. Perhaps he gave her this necklace thinking it matched the strength of the feelings he had for her. The main feature was a ginormous white diamond, about the size of a golf ball, which the article confirmed was a hefty 101 carats, set in gold and surrounded by sapphires. The pendant hung from a chain covered with smaller diamonds, more sapphires, and rubies. A smaller circle of equally precious gems lay inside the first. Not something that'd drop between the floorboards and be forgotten, or would easily slip into the Nag's Head criminal underworld, if Nag's Head had a criminal underworld. That was something I didn't know and didn't want to know. Articles on the necklace told me the main feature, the big diamond, was named the Rajapani diamond after the Indian prince who'd had it cut into its current form. It had been found in South Africa in 1903 and had passed through several hands, eventually ending up with Prince Rajapani, who had it cut and inset into the necklace. Around the time India got its independence, the newest Rajapani prince had fallen onto hard times and was forced to sell almost all his family's assets at fire sale prices. Apparently, his son had later gone into the movie business and made a new fortune as the producer of Bollywood flicks. The articles I read said nothing about him trying to get back the diamond, and there was no indication he'd ever come under suspicion for the theft. From what I read, if he wanted it, he had the funds to simply offer to buy it. No need to pretend to be an American drifter working construction and hanging around beach house parties waiting for a chance to grab it. I couldn't help but think about our book club's current selection, the Moonstone, which concerns the search for an Indian jewel known as the Moonstone. In the book, members of a religious cult come to England in pursuit of their sacred jewel, stolen by one Colonel Herncastle, who gave it to his niece for her 18th birthday. And there the story begins. As far as I could tell from my search of the internet, the Rajapani diamond had no supernatural or religious significance. It was simply worth a heck of a lot of money. I expanded my search and found a picture of Jeff Applewhite, taken about a year before his disappearance. He seemed to me like an average-looking guy, late 20s, scruffy dark hair in need of a wash, messy beard, big eyes in a thin face with prominent cheekbones. What importance did Jeff Applewhite, with or without the Blackstone necklace, have to Helena Sanchez? Her reaction indicated that the name meant something to her. If not Helena herself, maybe she knew it meant something to her sister, Tina? That was only one question. The big one was, did Helena die because of it? And if so, why? I crawled across the bed, upsetting Charles, and reached for my bag. I pulled out the photocopy of the withdrawal slip. Jeff Applewhite had withdrawn the Celestine Prophecy from the Lighthouse Library. It was due to be returned on May 25th, 1995. If at that time the library's withdrawal period was the same as it is now, 3 weeks, he would have taken the book out on May 4th. The party at Rachel's had been on April 30th. What had Jeff done in the 4 days following the fateful party, other than visit the library to check out a book? What day had he disappeared? Rachel said he hadn't shown up to work the morning of May 3rd. Was it possible Jeff Applewhite had stolen an incredibly valuable diamond and planned to skip town with it, with or without an unknown girlfriend, but he stayed long enough to drop into the library and sign out a book? Charlene and I had found the volume in the library's box of damaged books in the town basement, so he must have returned it. That made absolutely no sense. I had to call Detective Watson. He might not be aware that the date on the withdrawal slip was the day the book was due back, not the day it had been taken out. I climbed out of bed with a sigh and walked across the room to the phone. It rang as I put my hand on it, and I jumped. Hello?
Lucy, I hope I'm not calling you too late,
Watson said. No, I'm still up.
I have a library question, and Cece's not home yet.
Shoot, I said, before thinking maybe that was a poor choice of words.
In 1995, how long could you take a book out of the library?
I laughed. Good question. Such a good question. I was about to phone you with the answer. 3 weeks. Meaning Jeff Applewhite took out the Celestine Prophecy on May 4th.
4 days after the disappearance of the Blackstone necklace, and 2 days after the disappearance of Jeff Applewhite himself.
Right.
I have to wonder,
Watson said,
if a man who's in illegal possession of a multi-million-dollar necklace has the concentration to be thinking about reading.
I was thinking much the same thing.
Good night, Lucy.
Good night, Detective. The following morning, I told Bertie what I'd learned about Jeff Applewhite and the Blackstone necklace and the Rajapani diamond. She let out a sharp puff of air, leaned back in her chair so far the springs squeaked, and said,
My goodness.
As I always did when I came in this room, I studied the painting hanging on the wall behind Bertie's desk, showing a woman doing a downward dog on the beach as the sun rose behind her.
$25 million, she said at last, for a necklace.
Hard to believe, I know. Not just a necklace, but one that originated with some minor Indian prince. Have you read The Moonstone?
Long ago. The moonstone of the title is a jewel, right?
Right. An extremely valuable jewel people from India have come to England in search of, with the intention of returning it to their idol from which it was stolen.
You're thinking international criminals took the Blackstone necklace?
Not at all. I'm pointing out the coincidence. That's all. It's quite likely Jeff Applewhite stole it that night, probably with no idea of what he was going to do with it. Maybe even as a prank. Very funny, ha. Sounds like the type of thing the people who hung around Rachel in those days might have done. Then people of the sort who do know what to do with something like that found out about it and took it off him, either before or after he left Nag's Head. He's probably at the bottom of the ocean. But that's nothing but conjecture on my part. Perhaps I've read too many mystery novels.
One can never read too many mystery novels, Bertie said.
What's of interest to us, to the police I mean, is what Helena Sanchez knew about Jeff and why that information might have gotten her killed. I asked Rachel if Helena had been at her party, and she said no. She didn't associate with Helena, but it was possible Tina was there. Tina and Rachel were friends when Rachel was in her wild period.
You want to talk to Tina?
If you don't mind.
It's Monday, and we're usually slow here on Mondays. Ronald's off today, but I can watch the desk for a while.
Thanks, Bertie. I'll try not to be too long.
Are you going to phone and let her know you're coming?
I never like to do that. Always better to catch people off guard, I've found. I'll try her house first. If she's at work or out, I'll have to call and arrange a time.
I don't like how experienced you're getting at things like this.
Believe me, Bertie, I don't like it either. I didn't call ahead, and I did find Tina Ledbetter at home. She opened the door a crack and peered out at me.
Yes?
Hi, I was here the other day with the police. Do you remember me?
Yes.
Great. I was hoping you had a few minutes to talk to me. What about? That was the question, wasn't it? I could hardly come straight out and accuse the woman of stealing a necklace 25 years ago. Does the name Jeffrey Applewhite mean anything to you? She stared at me. I studied her face intently. Not a flicker of emotion crossed it. Never heard of him, she said at last. Never? Are you sure? He lived in Nag's Head in the mid-90s. I'm sure. It's rather uncomfortable standing here on the porch. It's so hot today. Do you mind if I come in? I gave her what I hoped was my biggest, friendliest smile. She didn't smile in return, but she did open the door a crack and take a step out of my way. I slipped past her into the house. The foyer was small and dark, and the first thing I noticed was that it was crowded with large cardboard boxes. I took a discreet peek into one of them, empty. Are you moving? Is that any of your business? I guess not. Just asking. If you must know, yes, I'm moving. I'm leaving this dump at last and going to Mount Dora. That's in Florida. I know. Someone had mentioned Mount Dora recently. I struggled to remember. Do you know when the police will be releasing Helena's body? She asked. I'd like to get the funeral over and done with. No, sorry, I don't know. I didn't mention that I am not with the police, and I wouldn't be someone they'd tell about something like that. I'd first met Tina in the company of Detective Watson, and if she wanted to believe the police involved me in their investigations, maybe I wouldn't look quite so much like a nosy librarian. It'll be up to me to make the arrangements, I suppose, she said. We didn't get on, but Helena was my sister. My twin sister. I feel as though part of my soul has been ripped out of me. It's not a nice feeling. That was where I'd heard mention of Mount Dora. Helena had lived there. You're going to Helena's place? Tina nodded. She left it to me in her will. She owns her house free and clear. One thing I'll say for Helena, once she settled down and got rid of ridiculous notions about finding her Prince Charming, she became careful with her money. She didn't make a lot as a librarian, but she carefully invested what she did make and had a nice sum to take her into her retirement. I was about to offer my condolences once again when Tina let out a burst of laughter and punched the air with her fist. And now it's all mine. She nagged me constantly, criticizing me as a wastrel. I guess she thought I'd go first so she could make the gesture and mention me in her will. Tina held out her arms, indicating the small house, the empty foyer. I did the same for her, but that didn't mean much. The mortgage on this dump is pretty large. Helena's house and savings, plus what our mother left her, will set me up nicely. I've never been to Florida, but I've been reading up on it. The paranormal history of Mount Dora is nothing like here in Nag's Head, but it does have some interesting points. I'm sure I can get up to speed quickly, with the proper influences. Yeah. Unlike that Louise Jane McConan and her flake of a grandmother. Bunch of frauds in that family, every last one of them, but they think they're so high and mighty with their airs about being a long-time Outer Banks family. She's a friend of yours, isn't she? A friend? I wouldn't say we're friends exactly. We know her at the library. Which is why I've never been there. Look, I'm sorry if I don't have time to offer you a glass of tea, but I'm busy here. What do you want? For a moment, I couldn't remember what I wanted. All I could think was that Tina had clearly benefited from the death of her twin sister. What did they say in the classic mystery novels? Cui bono? Who benefits? Tina Ledbetter benefited. Oh, right. I was wondering about Jeff. Jeff Applewhite. Did Helena know him?
Considering I told you I've never heard of the guy, it's unlikely I'd know if Helena did.
Rachel told me Tina moved in the same circles that she had in her wild days. Even if Tina had never met Jeff, she had to have heard of him. His name was linked to the disappearance of the necklace, and that had been a big story at the time. Jeff Applewhite was in the news in May of 1995 in connection with a theft from Rachel Blackstone's home. Tina shrugged. She tried to look nonchalant, but something moved in her eyes.
Oh yeah, that. I'd forgotten about that. It happened a long time ago. Nothing to do with me.
Did you know Rachel?
Everyone in Nag's Head knows Rachel Blackstone.
Back then, I mean. Were you friends? She gestured toward the open door.
Like I said, I'm busy.
Were you at a party at Rachel's house on the night of April 30th, 1995?
You expect me to remember what I was doing on one day 25 years ago?
Not in normal circumstances, no. But a valuable necklace was stolen that night, and the police would have been asking everyone who'd been there about it. It got a lot of press. Things like that make events stand out in people's minds.
Whether I was at this party or not, I don't see that it's any of your business.
Just curious. Was Helena there? Did you and Helena go together? Was Helena friends with Jeff? She stepped toward me and loomed over me, invading my private space.
I don't like these questions, and I don't think I like you. If you don't leave right now, I'm calling the cops.
No need to get aggressive, I said.
Isn't there?
I took a step backward, then another. Thanks for your time. The door slammed shut, barely missing the tip of my nose. Chapter 14. Monday evening, the Body Island Lighthouse Library Classic Novel Reading Club met to discuss The Moonstone by Wilkie Collins, written in 1868. As I told Aunt Ellen, The Moonstone is considered to be an important novel in the evolution of crime and mystery fiction, and I was looking forward to discussing that with the group. The club has a core component who come to most meetings and decide which books to read, but anyone's welcome to attend. The full club rarely meets in the summer months, as people have other things on their mind in the long, warm, lazy evenings, so I was surprised at the number of people who made their way down the long driveway between the tall red pines tonight. As I usually did, I stood at the front door, greeting people as they arrived and directing them to the meeting room on the third floor. Josie was one of the first to get here, and she brought, as she usually did, bakery boxes full of delicious treats to get the meeting started. Earlier, I had arranged jugs of tea and lemonade and glasses and napkins on the table in the meeting room. Josie went up to lay out her offerings and then joined me downstairs. "I don't think I've brought enough," Josie said as we watched cars jostle for position in the parking lot. "I wonder what's brought all these people out tonight. I would have thought a stroll on the beach or dinner on the patio at Jake's would be a better option." "Word's gotten around that Jeff Applewhite's name has been linked to the death of Helena Sanchez," Josie said. "I overheard several groups talking about it in the bakery today. Nothing like a long-ago mystery to get everyone interested in it again. And as Jeff's name was also linked to the disappearance of the Blackstone necklace, and the Moonstone is about the theft of a rare jewel." I sighed. "I bet most of these people haven't even read the book." Butch Greenblatt and Stephanie Stanton, my Uncle Amos's law partner, walked up the path, hand in hand. We exchanged hugs and kisses. "Did you read the book?" I asked. "Loved it," Steph said. Butch studied the ground at his feet. Butch meant well, but I suspect he rarely managed to get through the club selection. Butch came for the food, and I hoped the company. He was a good friend.
If you want a pecan square, Josie said, you'd better get up there fast. I brought nowhere near enough. Butch practically dragged Steph to the stairs. That wasn't hard. At 6 feet 5 inches of solid muscle, Butch loomed over tiny Steph, who was even shorter than my 5'3" and probably didn't tip the scales much past 100 pounds. The differences didn't stop there either. Butch was a cop and Steph a defense attorney. They'd hated each other at first sight. The enmity hadn't lasted long, and I was delighted that my two friends had found each other. Birdie doesn't usually come, does she? Josie pointed to the newest arrivals walking down the path. She never has before, I said. My boss was with two of her college friends, Mary Sue and Lucinda. I greeted them and introduced Josie. You two go on upstairs and find seats, Birdie said. I'll be up in a minute. Once she was sure the women were out of earshot, Birdie turned to me with a shrug. Hope you don't mind my coming, Lucy. Of course not. We were supposed to be meeting for dinner, but Mary Sue heard about the meeting tonight and wanted to come, although she's never been to your book club before. She told Lucinda, who's staying with her, much to Mary Sue's displeasure, and Lucinda decided to tag along, so they called me and roped me into it too. They're not the only ones of your friends joining us, I said, as Louise Jane's van came to a shuddering halt and 3 women stepped out. Looks like Louise Jane's brought Sheila and Ruth. I left them messages earlier about dinner plans, but never heard back.
Look who I just happened to run into, Louise Jane said when they reached us.
I doubted any such happenstance had been involved. Louise Jane told us you're discussing the Moonstone tonight. I love that book, Ruth said. I jumped at the chance to have another look at your library. Sheila shifted her big canvas tote bag from one shoulder to the other. I didn't get upstairs the last time I was here. Is it possible to go all the way to the top? Yes, but
I'll unlock the gates for you, Louise Jane said. No clouds are out tonight, so you'll get a great view of the sunset. Come on. Lucy? Where did you last put the keys?
I glanced at Birdie. In the second drawer of the circulation desk, Louise Jane.
I have the run of the place, you know, Louise Jane said as they went inside. That's the least they can do for me, considering all the help I give them with research and...
Birdie gave me a what-can-you-do shrug and went inside. A few more people arrived, including several I didn't know. I welcomed them all warmly. Should be an interesting discussion. Theodore Kowalski had come tonight in his Harris tweed jacket, paisley cravat, plain glass spectacles, and full-on upper-crust English accent. I hope so, I said. He stepped closer to me, and I caught a whiff of tobacco. I know Teddy doesn't smoke. He must spray the stuff on like other men do aftershave. He lowered his voice. I was planning to come early to catch a private moment with you, but I was delayed. What about? He glanced at Josie. My lips are sealed, she said. Very well. You asked me to look into the providence of that old copy of the Celestine Prophecy. Oh, yeah, I said. Right. Did you learn anything? I learned nothing, which is itself momentous. The copy you have here, the one I saw on Thursday afternoon, was mass-produced as part of a regular print run. The book is still in print. Your copy is not only not signed nor distinctive in any other way, but it's water-damaged. It is, in fact, of no more value than to assist one in lighting a fire on a frosty winter's night. I suppressed a shudder. Please don't ever say that to a librarian, Theodore. We have nightmares about burning books. Just making my point. Point taken. Thanks. I appreciate your help. Any time, Lucy. Any time. He adjusted his spectacles, gave us a small bow, and went inside to join the meeting. The line of cars coming down the driveway had thinned. I checked my watch. 10 minutes after 7. Might as well get this show on the road, I said to Josie. If anyone's late, they can ring up. I locked the front door and led the way through the main room to the twisting iron stairs. The metal clattered beneath our feet as we climbed. The gate between the 3rd and 4th floors was open, meaning Louise Jane and Sheila hadn't come down yet. The meeting room was packed, and all the seats were taken, leaving Butch and Theodore to lean up against the walls. The platters on the refreshments table contained nothing more than crumbs, and not many of those. Charles had taken his usual place for book club, on Mrs. Fitzgerald's lap. Charles loved book club. Josie and I took places next to Butch. Before we begin the meeting, Mrs. Fitzgerald sniffed with disapproval as she looked around the crowded room. She stroked Charles steadily, and Charles purred in return. So nice to see such an enthusiastic turnout to our little book club, but I have to say, I hope no one here has such incredibly bad taste as to be interested in discussing the Moonstone, only because of the real-life events that transpired here recently. 1 or 2 people had the grace to flush. We're Bertie's old college friends, Mary Sue said. We're all either current or former librarians. Then you are welcome, Mrs. Fitzgerald said. I've always loved Wilkie Collins, said a woman with a mop of unnaturally red hair, the approximate texture of a Brillo pad. I'd never seen her before. The woman next to her, with her hair dyed a deep black, nodded enthusiastically. I considered asking them a skill-testing question, but decided to let it go. At the Body Island Lighthouse Library, everyone is welcome. If these two hadn't arrived as lovers of classic literature, maybe they'd leave as such. Louise Jane marched into the room, but Sheila wasn't with her. I glanced at Bertie. She nodded at me to say we could let Sheila get her fill of the view from the top if she wanted. Welcome, everyone, I said. It's nice to see so many people here tonight. Everyone muttered some sort of greeting. I hope you all had time to read the book. Theodore pulled a tattered paperback out of his ever-present leather satchel and waved it in the air. The Moonstone, I said, is considered a classic novel of... It's about a jewel theft, right? The Brillo-haired woman asked. Yes, I said. Like the one everyone's talking about in town. No, not like... I remember the story. Rachel Blackstone lost her family's heirloom. Lost? Huh, said the black-haired woman. I always figured she was in on it with that Jeff what's-his-name. She turned to her friend. What was his name, Annalisa? Applehouse. Right, Jeff Applehouse. Strange name. It was Applewhite, but no one corrected them. It looks like he's come back, she continued. They say he checked a book out of this very library just the other day. Is that right? Sheila slipped into the room. Seeing no free seats, she leaned against the wall next to Theodore. He gave her a vacant smile. She shifted her bag from one shoulder to the other. We're not here to talk about local events, either past or present, I said. What parallels do you see between the Moonstone and your favorite movie or... Come back? Louise Jane said. Surely, Annalisa, you're not suggesting Jeff's... Here? Several people gasped and cast furtive looks into the corners. Not that the room, being round, had any corners. That's not... I struggled to regain control of the conversation. Josie attempted to leap to my aid. Let Lucy... There's a thought. Sheila shifted her bag again. I've been looking into that. The last time we have any record of his movements was in this library, when he signed out the book.
Is it possible that he never left? No, that is not possible, I said. Louise Jane, Sheila said, what do you think?
I've never known any such presence, Louise Jane admitted, although it could be a new one and so far unfamiliar to me.
It could not be anything of the sort, Bertie said. Louise Jane, I've warned you about making up stories about the lighthouse.
So you have. Except in this case, not only did I not make up any story, I specifically said I know nothing about one.
She's got you there, Theodore said.
Enough about Jeff Applewhite, Lucinda said. I'm sick and tired of hearing about him. Did you know him? Mary Sue asked. I did not, Lucinda snapped. I'd left Nag's Head before he did, whatever it was he did. Neither, it seems, did anyone else know him. But it's all you people talk about around here.
Oh, for heaven's sake, not that dratted cat again.
Charles had leaped onto her lap, and she shoved him off. He's only trying to be friendly, Mary Sue said, although I can't imagine why. She bent over and rubbed her fingers together. Charles went to join her, and she scratched behind his ears. I swear he threw a smirk over his shoulder at Lucinda. Has anyone seen a picture of the black stone necklace? Annalisa asked. Does it look like the moonstone? It does not look like the moonstone, I snapped, and it has nothing whatsoever to do with the book we're here to discuss. Butch came to my rescue. He stepped away from the wall and crossed his arms over his powerful chest. Even out of uniform, dressed in casual chinos and a short-sleeved blue t-shirt with the logo of the Toronto Blue Jays on it, he looked like nothing but a cop.
The case of Jeffrey Applewhite and the Blackstone necklace is still open at the NHPD. Anyone who has any information about it is welcome to come down to the station during business hours and make a statement. Otherwise, I wouldn't like to see such a sensitive matter being subject to common gossip. I might be forced to assume that a prurient interest indicates that an individual or individuals know details they're not willing to discuss with the police.
He had everyone's attention, although more than a few people pretended not to be embarrassed.
Good.
Butch resumed his post against the wall.
Lucy, I'm particularly interested in the character of Sergeant Cuff. He doesn't come into the story until it's well underway. How does everyone feel about that? Would you like him to have made an appearance earlier? Maybe learn more about him? We don't know anything at all about his personal life, do we?
I said. Yes, good question, Butch. You did read the book.
Of course I did, he said. I always do.
Annalisa and her companion were embarrassed into silence, and the meeting continued along the lines I'd hoped for. Bertie and her friends seemed to enjoy the discussion. Ruth, in particular, had an in-depth knowledge of not only the book itself, but the work of Wilkie Collins and his friends and contemporaries. I gratefully gave up leading the conversation and settled back to learn something. And then it turns out that Godfrey Applewhite, Mrs. Fitzgerald said. Annalise sat to attention. There's a character in the book named Jeff Applewhite? Surely not. I refrained from pointing out that Annalise had earlier claimed to be a big fan of the book. Not Applewhite, but Ablewhite, and not Jeffrey, but Godfrey. The similarity is nothing but a minor coincidence. Heck of a coincidence, Annalise whispered to her black-haired friend. Butch cleared his throat, and Annalise said no more. Before much longer, she nudged her companion and said, Oh my goodness, I forgot a prior appointment. We have to go, so sorry. They jumped up, and I said, I'll walk down with you and let you out. No need, Annalise said. We can find our way. I smiled at them. No trouble. The meeting broke up shortly before 9. People grabbed their bags and left, chatting excitedly about the book. I heard several say they wanted to try Collins's other famous book, The Woman in White, next.
Nice job, Butch, Bertie said. I thought Lucy could use a hand, he said with a shy smile.
You were a lifesaver, I said. Normally, I'm not in favor of the police threatening to arrest people for non-criminal activity, Steph said, but I'll make an exception this one time. We all laughed. Anyone for a drink? Lucinda said. All this book talk has made me thirsty.
Sure, Ruth said, but I need more than a drink. We didn't have dinner. How about that place we went Saturday night?
I'm good with that, Sheila said. Ruth and I came with Louise Jane. Would you like to join us? Sure, Louise Jane said. Bertie?
Not me, thanks. I'll drop you off at the restaurant and you can catch a cab back to Mary Sue's place. Is that okay?
A cab, Lucinda said. How much is that likely to cost? I'll get my husband to come for us, Mary Sue said. If he's sober, Lucinda mumbled. What was that, dear? Mary Sue said. I missed it. Lucinda gave her a radiant smile. I said that would be nice of him. Josie caught my eye and waggled her eyebrows. Butch and Steph stacked the chairs while Theodore collected empty dessert platters and carried them downstairs. Soon, everyone had left the meeting room except for my cousin and me. We gathered the last of the glasses and the crumpled napkins and walked downstairs together as Charles ran on ahead, showing off his balancing prowess on the railings. I was sorry not to see Connor tonight, Josie said. He had a dinner meeting with some business group, which was called at the last minute, and he couldn't get out of it. How's everything going on that front? Fine. Everything's going fine. Any updates you want to tell me about? I looked at her. Updates? What sort of updates? You two have been going out for almost a year now. It's none of my business, but I'm wondering if you're thinking of moving things up a level. Up a level? Stop repeating everything I say. Repeating everything you say? I'm not. She burst out laughing, and I joined in. If there's anything to tell, Josie, you'll be the first to hear. I promise. We hugged goodnight at the door, and I made sure to lock up behind her. I turned off the main lights and made my way in the near dark to the alcove to switch on the light that would be left on all night. The police had returned most of the items from Charlene's and my historical display, and we'd reassembled it so our patrons could admire it. Some of the teenagers and kids were amazed that we'd been able to keep track of anything in those long-gone days before internet. I reached for the light switch. Charles vaulted onto the table and meowed at me. It was a good night, I said. I enjoyed the meeting once we finally got around to talking about the book. Butch put the fear of the law into anyone who'd come for no reason but to get the gossip. Charles whined again. I walked across the floor, heading for the stairs. It had been a good night. Book club usually was, and I was ready for my bed. Charles did not follow. Are you coming? I said. He sat down next to the pile of old books and studied me with his intense amber eyes. Bedtime, I said. Yes, I know it's not even 9:30 yet, but I'm bushed. He didn't move. Oh, for heaven's sake. I went back to the table and reached for him. As I picked him up, I glanced at the books. The Celestine prophecy was gone. Chapter 15. I couldn't be absolutely sure the book had been on the display table in the alcove when book club began. I'd stood at the door to greet our guests and then gone straight upstairs to start the meeting. I hadn't come into the alcove. Someone might have taken the book out earlier, thinking it was available for circulation. But that book was no longer in our catalog system. They wouldn't have been able to check it out in the normal way. Perhaps someone picked it up, read a few pages, and put it back in the wrong place. While Charles watched, I went to the fiction section and searched under the R's. No sign of it. I tried the religion and spirituality shelves. Nothing. I checked on the tabletops and in the magazine rack. I peeked under the table in the alcove, searched around all the chairs, and flicked through the books on the returns cart. The Celestine Prophecy was nowhere to be seen. I let out a puff of breath and dropped into a chair. I wouldn't normally give a thought, and certainly not at this time of night, to a missing book. It would turn up. They usually did. Someone had shelved it incorrectly, thinking they were helping us, or slipped it into their book bag without thinking, and would return it along with the rest of their books. That book was nothing special. It wasn't rare or valuable, or of any particular interest to anyone. It had been removed from circulation when it got damaged. The only thing that made it stand out was that it was the book that, apparently, Jeff Applewhite had checked out in the days surrounding the theft of the Blackstone necklace and his subsequent disappearance. "Okay," I said to Charles, "it's gone. What do I do about it?" Charles washed his whiskers. I decided at this point in time to do nothing. I'd stood at the door, greeting book club members and guests, and those who'd barged into our meeting under false pretenses. Admittedly, I hadn't focused my eagle eye on what was going on in the main room, but I would have been aware. I should have been aware anyway of what was happening. No one, as far as I knew, had browsed the shelves or gone into the alcove. All the book club members headed immediately upstairs when they arrived, most of them hoping Josie's goodies wouldn't have all been snatched up yet. The only people who hadn't gone directly to the third-floor meeting room were Louise Jane and Sheila. Louise Jane had found the key to the gates and unlocked them. They'd gone to the upper levels, supposedly so Sheila could see the view from the very top. Louise Jane had come in shortly after to join the meeting, leaving Sheila alone. When Sheila joined us, she'd been holding her bag, a bag big enough to contain a regular-sized hardcover book. She'd fussed with that bag all evening, but never opened it or took anything out of it. Sheila, I was convinced, had taken the book. Whatever for was the question. I didn't call Louise Jane and demand she put Sheila on the phone. I didn't go to Jake's seafood bar and track them down. I did nothing. I decided to wait to see what Sheila wanted with the Celestine Prophecy. Earlier in the summer, while doing much-needed renovations to the Lighthouse Foundation, we'd uncovered a code page and a hand-drawn map dating from the Civil War, hidden deep underground. This, I thought, wasn't the same. Nothing at all was unusual about our copy of the Celestine Prophecy. It was a standard library copy of a mass-produced novel. It happened to have been taken out by a suspected thief around the time he disappeared, but I couldn't see what the book itself had to do with that. Theodore had checked into the provenance of our volume and found nothing at all out of the ordinary. He might be wrong. I might be wrong. But I didn't think so. I called to Charles, and we went upstairs to bed. Sheila had some plan for the book, and I'd wait for her to reveal herself. She'd be back, and soon. I was sure of it. I didn't have to wait for long. Sheila strolled into the library as we were about to close on the afternoon following the book club meeting. Her canvas bag was tossed over her shoulder, and she was with Louise Jane. They gave me such huge smiles, I immediately knew something was up. "Are you here to return the book?" I said to Sheila. "The book?" she asked innocently. "The copy of the Celestine Prophecy you stole last night when you were pretending to be at the top of the lighthouse tower, watching the sunset over the mainland." I was watching the sun beginning to set over the mainland. I was too early, but it was still pretty up there. "Okay, the book you stole after you watched the sun not quite set." Sheila glanced at Louise Jane. Louise Jane shrugged and said,
Sheila borrowed a library book. You were busy, so she didn't want to bother you by asking to check it out officially.
Another word for taking a book from a library without checking it out officially is stealing. Whatever. Sheila dug in her bag and produced the purloined volume with a flourish. I've brought it back. Thank you.
Is Bertie in?
Louise Jane asked. I am. Bertie stepped into the room, and Louise Jane and Sheila turned to her with their big smiles. Ladies and gentlemen, I said in a voice pitched to carry to every nook and cranny on the main floor. The library is about to close. If you can bring your books to the circulation desk, I'll check them out for you. Thank you. People popped out from the stacks. Mr. Snyder, who came almost every day to sit in the big wingback chair next to the magazine rack with Charles on his lap, got slowly to his feet after dislodging the reluctant cat. As I checked out books and wished everyone a good night, out of one corner of my eye, I watched Bertie with Louise Jane and Sheila. They were clearly arguing about something. Sheila was waving her arms around in the air, and Louise Jane was pointing a finger in Bertie's face. Bertie stood stiff and resolute, a rock firm against the constant battering of the waves. I thought she showed enormous restraint by not knocking Louise Jane's wagging finger out of the way.
The book,
Louise Jane said. We can't waste any more time, not if, Sheila said. Absolutely not, Bertie said. Ready? Connor McNeil said. I let out a small cry and jumped. Sorry, he said. Didn't you hear me come in? I allowed my heart to settle back into its regular rhythm. I looked at Connor and jerked my head toward the small group near the hallway. Louise Jane and Sheila were still waving fingers and hands and arguing. Bertie had stopped arguing and stood with her hands on her hips, shaking her head. Charles perched on the nearest bookshelf, cooking and gardening, and watched intently. Connor went to join them. Good evening, ladies. Bertie smiled at him. Louise Jane grumbled, and Sheila threw up her hands. You people don't know what you have here. She spun on her heels and marched out. Louise Jane ran after her. I realized Sheila hadn't given me the book. I called after her, but Louise Jane said, Sorry, not now. We need it. What was all that about? Connor asked. Louise Jane and her ghost hunting, Bertie said. Although in this case I gather it wasn't Louise Jane's idea, but when Sheila suggested it, she couldn't say no and still save face. Suggested what? I asked. Last night, some fool suggested that maybe Jeff Applewhite has never left the library, and Sheila wants to have a séance in an attempt to talk to him and find out where the Blackstone necklace is. She has the book he supposedly took out and thinks that will help Louise Jane contact him. Stuff and nonsense. You know she stole the book, right? I said. She did what? Sheila took the Celestine prophecy last night while we were upstairs without bothering to ask if she could have it. That would have been before anyone mentioned Jeff or the necklace, so she got the idea into her head all by herself, maybe as a way of trying to contact Louise Jane's so-called spirits. When the meeting was over and everyone had left and I was closing up, I noticed the book was missing. I figured Sheila had it. I also figured she'd be back with it sooner rather than later. Looks like I was right about that. Connor shook his head. He'd come straight from the town hall and looked very handsome in a perfectly tailored blue suit with a white shirt and a blue tie with thin pink threads running through it. Dark stubble was coming in thick on his jaw. He patted his jacket pocket. He was here to pick me up for dinner as arranged. We had a standing date for Tuesday night.